What is up, everybody, and welcome to Chaos Tournaments. My name is Jacoby, also known as Caleb, and I will be your host for the day. But I've got some wonderful people here with me that are going to be joining me, and you'll see more of throughout the rest of the day. And let's go ahead and get them introduced. So, Kuma, what's up?
Everyone. My name is Kuma. I'm going to be doing the first two rounds here today. Looking forward to it. I think we got a great tournament set up. A lot of players, a lot of great prizes, and we're going to have a ton of fun.
Spicy.
Hi guys, my username is Vasher, and I love CDH tournaments, and I'm super hyped. I've been talking with some of the players, and we have some real spice coming, and I think it's going to be quite exciting.
Mm-hmm. And last but definitely not least, we have Fitz. What's up, buddy?
What up, yo? I am only rooting for the mono red players today. Absolutely none of the other players are going to get any love from me. I don't even know if I'll be able to commentate on their games.
Dude, I might have to join you in on. I might join in on that. Like,
Yeah, no, I mean,
how could we not only praise mono red players?
I don't know if anyone saw in the
I've never
tournament
played
ruling.
mono
I
red.
might have to look, but I'm pretty sure if you ask Looter Scooter, like Maria, she'll tell you that islands are banned. Actually,
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it's a
sure.
new rule.
I can't play stacks without my islands. What's going
Yes,
on?
you can. Yes, you can.
You know, better yet, you can't kingmake people without your islands.
Vodka did win one of these, didn't it? I mean, Mono Red can certainly get there.
Yes. Go do Magda. Go do Magda. Go do.
This is the way we're going today.
Yes.
All mono red all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody else deserves anything.
I mean, it's in the name, right? Chaos.
Yeah,
Warp?
right?
What? Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely fantastic. I'm really looking forward to see what kind of spice that we're gonna be seeing because honestly, that's why I love covering these tournaments. Chaos tournaments, it's in the name. Like we've already said, you're gonna see some shenanigans, stuff coming out of left field. And I just want to I know we already know what Fitz is looking for, mono red. But Kuma, starting with you, what are you going to be looking for today? And are you going to be seeing any new strategies, maybe?
Well, I mean, newer, less mainstream strategies have always done well in these events. We've had, Magda take one down. We had Yeva take one down. And, what these decks have in common is, they tend to be underestimated because they're not, boogeyman of the format in most people's minds. And they also have the ability to win at instant speed, which is huge in a tournament setting. In response to your win, no, I do.
Mm-hmm.
So, were I playing in this tournament, I would be trying to play something that had a way to win the game at instant speed. And I think we'll see some of the stronger players, taking advantage of that. It's one of the best things you can do in a tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that as well. I think that it's like when you're going into a tournament, you should be like, either going in with one of the best decks, or you should be going in with a good deck with a consistent game plan that people don't play against a lot or may underestimate, and that can give you like a lot of advantage points. As far as decks I expect to do well, obviously I think some of those decks are going to do well. I think that we're bound to see some blue farm in this top 16 just because so many people are playing it. Like, I'm be surprised if we have like 6 blue farm players or more in this tournament. And that deck is just really powerful, right? With how many copies there are and with how powerful it is, I expect to see some of them at least in the top 16, maybe one in the top 4. Another deck that I'm really looking out for, it's kind of like under the radar, only a select few people know about it, but it's Rogtavesh Turbo Stacks, and that deck has been crushing some higher up metas. I think it might be legitimately the first viable prison deck in CDH. It is very spicy. I'm like looking forward to see how it performs this tournament.
Yeah, and like you said, that's pretty new down the pipe. So there's a lot of variations that we could be seeing of this list today. People trying.
We have 2 copies of it in the tournament today, and it is playing all sorts of whack shit. It is playing Nether Void. It's playing Trinisphere. It's playing all those things. Like, it has a 70% chance of getting a tier 1 Tavesh. It's playing all the polymorph spells for either Siren Sanity, Void Winter, and it's playing a whole bunch of Pyroclasm effects, and it's going to be wild. I mean, it's also playing like a Blarate as a 1-card combo, like uncountable spell that destroys all your opponent's permanents, and turns out that's pretty game winning when you have a few planeswalkers and player regenerating value. So it'll be fun to watch those games.
Absolutely. And Fitz, I know I joked about the whole mono red thing, but is there something specific that you're going to be looking for that's maybe new down the pipe, or a specific list you're going to be watching out for today?
I'm more interested in the Old Spice. I want to see some land destruction, guys. Like he was saying, you put some planewalkers out there. I mean, I've been playing land destruction for like 6 years now. You know what's really good? Land destruction.
It never fails.
It
Boil
never
is a
fails.
card. Boil
Another
is a
thing
They
worth
card.
mentioning
can't play
too.
spells if they don't have lands.
Yep. Another thing worth mentioning too is when I went over the data with some other people from the last tournaments, we recognized that there's a lot of green in this meta historically, like way more than usual. And this has kind of led to a more mid-rangey tournament meta than most,
Yeah,
which should make for some really nice interactive games, I'm hoping.
green is historically the most powerful color. It literally can do everything in the book. Anything that any other color can do, green does it better. And yeah, I stand by it.
It's not. You're not wrong. Unfortunately, it's just the worst. We need
Yeah,
more
it's
love.
not
We need more love on our side of the pie.
Dockside?
Turns out red's pretty good though. Yeah,
Red is pretty good. We're getting some toys nowadays.
Black
It's
and
coming.
blue, they're okay too.
Trash.
Well, we do have some really spicy pods that are being lined up right now. It looks like they're resolving their mulligans and they're getting situated. So, one final question, just going around the table. I want to see what you guys, because we're all players here, right? We had to start somewhere before we got into the commentating scene. And I personally am going to be looking out for Big Red today, just to let you guys know. He seems to be pulling in some pretty big spice. If I'm not mistaken, I got to talk to him yesterday. He's going to be playing a Will 11 list. And yeah,
Interesting.
yeah,
Good colors.
it's going to 4 colors. It's going to be
Good colors.
amazing. I think it's going to do well. Let's just hope to see if his mulligans do well for him today. But Kuma, who are you going to be looking out for?
You got spleen face in this one?
That's a big one.
No.
Oh man, I don't think
I
he
never
is.
bet against spleen face to win these things. Guy's arguably the best CDH player there is.
He's
Okay.
I'm always seeing what he's up to, and
Man.
I'm always looking out for him.
Dude, what are you doing? You can't be giving spleen face clout on our stream, dude. He has enough of that.
To his head, and he'll never
Don't do
forget
that.
it, but hey, that's the truth, man.
All right. Well, actually, no, it's good because if we give him more clout now, that means that when I play against him in tournaments in the future, like my opponents are gonna be way more scared of him than me.
Yes.
So I'll take it.
Five head that shit.
Yeah, Morgan and Reed, you are Sick Robot and Spleen Face. You guys are the very best of all time, and everybody should try to kill you immediately in the beginning of all tournament pods. Yep, that's my opinion.
Yeah. Fitz, what about yourself? Who are you going to be looking out for today? Any particular names popping out for you?
I don't think I know anyone, to be honest with you.
Well, it looks like we got some MLC competitors like LJ in here.
I love watching LJ's games personally.
He's a powerhouse, right? With 112 people in this tournament, there's definitely a lot to cover and a lot of.
There's a lot to learn from watching him too, or more, maybe not watching him, but listening to him.
yeah, because he's playing Edric. That's all he plays.
Everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be doing something special to keep a win rate with that deck.
Yeah, I got a soft spot for Edric. I played it for years. I've never seen anybody play it better than him. He's incredibly patient. He will wait and wait and wait and wait, and then pick his moment, and then everybody's dead.
He's also a crazy politician too. Like, I have to give that guy some real pats on the back. Like, I respect him a lot as a player, and he's somebody I look up to in my verbal game.
Yeah, Edric's a very political deck. You have to be good at politics with that. So you can't just brute force the table. You got to pick your spots.
Oh yeah, and especially with a lot of stuff that just to stroke the deck even more, right? There's a lot of stuff that's been coming down the pipe specifically that just allows Edric to win without casting Edric, and LJ has been brewing up on a lot of that. Things like Toski, and other cards. Gosan of the Fallen Leaf. I don't know why he's playing that. But...
Or what's that extra turn spell that he plays? The green one, the 2-mana one.
Oh, Sea Time.
Sea Time, yeah.
Good card.
I got a hard time triggering that in a CDH tournament.
I mean, I've seen him do it.
That card. Oh man. Oh, you played a counter spell to blow out my 7-mana turn spell? That's crazy. Take an extra turn anyway?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's absolutely wonderful. I know, yes, we definitely have to keep a lookout for LJ because he is absolutely insanity. But, you
He
know,
usually does really well in the Swiss rounds and then completely gets stuffed in the top 16.
yes, yes. Well, I tell you what, we do have some stuff going off for these pods. So I tell you, we'll just go ahead and hop in on LJ's game and see what's going on here. And our casters that will be joining you are going to be dun, da, 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 a couple of my homies here. So we'll go ahead and pop on out of here and I'll let you guys have the fun. Awesome. So cool beans. So here in this, which I'm getting this pulled up, it's taking me just a second. I do apologize, chat. But how's chat doing today? I see you guys in here. Everybody's talking about looking out for Salty, looking out for Nether Voids today. Oh, Kuma, this is going to be spicy. What do you think?
Oh, for sure. You said LJ's a great player to watch. You can learn a lot from him, and he's doing what he does best, turning 15th picks in draft sideways to draw cards.
Yes, and it's absolutely insanity when you start thinking about. Okay, cool beans. Yeah, it's absolutely insanity when you start thinking about what's actually going to be coming down the pipe from these players. When you have things like Edric in the format, right?
Yeah, I mean, that deck makes use of cards that nobody else even thinks to play with. Mausoleum Wonder gets printed, Edric's thrilled. Everyone else is like, modern card.
That stuff's so funny. I love to see, because there was a lot of discussion about things like Ragavan and stuff like that whenever it was coming out too. And oh, what was the I know Allosaurus Shepherd got pretty much taken by storm, but there's just a couple other things that have been coming down the pipe that I've been excited for personally. Are you familiar with the what is it? It's quadruple red in one. The instant that Clark Saka's been playing, that basically gives all of their stuff. It turns everything into faithless looting. Gives everything flashback.
Interesting. No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I told you wrong. It allows them to cast two instants or sorceries from either their graveyard or their hand. That's what
Oh,
it does.
Finale of Promise. Is that the one?
Uh,
No, that's something else.
yeah, I'm about to pull that card up. Oh man, it's absolutely bonkers. I've been seeing a couple players playing that in their games, and it seems to be doing okay. Nothing really committed. Like the Discord hasn't committed to it or anything.
It doesn't need a lot of help. It's got pretty much everything it needs to be one of the strongest and most controversial decks in the format.
Awesome, cool. There we go, chat. We finally got this pulled up so that way we can take a dive into these players. And it looks like we have LJ playing Edric, of course, as usual. He's been taking some beatings from that Sylvan library, already down to 16. Then we have exactly what chat wanted, a Timno Kodama from Crown Warrior over here. They're at 39. Looks like they've been drawing some cards and making some mana with Carpet of Flowers. Then we have Belch 39 playing Jin Cataxius, Progress Tyrant, looking to win off of some High Tide loops and maybe even an Isochron Scepter or two. And then we have Shadow Ace 14 in the final slot playing Timna the Weaver, Crom, probably either a Blue Pod variant or some form of Turbo Naz.
Pretty turbo to me. I'm glad to see the Ledger Shredder in there because I know a lot of the Blue Farm lists are not running Ledger Shredder, and as somebody who dabbles myself, I really like that card in there. So it's good to see It's good to see Ledger Shredder doing its thing.
Yes, there's been a lot of debate from a lot of players, at least that I've talked to, about Ledger Shredder because it it fits right in that dark confidant slot, right? And when you start evaluating pure card draw versus card selection, I don't know about you, Kuma. Personally, I just like to see more cards. Where they go after they visit my hand, that's up to them, right?
I mean, I like both, but the other thing you got to realize about Ledger Shredder in that deck is it's not just card selection. It's a great attacker when you have Timna out. So it's kind of like Bob that also lets you loot on everybody else's turn. Just an incredible card. And I mean, if you're getting your life total beat in, well, you connive a couple times, suddenly you've got a 5 toughness blocker that blocks literally everything.
Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, you're not only drawing cards on your turn, but you're also drawing cards on your opponent's turn, and it's definitely going to be more than one in this format.
Oh yeah, and that discard isn't totally worthless either. I mean, Underworld Breach is probably the premier win con in this format after Thoracle.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I've seen Rafine Reanimator strategies make great use of Connive. You know, I don't think that's the only deck that can do that.
Oh, 100%. Can I should the mechanic have been printed? We're still trying to debate that out. But oh man, just judging off this game, it really seems like that card is going to put in some work. It's already at 2 +1/+1 counters from what I can see, but we still got a ways to go to knock LJ out of this game with that overwhelming board advantage.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the thing about Edric. You can afford to pay its whole life total in the Sylvan Library. It's got the creatures, you know, generally its opponents do not.
Yeah. Which, for those that don't know, Edric Spymaster Trust does say whenever a creature deals combat damage to an opponent of yours, that player may draw a card. So all of these creatures that LJ plays are either base power or toughness 1. And Tetsuko, that's on his board right now, allows everything to be unblockable that has base power or toughness 1. So unfortunately, Edric's not going to be able to connect in with all of these big creatures like this Kodama that just resolved and this Jin-Kataxias. But Tetsuko and the other 1/1 that's on his board will be able to connect and draw him some cards, as well as Timna and these other cards like Jin-Kataxias and Crom and Leisure Shredder. When they deal combat damage to LJ's opponents, they'll also draw cards for their controllers.
Yeah, and that's another great thing about that. You know, his opponents are less incentivized to attack him with the Sylvan Library out because they don't draw cards for attacking him.
100%. And drawing cards wins
meat
games.
And greedier. Yes. Like we always used to say, card advantage, son, wins games.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we got going on here?
So it looks like some dipping in the tank from Shadow. Probably should see if it was me.
I think he just asked for a hand count. So I think LJ was just counting cards in hand. Maybe we got a Jessica's Will coming here, or maybe some kind of wheel.
Yeah, being able to know the information that's in people's hands. Honestly, I found it's able to let me gauge how much power that they control, right? Because the board state says a lot, but the number of cards in somebody's hand means more shenanigans that they can perform.
Right, you react very differently to a player with 7 cards in hand than a player with 2. And it looks like we got a Mystic Remora here. Well, can't go wrong with that one.
Oh, yes. I mean, we haven't seen anything like Collector Oof or Null Rod. So artifacts are definitely very live and they come down with a swiftness. And that's definitely going to draw some cards because I'm not paying for it.
I think the real problem here is that Jin-Kataxias is going to make doing a lot of things very difficult. But it doesn't say enchantment, so that Mystic Remora is good. And especially at this point, too, it looks like Shadow has at least 5 mana. That Remora's not going anywhere for a while if he doesn't want it to.
Oh, yeah, that Remora is definitely going to stick around. Mana Crypt, it feeds that Remora 100% every single time. Now, do we know if
Jin is going to slow this game way down?
Yeah, do we know if the Jin is on stasis?
I have no idea. I've played against this deck maybe once or twice. I don't remember seeing a stasis.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it playing things like Isochron Scepter and Unwinding Clock to be able to control the opponents down, even even past the commander's countering ability. Just double counter spells every turn is absolutely ridiculous.
Looks like Shadow decided to attack LJ. Interesting choice, but player removal's the best removal.
100%, because this man's go-to saying with the Sylvan Library is "Pay 8, feel great."
Oh yeah, you're not paying 8 in your Sylvan Library. You're doing it wrong.
Exactly.
Well, most of the time.
So it looks like we're gonna dive straight into combat here, and only swinging Tetsuko.
So that's Edric, and what's that other one behind Edric?
It looks like a Llanowar Elves. It does say tap for green.
Ah,
So we could very well see some acceleration, and unfortunately with the fish out, I don't believe that we'll see an extra turn spell come off the stack here, but it's got to start happening pretty soon with all of these big beefy dudes on the battlefield.
yeah. Well, that Jin's gonna make it hard to cast an extra turn. You got to feed something to it first,
Something like a
which
lotus
feeds the
petal.
Remora even more.
Yep, exactly.
Now LJ's patient, but when you're at 12 life and you've got a Crom attacking you, you may have to just try it. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, and there's definitely no guarantee that Kodama's not going to be coming that way as well. And Kodama is a powerhouse because since it's a 6/6, and I believe it has. Oh no, it has reach. It doesn't have trample.
Yeah, it doesn't trample. That's probably why he left Llanowar Elves back, so he can just not die on this turn cycle to Kodama, Jin, and Crom.
Now it's about time for this Tymna Kodama list. We haven't really seen whether they're playing either stacks or Turbo Hulk, but with having both Tymna and Kodama on board now, there's definitely going to be get some work put in here. Draw one card from Edric, and one card from Edric and one card from Tymna. Oh yes, chat, I definitely can do that for you. Let me flip these around so you can actually read magic cards, huh? I heard that helps.
If anyone can read those magic cards, I am impressed at their hawk-like vision. Yeah, I like them all facing the same direction, even if normally at a table, the people across from you are, quote, upside down.
Let me see. Okay. Working on some technical things here. Oh yeah, there we go. Help you guys get a little bit more vision in on this game, because this being able to see is the name of the game in this format. You got to be able to know what your
You can't
opponents
see the
have.
cards. Let's see. It looks like Crown's in the tank here. Yeah, Jin is getting way down, going to make every decision that much harder.
Yeah,
Are we on 75-minute rounds today or 90?
So we are on 75-minute rounds today, and no extra turns after round time has been called. But they are going to be diving a lot heavier on slow play warnings, so that way we can get these players through this day, because we're already looking at resolving our finals time at about 8 p.m. Eastern time, and that's at the earliest.
Yeah, that's Elish Norn.
Let's
That's
go.
a game changer.
Let's
Edric
go.
just cried a little. Let's see if he's got the counter spell. Elish Norn says, Jinka taxis are great and all, and I'm going to let you finish, but I'm one of the best Praetors of all time.
Oh, yes. Nothing slaps harder than an Elishnorn, especially when Timna's a 2-2. All these dorks are 1-1s and 2-2s.
Absolutely, but also consider this. That's going to be a very difficult Elish Norn to remove with that Jin out.
Yes, yeah, Jin does provide protection for that.
Little hoist by your own petard here for Belch. I definitely think Jinga Taxis is an interesting choice into this tournament because, like you said, we're on 75-minute rounds and no extra turns, which means any deck that's trying to slow the game down could have a lot of trouble and could end up in the draw bracket quite early.
Yes, yes, and from what I'm seeing from chat, yeah, they're asking what determines winners on timed out rounds? Life points? So today, when time goes out, it immediately ends the game, and every player will receive 1 point, I believe, correct?
I believe that's right, yes.
Yes. A win is. I'm actually gonna find this information out for you because a
We've
win
got a
is just.
follow up even mind sensor here. That's going to make the Norn even harder to kill.
Oh yeah.
No more tutor for your silver bullet answer to this mess. It looks like Crown here is in a really good spot.
Yeah, we're in for 4 Swiss rounds today, everybody, and then we're gonna cut to top pods to be able to decide our winner of the day. And these are gonna be Swiss rounds, but Swiss and Commander is a little bit different. So everybody's gonna keep playing through, but it's gonna be very difficult with 112 people playing today to interact with these same players until the much later rounds, particularly maybe 3 or 4, and that's only if you guys did the same throughout the day. After that, well, like I said, we'll cut to our top pods, and then we'll have a semifinals round and a finals round. Our semifinals round will decide our top 4.
So we've
Oh
got a
wow,
Gilded Lotus here out of Belch.
that's absolutely
And that's
insane.
copied by Jin Gataxius. So Belch has about all the mana anyone could ever want.
When has Gilded
Is
Lotus
that a
ever mana
Baral?
ramped somebody? Yeah, that's a Baral. 5 mana to make 6. That's crazy.
We've got all the mana in the world, but looks like Crown's got all the board position in the world. I mean, people are going to start dying here pretty quick unless something gives.
Yeah, it looks like we do get a card that looks like a Calling the Week that was discarded to the Ledger Shredder, so that's going to get a +1/+1 counter.
We got on there 3, it looks like.
Yeah, that is a big beefy 4/7.
Well, 2/5 with the Elish Norn.
Oh yes, see Elish Norn already putting in work.
Well,
But it also does make it a little bit harder to kill LJ because even though all the creatures are gone, all Lewis has is a Tetsuko that's not going to be drawing any cards. Sylvan Library is still going to give that free Sensei's Divining Top activation every turn. So definitely a lot of
yeah,
advantage
but
still here.
for bearing a miracle here, LJ's game is in big trouble here. Edric basically can't win through an Elish Norn. You have to get rid of it. And Jin is going to make that very difficult. But then again, if he gets ignored long enough, he's good at sneaking in there later. He might have some tricks up his sleeve. I guess we'll have to see.
So you mentioned earlier that, bringing Jin Gataxius into a 75-minute round tournament, that seems kind of like an odd choice. And we have a couple people in chat that are kind of curious about, well, how do I prepare for a tournament and what should my expectations be going into a tournament maybe for our first time? So why is Jin Cataxius maybe a little bit of an odd choice? And given the parameters of this tournament that we have today, being 75-minute rounds and no extra times, what kind of deck would you be looking to bring in to the table?
I'd be willing to bring in something that can win fast. Now, it doesn't have to be Turbo Nauseum turn two, go for it fast.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely want something that has a good proactive game plan in it. Trying to play stacks into 75-minute rounds. I love stacks. It's my favorite archetype. It's mostly what I play.
Mm-hmm.
But in 75-minute rounds, it's just often too hard to close out games. You get too many draws. Draws are worth 1 point. Wins are worth 3. It's hard to go deep in the tournament if you get a couple of draws. So you really want something that has the ability to win fast. Doesn't necessarily have to, try a turn 2 or 3 win, but you need a deck with a good proactive game-ending game plan. And the problem with something like Jin Gitaxias is I'm sure it can have its speedy starts, but if you cast a Jin Gitaxias, it's very powerful. It might help you win the game, but are you going to be able to close out the game in 75 minutes with Jin Gitaxias slowing everybody down, making them think real carefully about, how are they going to, play through the Jin ability to get the spell they want to resolve? And so I think it's a deck that comes to the high risk of getting too many draws. Now, I'm sure it has the ability to win fast, like I said, but I would want something that's a little stronger on the proactive plan for a tournament like this.
100%. And I definitely agree. You don't really want to push anything past maybe mid-range for a tournament like this, because you are going to have to be moving pretty quick. You're going to have to know what decisions you're going to make as your opponents are taking their turn, and they're also going to be pressuring you to move faster and faster and faster through your turns.
Yeah, there are some days where, when I'm going to enter a tournament, I wonder, maybe one of these days I'm just going to wake up, decide I don't like humanity today. I'm going to play stacks in one of these 75-minute tournaments and then just call the judge for slow play constantly. But I just don't think that's worth it in the end. I think you need to be a little more proactive, and mid range is, if you're confident with your mid range deck and you can execute its game plans quickly, you don't have to think too long about every decision. I think that's a perfectly fine choice. Now you get in a 4 mid range pod, good chance of a draw, but that's much less likely than when your game plan in the first place is to kind of draw out the game like with the stack deck.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it looks like we're going to see a brain freeze get discarded by Shadow here. That could be some foretelling of some shenanigans right now.
Well, Brain Freeze is a card you almost want in your graveyard because you're not generally using it unless you have an Underworld Breach in it. So for like a knife trigger or such, it's basically a free discard.
100%. And a free +1/+1 counter.
Yes. So we had a Ranger Captain come here out of Shadow. I did not see what creature was searched.
I believe the search was declined due to the Aven Mind Sensor.
Oh, yes, there is an Aven Mind Sensor. So either nothing was found or, yes, the search was declined. And that looks like a Demonic Tutor?
Yeah, that definitely looks like a Demonic Tutor here. That is a free card off of the top 4, which is nothing to snuff at, right? But definitely not as powerful as it normally is due to this Aven Mind Sensor restricting searching to only the top 4.
Right. I mean, Impulse is a solid magic card, but you generally want more out of your Demonic Tutor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, you have to find an answer to this somehow. You can't just. It'd be very risky to hold the Demonic Tutor and hope somebody else does your job for you.
Exactly. At this point, if you can't remove the Elishnorn or the Aven Mind Sensor or even the Kodama to try and slow the pace down, you really, really have to start taking the unfortunate L's where you can, just to try and do what you can.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Shadow's digging for probably a one-of Toxic Deluge or Dam or maybe even a Cyclonic Rift or something just to try to reset this crazy lockdown board and be able to do something.
Yeah, the only thing further that we could probably see from here is maybe a Dranith Magistrate, because the only out right now, or maybe even, oh, what's the card? Oh, yeah, well, the only thing or Collector Oof, there it is. Yeah, you maybe want to see either a Dranith Magistrate or a Collector Oof to help close out the rest of the side of the pod, because you still have Jin Cataxius being able to make an egregious amount of mana. They can still play their artifact stacks pieces. And you still have Shadow Ace. All just needing to resolve an Underworld breach in this game is more than likely over.
You can never have too many stacks pieces.
Never have too many stacks pieces. I need them all.
Nope.
Collect
You
them
don't
like
want to lose to
Pokemon.
that, well-timed chain of vapor end of turn. One rule of law, play a second one. Make sure they're never getting out from it. Like stacks you cannot be greedy at all. You don't want to, if you have a choice of playing another stacks piece or maybe some kind of engine, you almost always want to play the stacks piece. You've got to get that board locked down before you do anything else.
Yes, 100%. And Magikarp, no, our Tymna Crown player does not have a Lion's Eye Diamond or a Lotus Petal in the graveyard yet. But with having access to Brain Freeze in the graveyard, that makes getting around the Save and Mind Sensor to find those pieces very accessible.
Oh, for sure. If you cast that Underworld Breach, you can, Brain Freeze yourself a bunch of times, and those are basically drawing cards to Underworld Breach out.
100%, yeah. And then also being able to cast any Mana Vaults or Lotus Petals, Mox Diamonds, anything like that out of your graveyard to help give you more opportunities to cast Brain Freeze again. It's almost guaranteed. You just need what? One lucky strike off of your Brain Freeze for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you have a breach out, Brain Freeze is basically Ancestral Recall with Storm.
Oh, oh man. Woo! I wish we could play Ancestral Recall so bad. Not even to like draw the 3 cards. I just want to be able to blow out Thassa's Oracle players and force them to draw 3 cards.
Yeah, that would be one heck of a Thassa's Oracle answer. That's for sure. Looks like we got attacks here coming from Brown. Where are they going? Looks like it Shadow's touching the Crom, maybe for a block.
Yeah, Crom honestly isn't a bad blocker here.
What's this from LJ here?
That's a Force of Vigor.
Interesting. What are we targeting, I wonder?
Pitching a Regrowth, so the Force of Vigor's free.
Force of Vigor was Jin Bait. What do we got here?
Brazen Borrower. All right, so he's casting this.
So this is coming at LJ. He's trying to stay alive. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna remove that Elishnorn. We're gonna put it back in your hand, and we're gonna make these blocks a little bit more accessible for our players because we need the Save and Mind Sensor gone.
Oh, for sure. But I feel like the Elishnorn's coming right back out after combat.
Oh, 100%. But he might have something free. Maybe like a Force of Will that he possibly picked up a little bit later on in a turn. Dealing with a Elishnorn on the stack is, in my opinion, a lot easier than dealing with it on the board.
I see what you mean, but I mean that's basically what he has to have. Like he has to be able to stop this Norn. Like Edric doesn't do anything with an Elishnorn out. It just doesn't. You're playing a bunch of cards that just instantly die. Your commander is no good to you. You're basically a Drago deck at that point. That's not where you want to be in CEDH.
Mm-hmm. Which notably, LJ does have his own Ledger Shredder now. So we're even a deck like Edric that plays mostly stuff from the hand. They don't play anything from the graveyard. They use regrowth effects to add them back to their hand and then cast them again. Even Edric is playing Ledger Shredder. This card is absolutely a powerhouse.
Yeah, it's perfect for the deck. It's an evasive attacker, and it draws you extra cards on other people's turns. Like the deck played Looter Ilkor for quite a long time. Maybe it still does, and that got you 1 extra card per turn cycle. Ledger Shredder is basically the same thing with a bigger butt and lets you see multiple new cards a turn cycle.
Sweet. So we're gonna see a block here because of the Ledger Shredder trigger, giving it a +1/+1 counter. We're gonna see a block on the Tymna that was coming to LJ to kill the Tymna, and looks like there weren't any blocks for the Aven Mind Sensor. So we very well may. We're gonna see this Elishnorn come out again. It has to happen.
Oh, sure. And I mean, Edric doesn't care as much about even Mind Sensor as, say, Blue Farm does. You don't have that many tutors, and you have good card draw engines to just find what you need organically.
Mm-hmm.
So chose to block the Tymna instead of the Mind Sensor.
So we haven't seen a land for turn yet come out, but looks like we're not committing to the Elder Norn just yet. We're going to cast a Demonic Tutor.
Ashnod's Altar?
That could be the key.
There's that Norn's just not coming right back down. I guess LJ would still need to take a turn to rebuild. And we got a Fierce Guardianship on it. That's probably smart. Nothing good ever comes from like an Ashnod's Altar resolve.
Oh, 100%. Especially not in this deck. Definitely not in this deck. You get a free creature to sack for it and 2 mana? No.
No deck runs that card as a value piece. There's always a combo.
Yeah, 100%. And I do want to go ahead and notate this as well. Surprisingly, not a whole lot coming from our Jin ka0s player. There was a significant amount of ramp, and it looks like Jin is just holding the board down for him currently.
Looks like Jin maybe has 1 card in hand. I mean, there's an untapped Gilded Lotus, but I'm guessing whoever that card is, it's not interaction.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can just sit back on your Jin and make everybody's life hard.
Oh, 100%. And just worry about when they start targeting your stuff.
Yeah. Oh, you guys teamed up to get rid of my Jin? Well, I say no. Good luck, getting back there again.
Oh, by the way, my counterspell is doubled.
Right.
I have 2 Fierce Guardianships, not just 1.
Yeah, the best thing you can do to a Jin ka0s is just never let it get there in the first place. Get that Traneth Magistrate out. That's what I'm looking to do as a stacks player against that deck, is the piece I want is Traneth. Just don't let them have the Jin. Once the Jin's out, everything's just terrible.
Oh my Lanta, we are getting an Eldritch Evolution sacrificing the Aven Mind Sensor. So we're going to search for a 5 or less creature. Yikes.
I wonder what that's going to be.
Karmic Guide.
Looks like plans definitely changing here for Crown. Didn't recast the Norn. We're getting rid of the Mind Sensor. Wonder what we're going to pivot to here.
Whatever it is, all I know is that this card cannot resolve. This card cannot resolve.
It's going to be brutal. It looks like LJ's thinking about doing something. What 5-drops do you think might be coming out here? I'm not sure what they'd be getting with this.
So it really just depends on the list. Like, there are 2 major lists that are running around right now. You have the Turbo Hulk list, which they bounce between 2 different Hulk packages. You have the Karmic Guide and Felidar Guardian and Revelark and Safi Eriksdotter group that uses Blood Artist to ping everyone to death. And then you have the other pile that they could play is the much more refined Lesser Masticore, Malira, and the 1 mana pinger that whenever an artifact goes to graveyard from anywhere, it pings everybody for 1. Then you have the
Jin is that a Opt or a Ponder? It's one of those Strixhaven cards.
Yeah, that's a oh no. Causing him to draw 2 here.
I'm not sure what that card is. Draw 2 and then shuffle something in? What card?
Blue Sun Zenith.
Oh, it's Blue Sun Zenith. Okay.
Yes, that.
I was gonna say, I'm thinking like Latinam's Legacy or something like. No way, that's a Strixhaven card.
Yes.
You can tell I'm old school. I'm not. Oh, Blue Sun. I'm thinking. Oh yeah, Latinam's Legacy. That's totally what that card is.
Yeah.
No, I started about 3 weeks after Urza Saga came out. So.
Yeah, Blue Sun Zenith. It used to be very, very prevalent. More so back when Mimnarch was played as a very heavy control deck, and you had Teferi, Mage of Zalfir, locking people out of the game while not. What's the 6 mana artifact that? Chat, help me out. The artifact that.
Knowledge Pool?
Yeah, Knowledge Pool. There we go. Yeah, Teferi Knowledge Pool locking people just because you had so much mana to do, and absolutely nothing to do with it. Being able to dump 12 mana into a Blue Sun Zenith to draw 12 cards. Well, in this case, they Blue Sun for 2 and drew 4.
Yeah, can't go wrong with that.
Definitely can't.
All right.
You know, I definitely can't say that I miss the old days. Or I can't say that I don't miss the old days because I really do. But I really like what CEDH has become nowadays. It's a lot faster and a lot more stuff happens.
Yeah, I'm generally pretty happy with where we are. I think there's a few tweaks that could be made to improve the format, but that's a whole can of worms we're not going to open. But I think we're generally in a pretty good spot. For sure. I miss some of the stuff you used to be able to do, but there's a lot of cool new stuff out there, and I'm still having a blast.
Oh, so it looks like we're going to see a pseudo lock here. So getting an Aethersworn Canonist. This is a rule of law effect that says you can only play one non-artifact spell per turn. So Jin is going to be able to pretty much do whatever they want still, but our other opponents are in a really tight spot because you either now have to answer the Jin, which you only get one answer, or you get to answer the Aethersworn Canonist and have the risk of it potentially being countered.
I'm not sure why Crown would cast that here. That seems like doing the Jin player a big solid.
Oh yeah. Well, and then on top of that, already refilling their hand, going back to 4 cards instead of 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure Crown realizes exactly how that interaction works here, but got a handful of cards, could be up to something. Maybe setting up another. I guess it can't be another Eldritch Evolution, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's a diabolic intent.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we definitely could see maybe casting, if they are in the Malira pile, we could see the Malira come down, put the Disciple of the Vault into play off of the Kodama trigger, and then since Lesser Masticore is an artifact, they could just raw dog cast Lesser Masticore, putting in the sack outlet.
Work.
But yeah, they're definitely risking it for the biscuit right now, because Jin could just say, well, it's my time to shine. Let's go.
Jin says, I wish I could play this card. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
All right.
Definitely still dipping in the tank here.
Ooh, Pact of Negation. Yeah, you can't let that happen.
But this is Shadow's.
You can't assume Crown has a plan here.
This is Shadow's first spell, or no, we see a Force of Will in the yard, so I guess they baited with the Force of Will and to cast the Pact.
Well, Jin only cares about the first spell cast by opponents collectively. If somebody else casts a non-creature spell, you're free to go.
Oh yes, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. All right, well that Aethersworn Canonist is gone. Looks like we don't have a Veil of Summer here today, so that's, you couldn't ask for a better answer right there, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Jin's probably kind of okay with that too. My opponent played a card, my other opponent answered it. I didn't have to do anything. I mean, obviously they'd have rather kept it, but it's one less counter spell.
Yeah, and even though Crown definitely expended a lot of resources here, them still knowing that Crown has an Elish Norn in hand, I'm pretty sure that these Ledger Shredders, this Crom, this Jin Gataxius is all going at Crown.
Well, probably. I mean, this puts LJ in an interesting spot too. The Norn is still there. Do you try to rebuild your board knowing that Norn could come down at any time? But I mean, at 9 life, you don't have a lot of a choice. Unless, like you said, the focus is now on Shadow. Maybe LJ just has the hope the focus is on Shadow now and try to rebuild a little bit. And you can't win by standing still.
Okay.
It's a difficult spot for LJ for sure. I'd be interested to see what he does.
So we get a little peek at the hand here. Looks like we have a Mana Vault, Mystical Tutor. I think
Parting Mana Vault
Dress
and
Down.
Dress Down, it looks like.
Draw 3, discard 2.
Well, this game has certainly turned since we started watching.
Oh, 100%. This game, I think we picked a good one. I think we picked a good.
It's been interesting. It has been interesting. Jin building up a nice hand of cards.
Yeah, it's honestly extremely terrifying, especially since they have that Sapphire Medallion on board, reducing all their blue spells by 1. They got Baral on board, reducing all their instants and sorceries by 1. So at this point, negate is a blue, and oh wow, you could play some really wacky counter spells, and like foil is just double blue. It's now just straight counter spell. But more importantly, your turn spells like Temporal Mastery and Temporal Manipulation are all reduced by 2. So we have a bunch of Time Warps in the deck, and Time Warp's almost Time Walk.
Yeah, we're going to see some spells fly here for sure. Like, Belch is in the tank here a little bit. Got a lot of cards. Got to think through what you're doing.
Yeah, and with 1, 2, so I'm seeing 2 generic and 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 blue. Gosh, that's a lot of mana.
Yes. Yes, never mind, all the blue spells cost 1 less and all the instants and sorceries cost 1 less. So
Oh, it's so gross.
We're going to be in for a turn here, I think. All right, looks like we're doing combat. Let's see where the Jin's going. Sure. The Jin attacked somebody. Nobody's changed their life points yet.
And this round will be ending at noon Eastern Standard Time. So while our players are dipping in the tank a little bit here. Oh, yeah, it looks like there's just passing the turn. So while our players are doing their thing, I just do want to go ahead and remind you guys that if you would like to join our Discord and be able to participate in one of these amazing tournaments, definitely go ahead and jump into the Discord link that will be coming down in chat here shortly. And while you're at it, if you have Amazon Prime, go ahead and in just 3 clicks, about 45 seconds of your time, you can actually subscribe to this Twitch channel, ka0s Tournaments, so you can stay up to date on all the wonderful events they have. And you'll be supporting the tournament, so that way we can offer bigger surprise support and do even more giveaways. Because if you didn't know, we do have giveaways to do today. Everything from the lovely ka0s Tournaments all the way up to Dranith Magistrate and much more.
Yeah, lots of prizes to give out today. Lots of good stuff.
Yeah, so definitely stay tuned, and we'd love to have you in our Discord.
So it looks like we're still in the tank here. So how about a little piece of magic trivia here? Let's have a magic trivia question.
Ooh,
Right,
I like
so
trivia.
as is commonly known in Magic, with very few exceptions, all angels in Magic are female. And a lesser known fact is that by policy, all demons in Magic are male. There are 4 male angels in Magic, and there is 1 female demon in Magic. What card is the female demon?
Oh man, I have no idea. I couldn't even
Yeah,
guess.
this is a very obscure Magic card.
Because like now I'm racing through. I'm like, because I'll be honest, I don't even pay attention to very much of the art, so I just know what cards do. So I'm over here like,
Drana.
it's not
It's not
Drana.
Rafine. Yeah, the Amonkhet Angels are male. I believe there are 2 of them. The other 2 are Molest Spirit from Mirage and Gabriel Angelfire from Legends, are the other male angels. But we got 1 female demon. Isn't it some old Legends Rakdos one? Ooh, Bear Snuggle's on the right track.
Yeah, what's that card name?
It is an old card. It is Rakdos. I'll give you guys that. Lady something or other. Ooh, we're very close. Lady Orca. Time Wizzy gets it.
Hey!
Lady Orca is the only female demon, and the funny thing is, she wasn't a demon until Lorwyn did the Great Creature type update. She's just summoned legend on her old card. I cheated, I looked it up. Well, fair enough. I mean, it is trivia. Trivia in the digital age is hard to do.
Hey, you didn't
but
cheat.
Yes,
You were
Lady
resourceful.
Orca is the only female demon in Magic the Gathering.
That's actually impressive. Only 1 female demon?
Yeah, they don't like to do the succubus trope in MTG, so all the demons are male.
Hey, they got the angels looking right. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't complain. Well, a little later, I got another trivia question. It's going to be a little bit harder to just look up. We'll find another low point in the game, and we'll pop that one out.
Oh yes, and on this next, we'll go ahead and spice it up too, because I know we already talked about the giveaways, and I can't stand it. It's like an itch I can't scratch. I love giving stuff away. So, how about this? The winner of the next trivia question will be our first giveaway winner, and we'll go ahead and start off with one of these wonderful ka0s tokens.
All right. Well,
Woo-woo.
round's ending soonish. I guess I'll go ahead and pop the trivia question then.
Okay.
All right. So here's our trivia question for a ka0s token. What card has the longest gap between its first printing and its first reprint? Paper only, digital reprints don't count. What card has the longest gap between its first printing and its first reprint?
Oh man. That's a really good one. That's a really good one.
The answer surprised me when I found it out. It is not Corrupt Court Official. It is not Imperial Seal. It's not Mox Diamond.
It got a reprint that it shouldn't have got, but yeah, not Mox Diamond.
Yeah, that was a paltry 13 years on Mox Diamond. This one's got a way longer gap. It's not Warrior's Oath. Good guess, though.
Yeah, Warrior's Oath from
Warrior's Oath
Portal
would be 23
Kingdoms.
years, which is a pretty big gap, but there's a bigger one. It is not a Portal 3 Kingdoms card. There are cards that have a longer gap than 23 years between their first printing and first reprint, believe it or not. It is not Grim Tutor. It is not Red Elemental Blast. Not Pendril Veil.
Yeah, Pendril Veil doesn't have a reprint.
Yeah, remember, paper only here, so digital reprintings don't count.
Bear Cub.
It's not Bear Cub. Now we're just throwing out Magic card names. Has that one even been reprinted? I don't think it has.
I don't think so either.
Maybe a Secret Lair? I don't know.
Hey, yeah, I mean, they did print. Wasn't there like a whole bear card that was printed?
I think they did Bearscaping the Wand. Ubalet and Old Nicol Bolas? No. Ubalet has a big gap, but not the biggest. Old Nicol Bolas is, no, that's not it either. That one was reprinted in Chronicles. That's only about a 1.5 year gap.
Yeah, we are not talking about the longest gap between like the most recent reprint. We're talking about the card was printed the first time and then its very first reprint.
Yeah, it's not Mana Crypt either. It is not Cow. Yeah, it's not a P3K card. Also, Cow, was it recently reprinted? Pretty recently, yeah. Not Guy's Cradle. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what year it was reprinted, but it was fairly recently. Past couple of years, at least.
Well, Oath came out in Portal 3 Kingdoms. And
yes.
Portal 3 Kingdoms was, if I'm not mistaken, That was 4 years after the creation of Magic the Gathering. So in 97?
P3K was 99, so
Was it
about
99?
6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not Isan Shade. That one was reprinted in the Anthologies box about 3 years after Homelands. It is not Quombaj Witches, but that's a very good guess. Yeah, I'll give you guys a hint. This card's first printing was pretty old. Stang, I believe, is on the reserve list. It's not Stang. I'll tell you this much. The card is in Legends. It's not Counterspell. Counterspell is reprinted like pretty much right away. Chandler is on the reserve list. I'll give you guys a hint. The card was originally printed in Legends.
Oh, DM me. I want to know now. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, this one's not so easily Googled.
There's a ton of Legends cards.
Nebuchadnezzar, I believe, is reserve list. No, it's not Nebuchadnezzar.
Although it would be really cool to see them do like a secret layer of all those old Legends. The ones that
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Dominaria United, they're printing a bunch of them with, same name, different card abilities, which is going to be super cool.
Oh, snap. So, looks like we're seeing this Elishnorn come back down. after Lewis played at Edric.
That was inevitable.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, LJ's in a damned if you do, damned if you don't. He doesn't rebuild. He doesn't go anywhere. He tries to rebuild. The Norn comes down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's just not much you can do. Like, if I'm him, you just got to try. Like, the only way he wins is if he rebuilds. And if the Norn comes down, too bad.
Yeah, which this is a great man.
Tanaka, I believe, is in Chronicles. That's not it either. I'll tell you this, though. I'll give you guys one more hint. It is a creature. It is a creature from Legends. Concordant Crossroads, very good guess, but that was printed in Chronicles, so that's only about a 1.5 year gap.
Mm-hmm.
Although were it not printed in Chronicles, that would be the answer. Glorious Anthem, no. It is a creature. It's a creature from Legends. I'll tell you that much. And I'll say this as well. The reprint was not very high profile. I didn't even know this was a reprint until I found the trivia question. Go look it up. All right. I mean, I'm sure the answer's on the internet, but it's not as easy to Google as Lady Orca.
I'm just curious what set it was reprinted into.
I'll tell you this, it wasn't a set, so to speak.
Oh. There you go, chat. I gave you another hint.
Yeah, this is a very hard question. I never would have guessed this on my own if I didn't just come across the answer. It is not Isan Shade. That was printed in the Anthologies box about 3 years after Homelands. It was a promo. It's not a secret lair. Well, I'm pretty sure it was a promo. About 99% sure it was a promo reprint. Jedit is the correct answer. Dasqui gets it. Jedit Ojanen was reprinted for Year of the Tiger 29 years after its original Legends printing. So yes, Jedit Ojanen is the card with the longest gap between its first printing and its first reprint. So we can go ahead and give Dasqui yeah, it's an 8-pack promo, yes, for Year of the Tiger. Yep, so Dasqui, Kobe, how are we going to get contact information? Oh yeah, I said any reprint. I didn't say it had to be in a set, just the first paper reprint. Yeah, no, Jedit is it. Very, very good job there, Dasqui. Let's get Dasqui a token here.
Yeah, Dasqui, so to claim your prize, which of course it's not going to cost anything to you to receive this, just go ahead and hop in the Chaos Tournaments Discord, which I will go ahead and repost one last time. Well, not one last time. I'll be posting it a lot during today. So, because we want to get you guys in so you can have some fun and enjoy these amazing tournaments where people resolve Collector Oofs and Elish Norns and Jin Kataxius is in your jaw.
It occurs to me that's probably Dusqui, as in the goblin.
Oh, you're Misty.
Sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Perfect.
Yeah, Misty on Discord. All right, well, Congratulations on getting a very difficult trivia question, and enjoy your super cute cat promo.
Yep. So I will go ahead and ping. There you
Where are
are.
we in this game here? Looks like we just miscast something. What are we miscasting? A Psych Rift?
Yeah, an overloaded cyclonic rift is what it looks like.
Yeah, you can't let that happen with Jin out.
Yeah, I'd like 2 overloaded cyclonic rifts.
Yeah. We gotta miscast them. I mean, they gotta try. They gotta hope they collectively have enough answers to this.
Okay, so
Looks
Misty, I went
like
ahead and
they're trying to figure out if they got anything else to do about this.
yeah, because you don't want to just rip off your ranger captain of EOS. You need that so that way you can resolve your cyclonic rift.
Well, the range captain's not going to stop the Psych Rifts anyway. Yeah, you got to save that for your own stuff here.
Exactly.
Can't know the Psych Rift's coming either, and even if you did, it's an instant. So, unfortunately, Ranger Captain's just not going to do much here.
So Misty, I went ahead or Desquia, I went ahead and sent you a ping on Discord. Just go ahead and reach out to me. I will send you our little form so you can win your prize. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us today.
Absolutely, we got a good turnout. Glad to see it. So this game is looking more and more like it's probably going to time. Seems like there's quite a lot of battle over this big board state, and it's going to be hard for anybody to push a win through, I think.
Yeah, and the longer the game goes and the closer that we do get towards time, it's pretty difficult to want to even open anything up because everybody's built up their resources. Everybody has the hand that they're going to be wanting to see to try to win the game with. So if you remove, the Elish Norn or the Jin Cataxius, then you could very well open your opponents up to stop you and then try to win on their turn. So a draw is definitely better than nothing, or better than a loss, but a win sits a lot better than a draw.
Yeah, the only way you're removing a lock piece here is if you're going to attempt to win immediately thereafter. You can't give your opponents that chance. And it looks like we got that collector roof you prophesied, so this game's even more locked down. This is what I like to see as a stacks player. Let's play some real Magic with some big board states.
Okay.
I mean, everyone's kept up a good pace of play here. Like, it's not the stacks opponent thing where you're locked out and you sit there for like 3 minutes trying to figure out if you can weasel out. It's people have kept a good pace of play. It's just there's just too many things on the board that make it too hard to do anything.
Yeah, you're seeing a really good well, you're seeing that it's really easy to interact with your opponents, right? And when you have a lot of interaction at the table like this and there's a lot that's going on, that just shows that you are at the right power level, right?
Yes, yes, definitely.
Okay, perfect.
Pod, yes, these games are played on Spell Table over webcam, and yeah, we'd love to have you for the next one. Join our Discord, and we'll definitely be announcing when that is.
Yes, and we do allow proxies as well for this tournament, but they have to be recognizable by the art and they have to be covering the entire card or whatever substitute that you're using for your card, so that way your sleeves aren't bendable or recognizable anyway. But all of our judges in the Discord will be able to help get you ready for that. And we have a lot of experienced players that would be more than happy to answer any questions for you that you may have, like, what to expect for the tournament. Should I bring snacks, a drink? How long do I expect it to last? That kind of thing.
Absolutely. We've got a great community here, and we love helping people out.
Oh, yes. That means more people I get to play against.
Right? So what do we got here? The Psych Rift is still on the table. I assume we're still trying to do something in response.
And we have a measly 10 minutes left before this round is over.
Bell just saying, look at all my mana.
I'm just gonna
before
unsub it
mighty
back
end
to my hand.
despair. Yeah, they're probably all the other three players probably trying to figure out if there's anything they can collectively do about this, but I'd be surprised. Because, their first spell is countered and there's 2 Psych Rifts here. And what is this, an offer you can't refuse on top of it? Yeah. Well, 2 offer you can't refuse. Well,
It's only
no,
the
it's only
first
your
one.
first spell that gets copied by Jin, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we got
Yeah.
an offer you can't refuse on top of it. Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to break through this.
It's simply unrefusable, It's in the card name.
Yeah. Yeah. Should have put some can't be countered text on there, but that card's already plenty pushed. I mean, I got to live the dream the first time I played that card. I countered somebody's turn 1 Necropotence with it, untapped, and played a Collector Roof. I feel like that's about the ceiling for that card. Let's see here.
Yeah, the Collector Roof shutting off those treasures definitely makes this it's so free. Just 1 mana, counter target on creature spell. Get it out of my face.
Yeah, I love that card in Stacks decks that can shut off the artifacts. I love that card in Turbo where you just don't care if they get 2 extra mana. It's good enough to be in a lot of mid-range decks, but I feel like it's a little bit iffy there because the 2 treasures aren't inconsequential when you're, playing that kind of mid-range game. But even so, counter any non-creature spell for 1 mana. Yeah, they get some extra mana, but you probably stop their best spell. Like, that card's just a house.
And my goodness, have these Ledger Shredders gotten huge? That's a 9/11, right? If I'm not mistaken, because Ledger Shredder is base a 1/3.
Only an emergency there.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, yeah, it's getting to the point where they're bigger than Elishnorn.
Yeah, they're bigger than
Elishnorn gets out. Yeah, it's pretty rare Elishnorn gets outclassed by a creature, but I think we're seeing it here.
Yeah, and that's including with the neg 2, right? They have the ability to block and kill this Elishnorn.
Yeah, that's another great thing about Ledger Shredder is, not only does it give you that card selection early, if the game goes long enough, you've got the biggest thing on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unlike something like Bob, where it's a 2/1 forever and is, basically irrelevant as a creature after a certain point.
This Ledger Shredder literally knocks LJ out of this game exactly as it sits right now, because it's a 9. Well, no, I'm sorry. Currently it's a 7/9 because of the -2/2 from Elishnorn, but we still have more players that can cast spells, and Shadow hasn't even gotten to their turn. Force of Negation.
What do we got here from LJ? What's this? Force of Negation?
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna pitch a Ghostly Pilferer.
Yeah, few decks run as many counter spells as Edric does, so you never completely rule out interaction from that deck.
Saying, Ledger Shredder trigger, I'd like to make this bigger.
Well, these Ledger Shredder triggers will sure slow a game down. We got about, 5 minutes left in the round?
Mm-hmm.
See if anyone can sneak one through.
Yeah, and it's not looking good for either Belch or LJ, because the longer this game goes, it gets very difficult to close out with such a timely win condition. You can't just simply say, oh, hey, Thassa's Oracle Demonic Consultation. We're out of here, right?
Yeah, that's it definitely won't be that easy.
I'll tell you, I've actually started even running things. I actually cut Thassa's Oracle out of my Timna Thrasios list because I wanted to test out playing Laboratory Maniac and Jace Wielder of Mysteries, and also playing Hushbringer and Hushwing Griff, so that way I don't have to worry about Docksides, Spell Seekers, Displacer Kittens, Thassa's Oracle, any of that. I'm just like, Yeah, no, get that out of here. We're going back to Richard Garfield's intended.
It is definitely an interesting way to take the deck. Yeah, like people who are sleeping on the Torpor Orb creatures for sure. I mean, you stop Dockside, you stop Oracle. Like they do a lot of work. I mean, the drawback is, like you said, you can't play Dockside and you can't play Oracle. And I mean, you don't have the Dockside issue in Tim the Thrasios. You can't play it anyway.
Right, but
But
Thassa's
yeah, I
Oracle.
mean, if you're taking a Staxier approach to the game, yeah, something like Labman or Jace Wheeler of Mysteries might be better. You know, you draw your deck out with Thrasios, then you don't need the consult. You can just drop it and there you go. It's also, at least Wheeler of Mysteries might even be a more useful card when you're not comboing than
Yes.
something like Oracle.
Yeah,
I mean,
being able to know opponents out.
Labman's a gray ogre when you're not winning, but Jace is a decent planeswalker otherwise.
Yeah, I can't say that I've ever done anything other than tick it up. It just goes up and up and up and up and up.
Yep, that's definitely how you play that card.
So we're seeing...
Although then you get those fun situations that happens to everybody at least once, where you target somebody else with the mill, and somebody knocks your survivals on your empty library, and you're like, "Oops, I'm supposed to always target myself with that mill when I'm winning the game." Definitely saw that happen a few times.
That is absolutely hilarious. I love that. So looks like here, let's see if I can get this.
March.
Invoke the Winds. Quadruple blue and 1. Gain control of target artifact or creature and untap it.
And are we doing that twice, it looks like?
Yes, we are going to do this twice.
Ooh, my Elish Norn.
Yeah, I'd like your Elish Norn and...
Or do you just take both the Ledger Shredders here?
I think you take Elish Norn and Kodama?
Well, I think you got to take the Norn, because that gets rid of the oof that's like shutting off all your mana.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and then you take...
Norn and... Yeah, depending on who's threatening to win, you might take Kodama here, because that would make it pretty hard for Crown to win.
Oh, looks like you're right. They're going to take Shadow's humongous Ledger Shredder.
Oh yeah, we're running out of time here. We gotta do some combat damage.
100%. We gotta turn these life totals down lower.
Endstep Vasher will be commentating later.
Yes.
Right now we got Chikobi and I'm Kuma.
Yeah.
Chaos just pinged. Round ends in 2 minutes. Time to make your final attempts, guys. See if anyone can close this out.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Vasher is going to be joining you next round, Kuma. And they'll be casting for the entirety of round 2. And then following that, we'll have Vasher and Fitz for a couple rounds. And that should be able to bring us into top 16.
We got there from Crown. Is that a Solitude?
Yes, it is.
Oh, this game's a draw.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we can't have you have those artifacts. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of my own Elish Norn.
Hurts, but it's what you got to do, I guess.
Yeah, you just got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, at this point, I think we're playing for a draw. Just don't let anyone sneak it in there.
Yeah, because everything on that board gets massive. This Ledger Shredder goes from being 10 power to, 7 power or 8 power to 14 power. Like, it just gets really, really big for no reason. Now, notably, it doesn't give it haste, so the creature that they take, it cannot swing.
Yeah, but, I mean, Crown's got 35 life. This one's not ending on combat damage in the next minute.
No, definitely not. At this point, you're looking to try and remove...
That is time in the round.
Yes.
Looks like they're just scooping the cards up. Looks like we have a draw.
Yeah, Shadow holding Thassa Consultation in hand, but can't cast it because you have to bait the Jin-Taxius. You just can't. You can't
Then
get
you need
around
double
it.
protection if they have a response.
Yeah, double protection. So, ooh, that's just rough right there. So, we're going to go ahead and jump over to our idle screen here because our players are going to be wrapping things up and getting into their new pods after they find out their placement and everyone has submitted. But hopefully, as today's go on, we'll see some more great spice and better games that maybe have a little bit more action going on. But we'll go ahead and I'll hop out of here. Kuma, it has been absolutely wonderful spending this time with you casting. And
Absolutely, it's been great.
I'll go ahead and let my partner in crime here, Vasher, hop in the booth. Welcome, Vasher.
Hey guys. Oh man, that was a long one.
It's a good, interesting one to commentate first, that's for sure.
Oh dude, there was a lot of interesting moments. I really want one thing that was I think there was like a really good point that was illustrated in that game for like Turn Magic in general too. And that was Crown's deck actually.
20, yeah.
So you guys were having like a great discussion about like the different variants of Timna Kodama, but this is an example where like Crown brought something that wasn't so common. He brought a unique build, otherwise known as like Sadistic Kodama. I think it's like his own brew, and he almost won games there due to players like not knowing the build, and I think that's like a good example because basically, if you guys don't know, Sadissi is a 1-card combo with Kodama. So the Mog Tutor was going to grab the Sadissi, or Elder's Evolution was going to grab a Sadissi, and that's like a really powerful advantage when your opponents don't know the deck.
Yeah, I never would have guessed, just thinking about it.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, you would never think that, right? But it turns out, if you have a Kodama in play and that 5-drop Sadissi actually just straight up wins. Like, there's a loop. Like, it gets Karmic Guide and Feldar Guardian and wins the Acer or something. Like, it's actually pretty nuts. And I think that's like... That's the advantage of not bringing the best deck, right?
Not the receipt.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, something unexpected, something people are going to underestimate that can just pull wins out of nowhere is not exactly where you want to be, in my opinion, in a CDH tournament.
Well, 100%. And there's also decks with like different play patterns too. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen Teamer Malcolm doing really good stuff lately. Arguably one of the best term forming decks right now. But
yes.
I think a big reason for that is that everybody knows how the deck works, right? But nobody really understands like how consistent it is. Like,
oh yeah,
when you see it, like it's easy to like think about. It's easy to realize to see in your head like a Malcolm player untapping and like not like maybe playing a value engine and passing, right? But like in my mind, if there's a Teamer player at the table and they have some cards in hand, they have a Malcolm, like you should be treating them like a Cody. Like they're gonna untap and they're gonna win the game, probably with protection. Like unless you do something about it, or their hand's just not that right. Like the
and if you stop them, there's a very good chance they're just gonna try again next turn and try again next turn. Like they have a lot of density in that deck that lets them just keep trying. It's very resilient.
Right. I mean, yeah, like that's a great example of like a deck that, you know, may not be better than Blue Farm, but has a really solid game plan and like takes advantage of like slight ignorances like that.
Yeah, Blue Farm has a weakness. It's that everybody knows what it is.
Right. Everyone's played against it a billion times, right? I'm not saying Blue Farm's the best deck in the format, but I think it's a very good one.
I mean, I would say it's the best deck in the format, but you know that kind of works against the tournament setting a little bit.
I agree with that as well, but I would also say that, like, I mean, obviously, like saying anything's the best deck is like kind of a fallacy, right? Because the best deck is like, how do you say it can be a meta deck, right? Like, if everyone's playing,
there's the difference between the best deck for a situation and overall in general the most powerful thing you can do.
It's so hard to like actually balance that because we don't really know what the meta is. It's constantly changing. People have like certain preferences and whatnot, and like, or even just like perceptions of decks, right? Like Blue Farm might not be the best because you know people perceive it as being really good, right?
And once everybody figured out what Cody did, that deck took a big step back.
Oh yeah, right. Like Reed realized that nobody was respecting that deck and that the deck was insane and brought it to Tier 1 Con and just crushed with it. Like it was excellent. Huge advantage. Now everybody, whenever you play Cody, like actually I think Reed even like or Sick Robot like will suggest not to bring Cody to a tournament just because it's like playing 3v1 now. Like you are the enemy turns 1 to 3. Like
Oh yeah. Like you're definitely rolling the dice with a deck like Cody. It's like, am I gonna just get those turn 2 hands or turn 3 with protection hands? Am I gonna
yeah,
get
that's
to
right.
a
You
lot of
played a
people who
lot,
don't know what I'm doing, or am
Mhm.
I just gonna sit around and watch people play Magic all day?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think that people really rate Cody the wrong way, though. I think a lot of people are like, well, Cody just dies to one Collector for one Stony Silence
Oh
or
no, it
one
doesn't.
Drannith Magistrate. Guys, the deck plays more instants than any other deck on the database. I think it's like 42 instants. Do you realize what that means? They play probably more removal than any other deck in the format. Like,
Yeah, I
just
mean,
because
they're
there's
right that
Collector does not mean you're safe.
yeah, they're right that almost every stacks piece in the format does something to it, but they also have about a million answers that double as like combo pieces.
Oh yeah, so you can't like disrespect Cody. That deck is insanely powerful. I just
Yeah, it
like
definitely has more ability to recover than a lot of people give it credit for, but there's definitely truth to the if you get stopped, you're watching Magic for the rest of the day.
hmm I also know like a lot of my like good player friends. They're like trying to like who were playing Cody are starting to wean off of it. Like now that like people are realizing what it is and whatnot, because they find I find that like a lot of experienced players like prefer mid range, and the reason is it makes the games longer, and if the games are longer, you have more time to express your skill, right? As in
Yes,
fast
yes.
games, you do not, right? It's a
That's
lot of
something
it comes
I'm
down to turn
yes.
order and hands and whatnot.
That's something I've been doing a lot of thinking about recently. Something I learned from watching some streamers is, there's a difference between, winning and being good. Right. You can
Yeah.
play a deck that, is very high variance, something like maybe Belcher in Legacy, or something like, maybe say Narset in CEDH, where it's
hmm
like, you gamble on getting that God hand and just, running a hexproof difficulty counter card through everybody. But
Yep.
like, even if you get lucky and like win a tournament, that doesn't necessarily make you a good Magic player. It means, a lot of that was just, the luck and the power of the deck. If you
100%.
truly want to be good at Magic, you need to play decks that make you a better Magic player. Decks that require you
Oh
to
yeah.
think a lot, make a lot of decisions.
Mhm.
Be able to win through
This is the
interaction.
truth,
It's like
man.
you may succeed in the short term with something like that, but long term, if you want to be a stronger player, you got to play something that forces you to be a good player. Something like mid range maybe, or even stacks.
Yeah, the thing
Those
is
are the kind of
that
decks that'll make you a better player if you play them long term.
a lot of those like 4-color like mid-range turbo piles or just mid-range piles, they don't really have any like bad matchup per se, right? They give you an out to every game, which is what's so powerful about them. And they also give you so many options that it gives you so much room for skill expression. And that's I mean, a lot of players will tell you, that's the key to consistently topping, right? Is being
Yes.
able to use your playing decks that allow you to express your own skill. Even though there's a lot of skill at turbo too. Like I think there's a shit ton of skill at turbo that people don't realize, like knowing when to go for Nas, when not to. I remember when I first started playing bad farm in the old days. For those of you who don't know, that is like an Abzan farm deck. And I learned one of the greatest lessons of like my CH career playing that deck. And that was the power of Ranger Captain Vios. This was like before Ranger Captain Vios was like actually considered like a viable magic card in a lot of strategies, or like it was not a card that people played often besides like the niche farm builds. And I realized, wow, I can either tutor for Nas and like win because no one has interaction, or I might get blown out, or I can tutor for this magical card called Ranger Captain of Eos. That's a card advantage, a time walk, and a silence all in one. So what's cool about it is you put into play, it draws you cards with Timna, right? So it's going to draw you into another tutor to get your Nas. Number two, it's going to give you more turns to get to Nas because a lot of pods can't win through our active Ranger Captain of Eos. Like it's like how do you say playing chicken, right? Who wants to go first? No one, right? Like the only way you break that is by removing the Ranger Captain of Eos on someone else's turn, right? And making them forcing the Kraken. You go your turn, you do your shit, right?
And you haven't even mentioned the fact that tutors for a 1-drop.
Oh yeah, I mean it gets Esper Sentinel now too, which just draws more cards, right? Like you don't
It's just a
even need
ridiculous
Timna.
magic card.
Yeah, and then you go to your turn, you crack it, and your opponents are silenced, right? That card is insane, and it gives these turbo strategies like a lot of mid-range game. I mean, Timna does too. Obviously, Timna is the powerhouse of a farm, right?
Right.
But even like playing Rograk Silas, we see the difference between good and bad players. It teaches like Turbo teaches you how to mulligan really well, like really well. Like if you want to learn how to mulligan, go play Turbo. And also teaches you when to go for it and to like spend more time thinking about what your opponents have, right? Like, I mean, obviously sometimes you just jam it. Like there's a lot of like Anala players who just jam it into known interaction just to get out of people's hands, and they'll go cheat up a reanimation spell and just try to win over and over and over and over and over again, right?
Right. That's one way to do it.
It gives you like more insight to this play patterns if you play it for a long enough time, and because you're going to play against hate, right? Like true art to Turbo is how do you play through hate?
Yes. I mean, people were calling Cody skillless. I'm like, no, Cody is not skillless. Like, you have to be able to play through hate. You have to, know when to go for it, know when to wait. Like, yeah, no, there's definitely. This is not to say, that decks other than mid-range and stacks don't require skill. I'm just saying there's definitely a gradient. And, if you play something like where you're relying on, drawing the nuts hand and then casting a difficult to answer thing, like, let's say, an Urset deck, you may do well with it, but long term, it's not going to do as much to improve your skill as a Magic player as something that's more decision intensive.
Oh yeah, 100%. Hey, give me 10 seconds. I'm gonna close the blinds so the viewers don't have to get their eyes, don't have to get blinded. I'll be right back.
Blinded. All right. So round 2 is going to be coming up here pretty soon. I think we're going to get that started momentarily.
There we go. That's a lot better. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so we saw Blue Farm. I told you guys, there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
We're bound to see it.
There's a lot of it. It'll do reasonably well.
Mm-hmm. Anything? So remind me, what were you looking for in the beginning? We had a discussion. I think Caleb was asking you, "Hey, what do you expect to see?" What was it? It was like it was more niche strategies, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, niche strategies that aren't as well known or respected that have the ability to win out of nowhere at instant speed. Like, I think that's the smart money play in a CDH tournament right now.
I mean, I have to agree. As long as your deck is good, like I think they see to me like a deck like Magda, it won points purely off of like the deck is decent, but for me, I think it won most of its points off of ignorance, and we can see that like watching the replays. But I remember I was a friend with the person who like kind of originally came up with like the clock shell for Magda. He brought it to the Nexus. He crushed all of us for multiple games, and then we were like, "We gotcha. We have it. We understand now." Yep.
Yeah. I completely agree with you on Magda.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the deck is still solid, but it loses a lot when people know what it's up to and what's coming. Like, I think it had its day in the sun, and it'll still be around, but
I remember playing online.
I don't think it's a tournament-crushing menace anymore.
Yeah, no, but like to give the deck a little credit, I remember I was playing an online tournament a while back. I think Swingface was in the pod, and there's some other people. Anyway, the Magda player, like we all like were trying to win before the Magda player could really do anything impactful, and we're kind of like tempoing the game, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And the Magda player untabs, we know he can't make enough treasures, and he just shows us a Final Fortune, and we're like, oh.
Oops.
And it turns out like it has a few of those cards, like Final Fortune and Dockside Extortionist, for example. And I think there's also a new dragon, if I'm not mistaken. No, and maybe not. I think it might be the green one I'm thinking about. Old Napa, whatever.
Well, there's Ancient Copper Dragon just came out.
That's it.
Roll a D20, make that many treasures when you attack.
I feel like that's a card that could get people out of nowhere. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, I just went from 2 to 15 treasures.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do. You want to get people out of nowhere. You want to look harmless until it's time to win, and then everyone's like, whoops.
Yeah, because the problem with Magda is it's pretty like telegraphed, right? You know exactly where they are. It's like counting to 5. Like you can do the math for them, right? But what you can't account for is the random dockside that red's not particularly good at tutoring. Actually, I take that back. We have goblin tutors in red. We have like goblin matron and stuff.
Well, yeah, and it's like if you just sit there and assume they're gonna dockside you, like every time they don't have enough, you're just gonna, you might as well put the card in their hand. You're just gonna lose games to not doing what you need to do because maybe they have like their 3 of that lets them win out of nowhere.
And the same thing with Yeva too. People
just
just don't know how mono green works. Like that's something I've found a lot of. Like mono green, I think a lot of people like have like a good understanding how old mono green worked, and when the Shia came out, they didn't really realize like just how good that magic card is.
As a guy with 4 mono green decks together, I rewrote the book.
Right. It is incredible what you can do with the Shia. There are hundreds of different combinations of combos, and it's not like people need to untap with infinite mana dorks either anymore. Like there are cards like Earthcraft and Current Crossroads and stuff that like allow you to power through that, or Lightning Greaves. Like you can do all sorts of rad shit. And so Yavos is a deck just full of those interactions that people didn't like really understand, and not only that, it was putting things in play on end steps, so people don't really have time to think about it, right?
Yeah, you just wait till everybody else, fights everybody else, and just start dropping stuff on the end.
Yeah, and it's really good in those mid-range metas because like you don't really care about the stacks, you don't really care about these other weird permanents, you don't really care about these non-creature counters. But the problem with it, of course, is that it's parasitic, right? You're gonna get those pods where the turbo players are in there and like, oh, well, there's no other blue players to help you, so I guess you're dead. You your turn 1 collector goof.
Another thing I like about that deck is it gives your opponents very few points to interact with you until it's too late. Like, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna like swords your Yeva? I mean,
so. For a long time,
I put nothing out there until everything's out there. So they almost can't interact with you for the first like handful of turns of the game, even if they want to. And then by the time they can, it's often too late.
Yeah, I mean the deck's weakness is super parasitic. It has no card advantage in the command zone, but its strength is that it's not as telegraphed as Yisan, right? Yisan, I think, is like way better than people give it credit for. Like it's way better than what it used to be. Like the deck has just evolved so much, but obviously has its problems. But like I think the reason why we're seeing Yeva do better than Yisan was that you can look at Yisan and say, oh, he has 4 reverse counters on Yisan. He's gonna win next turn, right? Can't really do the same thing with a Yeva. Like I know that. God, I hate bringing up Spleen Face, but let's bring him up again. One of his big things that he tells me is like, I don't know why people lose to Yeva. I always know what they have in their hand. Yep. I mean, they obviously are mulling to a creature tutor, right? You're going to see it at some point in time. I mean, which is good advice, right? Like you can, if you play a deck and you understand a deck, you can kind of like determine what's in their hand, right? By the way, they mulliganed. Like you don't keep hands unless you have certain things, right?
Well, yeah, like if you're playing Selvala, you don't keep a hand that doesn't have a way to draw cards in it. Like, or you'll just spin fires and go nowhere. It doesn't matter how much mana you make if you have nothing to do with it.
Dude, in case of any of you guys new players listening, I just want to make this clear. If someone plays a Selvala, they're gonna win when they untap. Okay, I'm sorry, but I've played a few pods lately and against people who have not played against Selvala before, and yeah, they win when they untap with the Selvala. I know most of you guys out there know that, but just making it clear.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. They will win when they untap with Selvala, like at least 90% of the time. Like absolutely.
Yeah. Unless they more like
speaking of a Shia though, like that made Yisan almost 2 turns faster. Like that back on the map for sure. Like you don't have to create a field anymore. You just get a Shia out on first 5 and you win.
Mm-hmm. And also, it just made so many more cool play patterns for that deck. Like they even got a new stacks piece, Chalice of the Void. This is actually my tech, not to brag, but anyway, I didn't play a lot of Yisan, but I was like, hey, you guys need to play this card. Like they can completely play around Chalice of the Void now. Like,
well, I keep adding Chalice of the Void to like all my decks, like all my Staxy decks.
It's just too good. A scalable card, right? Like your turn 1 on the play on 0. Hi guys.
Yep.
Oh,
it's right
deck. In the mid game, put it on 2. Your board webs don't work anymore. Like, it's good.
I mean, a Shia 2 shuts off Cyclonic Rift. Like Cyclonic Rift no longer bounces your creatures.
Or any like, or most of the bounce spells in this format even like.
Yeah, most of the bounce spells don't work either. They all stay non-land. Yeah, nobody's playing Boomerang. Like they don't bounce spells in this format don't bounce lands.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Swords of Plowshares lately either. I mean, there's some champions.
No, I think that's a mistake. People are not playing enough creature removal. That's why Winota keeps doing well.
Yeah, I think that there's some. Well,
that's part of it.
I don't think Winota is doing as well as it was. I think that like decks like Blue Farm are playing enough removal. I think like a lot of people when they bring their tournament list, I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow, you guys have 6 to 8 pieces of removal. Dang. Well, they're like, it doesn't matter. Bounce dockside too. We like it. Like, yeah, all right. I mean, the blue farm players have learned, like, oh, the matches that I lose to is when I don't have enough removal. So let's just jam all the removal. Even though in their casual metas, they don't play it, which is hilarious.
There definitely needs to be more removal in the format than there currently is. Like,
Yeah.
Lovely Rollick is a criminally underplayed Magic card right now.
And I've had a long discussion with some players about Winota lately too. I think that decks like help shape the meta in a really important way. Because I think we were at
strengths on you, yeah.
I think there was a time where like, I mean, once you have a certain percentage of turbo, it's like almost self-proliferating. Like they're
it's like the only stack deck that has a legit shot at beating 3 turbo decks.
Right. I mean, it doesn't happen really, or even mid-range decks or anything like that. Like, there's a point in time where the best way to beat turbo is to play turbo. And
yeah,
I feel like Blue Farm came in and was like, all right, I'm going to play a little bit more resilient, with a little bit more resiliency, a little bit more consistency, but I can still build my turn 2 wins. I can still hang with these guys. And then like that slowed down the meta just a little bit more blue counters, whatnot, just a teeny bit. And like from the Rock Silas, like right after Commander Legends too, when people got really hyped about Rock Silas, and people were like, all right, let's play our blue farms. It's just the better deck. For a couple different reasons, and that slowed down like a little bit, and it's going back and forth super fast. Grixis is like everything. I mean, the Grixis like core was just so strong because of Hull Breacher 2 partly. Like every deck like in the Grixis core wanted to play Hull Breacher because they were on the wheels. It just made total sense. It gave them outs through stacks. It was an incredible stacks piece. It layered the deck incredibly. Hull Breacher got banned, and then Winota came in, and I feel like Winota is like, hey guys, you're not playing removal. You're greedy. Die. And then when people started seeing Winota top tournaments, I think it like gave people the courage, to start venturing into like mid-range again and to like more win-conless stacks archetypes. Because I remember playing in the Founders Club, and I brought a Nala too. This is a really Grixis heavy meta, and people are going really fast. And I think 7 Winotas showed up.
A lot of Winotas.
It was miserable. Like 2 Winotas are in the finals or something like that.
Yeah,
a lot, and almost all of them made top 16. It was oh, it was hard, dude. And I think like now like the turbo decks, like the turbo mid-range decks have like adjusted for like Winota and whatnot. Like they know how to beat it. They're playing more removal now, but like mid-range has snuck its way back into the meta, right? And these other farm decks,
you slow yourself down to play removal, you open yourself up to mid-range again.
Yeah, exactly. And nobody wants to go play Rock Silas into the Winota meta, really. I mean, people used to argue that like it didn't matter, right? Decks like Winota you just didn't care about because you just win on turn 2 before the stack spaces come down. Turns out, not the most consistent game plan.
Not the most consistent game plan, no. But Winota is very much a try to lock the board on turn 3 deck, which leaves it
or turn 1. I mean,
fast start.
Like sometimes you have the turn 1 Archon of Mary or the Deafening Sound.
Sometimes, right? Yeah, but sometimes, I mean, like your most consistent turn on which you lock the board is roughly turn 3.
Yeah.
Most other stacks that are like green based tends to be more like turn 2.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
You are a little bit older for some of those turbo openings than you would think as a stacks deck. But the other thing about Winota is once it snowballs, like nobody's ever getting out of it.
I need a deck like Blue Farm or other bluish decks to slow down the game a turn, and then when I was like, okay, I can play now.
Yeah.
And what do you think of the meta right now? Like, where are we? I think it's like a little bit different tournament. There seems like there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, I mean, like has been said earlier in the stream, we are definitely moving into more of a mid-range meta. I'm seeing a lot more mid-range decks, a lot more creature-based decks. Some of that's taking advantage of the lack of removal. Some of that's taking advantage of turbo being pushed out a little bit.
Yeah.
As for where to swing it from here, I mean, I wonder if the pendulum's going to swing back to turbo the more people try to mid-range and play creature removal. I mean, it's kind of like a pendulum, making a triangle here. We go from turbo down to like, Winota / mid-range over to like,
I think that brings up a really...
But you get the point.
Yeah. I think that brings up a really good point of discussion too, which I'm a kind of a believer that the triangle is like way more complicated than what it was, and it's a little bit more messed up. And I'm not sure if it's because we have better cards now, or decks are more efficient, or not we have better cards, or people have just like discovered more things, or we're less ignorant as players. But I feel like we're in a position where you don't have to devote yourself to playing one archetype. Like you can play Blue Farm, and all of a sudden you're a turbo deck and a mid range deck. Or you could play like Rule of Law Minsk, and all of a sudden you are a stacks deck and a turbo deck, right? So we have these decks that have like a huge range of good matchups because they can pivot between archetypes so effortlessly. And I feel like a lot of the unquote best decks in the format fall into that category.
Yes, that is the biggest strength of Blue Farm is, you're a turbo deck and a mid-range deck at the same time. And if they have the wrong half of their interaction, you're in trouble. Jacoby's letting me know here we have standings. Who we got at the top here? We got some
Ooh, I want to see.
Got some reasonably well-known names here. We got Joe up at the top here. We got Snoosuke, Legit Vocals, all with 3 points. TCM Biscuit. We got a lot of familiar names here up at the top. We got looks like 19 players who have a win.
Oh, there's a standing. Oh yeah,
standings channel. Yeah,
that's really good. I mean, it's obviously just, I like seeing lack of draws.
We got a pretty good number of draws though. Looks like from 20 to 55 we have draws. So that's
we might have a Yeva. We might have a Yeva. I think Tom plays a lot of.
It's like 6 pods that had a draw roughly.
All right.
Do we have a Yeva? I don't know if we have a Yeva.
So yeah, no, it's funny. I played a game with Joe last night actually before this tournament. He was like, "What should I play?" I'm like, "Probably a deck you already have built."
Something you can play quickly and effectively.
Oh, we see Tyler in the top 3 too. Tyler's just been killing it, man, with his like Abzan stuff. And I mean, I'm not sure what he's playing right now. He's like trying to find something special for the Punt City tournament that Emmons is putting on in Philadelphia. Like, he's doing really well. Oh, I'm happy to see Martin doing well. He's a long time. Great guy. Been playing the game for a long time. Super awesome member of the community. We also have Fonzie. I wonder what he's playing. He's probably either playing Quirk or his new crazy Urza build, I bet. He's really good diving deep into Displacer Kitten.
Oh, yeah, I played against that. Urza got another gear with that card.
Also, Reality Chip. Reality Chip is actually the big one for UPS specifically. That card gives us a way to turn creature tutors into card advantage, which is pretty powerful.
Oh, yeah.
Mastro is probably playing his Tana Tevesh turbo list that he's like been doing really well with lately. He's just done consistently well in tournaments with that deck. So whatever he's doing is working.
Yeah,
awesome player. I don't really know what he's playing today. We have Unstable Kitten, who is playing the Rakdos list, and looks like she got a win, which is awesome because that deck is nuts. The Rakdos Turbo Stacks list.
Oh, she's one of the players on that.
Yep, she got a win.
Excellent.
She's a very good politician. You guys should watch out for her. She will destroy blind pods just due to excessive talking. And yeah, it looks like we have a lot of. Yeah, we got a few draws in here. Very nice. That's more draws than I actually expected.
Yeah, it looks like 6 pods drew, if I'm counting correctly.
6? Oh, wow.
No, that's not 6. I'm sorry. We have what, like 34 draws? That would be something like maybe 8 or 9 pods drew. There's 4 to a pod, something like that.
Oh, cool. I also want to shout out to Ivan. This is his first CDH tournament. He's a local from where I live who just started playing the game, and looks like he got a draw in the first round. So good to him.
Yeah, good luck to you, Ivan.
And we have Tremnek, who's a great friend of mine, who's also got a draw. A Comedian's got a draw. I didn't know Comedian was playing. That's cool to know. Comedian, I'm not sure if you guys saw his video, but he was pretty avid on this being a mid-range tournament.
Yeah, I think he's right about that.
So I mean, I think he probably is, and he was saying that Dawnwaker would be a great choice. So I wonder if he decided to go ahead and bring this Dawnwaker list or something else. I know he's also really into Dark Malcolm. I mean, at least that's what we call it in the Malcolm server. Malcolm Vial Smasher, the dark side.
Yep. Definitely interesting one. I've been paying a little bit of attention to that one recently.
Yeah, he's doing some whack shit. He's playing like Consecrated Sphinx and Nimizaprune in the main.
I mean, Nimizaprune will take over a game.
Yeah, he's going Suns, Nas, and he's going straight into like my fast wins, the Glinthorn, and I have my Oracle Consult, my Breach stuff, and I have just all these other powerful mid-range engines that you break parity on Malcolm's mana generating ability. It's an interesting take on the build versus the traditional all what do you call it? All turbo, all speed variant on the DDB. Oh, this is going to be an awesome pod.
We got a good old Sean Jamaican dude here.
Who's playing with the Cabal playmat? That is Helenium. Oh, dude, Helenium's awesome, man. I haven't played a game with him in ages, but great guy. He's the author of the Dami Mommy's Mad Farm list on the DDB. Also, same with Blue Pod. Super good player. I mean, we were both familiar with Jamaican dude. Been playing this format for as long as I know it's existed. I don't know.
Since the beginning.
Since here from the beginning. Incredible player. Probably one of my main mentors in CDH. Like, he has taught me more about this game than probably anybody else.
Yeah, I've learned a ton from playing with him and watching him play. He's very good at managing a game.
Yeah, I think he's like chilled out a little bit over the last year or so, but still an incredible player, consistently tops tournaments, and like just has a really unique understanding of the game, which has done him really well. Like, I don't want to go into too much, but he's like a really different philosophy about CEH. He's like, he plays for future win rates more so than win rates within a game. He like, if he has a 1%, like if he has a difference between a 1% chance of winning and a 0% chance of winning, if the 0% chance of winning gives him a higher chance of winning the next future game, he'll choose that versus the 1%. But that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah, that's
a unique play
definitely
style.
an interesting way to look at the format.
For sure. And then who's on? Oh, Helenium's on Kinnan. Do you think he's playing Hire's Big Flips build, or do you think he's playing Basalt?
That's a good question.
So
I can't say. I guess we'll find out when he activates Kinnan.
I know, right? Random trivia. I'm sure you guys have heard of, like, a lot of you guys have heard of Hire's mid power or Big Flips Kinnan build. Basically, what it does is it plays a few stacks pieces like Transfer and whatnot, and its main thing is like it holds up interaction and it just activates Kinnan. And it has things like Void Winner, Seaborn Muse, Nyx Bloom Ancient, a whole bunch of copy effects. Sometimes big boys like Terraston. I don't think he's playing Terraston anymore. He's not Consecrated Sphinx and cards like that. He even plays like Lurking Predators as an enchantment. It's like a 6-man enchantment. Whenever opponent casts spell, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature, put into play. If not, put it on the bottom of your library, keep it on top. It's just a wild build. It sounds super jank, but it crushes people. It is legitimately very, very powerful strategy.
Turns out CDH decks have trouble with giant creatures.
Yeah. Void Winner is a hard card to beat, apparently.
12 players total today, ka0s says. That's a great number. Glad to see it.
120, you said?
112.
112. Very nice. See, we finally broke that 100, which is like where we wanted to be. Another thing. So random trivia for people listening. Since Jamaican's in the pod and we have a Kinnan, the reason why Hire's Kinnan deck is called mid power is because Hire was playing against Jamaican dude in a pod. On turn 2, he activates Kinnan, flips into a Terraston, puts into play, and blows up both of Jamaican's lands. Jamaican looks at Hire and yells, "This is mid power," and leaves the chat. And that's how the deck got its name. Ever since then, Hire cannot stop grinning whenever he plays the deck. So how'd you get to Hire and his his creativity when it comes to building decks? Like, he's willing to go where some brewers are not, and sometimes he really comes out with some super awesome, cool builds.
Oh yeah, anytime you're trying to build any kind of like Magic team or play group, you need a couple of those guys who will try any weird idea no matter how terrible it sounds, because occasionally they stumble on something really good.
Yeah. And Hire's done that multiple times, apparently.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he's one of the best at doing that.
We also have a Yuriko player in this pod. Yuriko has gotten a lot of upgrades lately.
A bunch more ninjas.
I am you call me a Yuriko pessimist if you like, but I'm personally of the philosophy that I like to play Yuriko as a Dimir deck with Bob in the command zone, but it's definitely got a lot more cards to help enable the burn aspect as of late.
For sure. I mean, when I play stacks, it's one of my least favorite decks to sit across from because none of your stacks does anything to it.
Yep.
And they're just sitting there dealing you damage, drawing more cards than you, and you're like, I can't slow you down. Like,
Okay.
Granite Magistrate slows the deck down.
So what deck is that being played in the top left?
That looks like I see some. Is that Timna?
I think that's Blue Farm. I think it's Blue Farm. I see red, blue, or Tevesh Krom. Okay, awesome. So
thank you. Yes.
let's go over what these players are looking for in their opening hands. So we have Tevesh Krom going first. It's a fast deck, but still leans a little bit more mid-range. We have Jamaican Tim the Thrasios, right? I like historically, Jamaican will play either Hermit Druid or DNV/Hulk. It's like some kind of Hulk build. I assume he's playing the Hulk build. He's been more into that lately. And we have Yuriko. We know what Yuriko does. And we have Kinnan. We don't know which version it is. So what are you looking for as the Tevesh Krom player here?
Given the amount of blue and counterspells likely to rear their heads in this pod, I'm probably looking for something like a Mystic Remora or Ristic Study here. Just go first, get it down before anybody else plays anything, and just out mid-range everybody. I think that's what I would look to do here.
I think another option too is since you're going first and you have like these strong engines like Tevesh, like mulling to like a turn 1, turn 2 Tevesh is like also a strong play here too. Like,
yeah, you basically want some sort of card advantage engine here. You don't necessarily want to go for a fast win here. You want to just out mid-range everybody else. Just
we have 3 other blue decks.
More value.
Like
so
you can't.
A Mystic or a Tevesh would do that.
Right, like you could keep the turn 1 Nas, but you probably should like try to get like your Tevesh down early. Or
if I had a turn 1 Nas, I'd keep it. Make them have the force of will.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but generally speaking, the hand I would look for is something that'll get me an advantage engine out fast and just grind out the table with a bunch of cards.
And then we have Jamaican dude. What is he looking for here? He's playing Tim the Thras, so he's obviously on a little bit slower deck.
That's the beauty of Tim the Thrasios. We don't know exactly what he's doing. There's about 10 different Tim the Thrasios stacks. Now, if you know Jamaican dude, he's probably on like 1 or 2 of them. But I really think he's probably on a similar idea here to Tevesh Krom, right? I would try to mid-range it out, try to get that fish, that Ristic Study, get a quick training grounds, draw some cards.
Yeah, I think
I don't think he's
solid
looking
hand
for speed here either.
Because you look around the table, right? Kinnan could be fast, but I'm willing to I'm sure Jamaican knows what variant Helenium's playing because they play together pretty often. I'm thinking if I had to guess, it's probably the slower Big Flips version because Helenium likes playing fun decks. And if that's the case, and you have a Yuriko player at the pod, and Tevesh Krom, which is a little bit more grindy than Mid Crixus decks, I think you can get away with keeping a slightly slower hand. I would really love to see an Oof in this pod, though. I think that's something I'd actually be looking for as Jamaican. I'd be looking for Oof because Oof shuts down all 3 of these decks in numerous ways. Obviously you're around it,
turn 1 Tevesh,
but I'm not. I don't. Yeah. Oh damn. You see exactly what we're saying. There we go.
Yep, that's exactly where you want to be. That's a good turn 1.
And the Yuriko player, I'm not really worried about as Jamaican because it's a slower deck. Yeah, and its counterspells are only going to help you with prolonging the game, which is where you want to be.
Yeah, it's a hard deck to interact with too. There's not much you can do to really slow the deck down long term. You just got to do everything better.
And we also have this turn 1 Tevesh, which is going to put major pressure in the minds of all these players going after him because they need to keep that thing in check.
It's going to run with the game.
Tough. Also we have this deck. We have Yuriko who plays a lot of dongers, but at the same time, they want their Yuriko triggers. So
yeah, and this might be a difficult pod to get Yuriko triggers in on. The Tevesh is going to create a lot of blockers. Kinnan runs a fair amount of blockers. Thras Timna generally runs a fair amount of blockers. It won't be the hardest pod to get him in, but
we just saw
a little more trouble than we want. It looks like that's a Soul Ring from Jamaican.
Yeah, so as soon as we see turn 1 Soul Ring here, I'm not sure how confident I feel about Oof anymore. This might be the turn 2 Ristic or the quick win attempt, with the Natural Order or Pattern Rebirth or something.
Yeah, I don't think he's on the Oof plan here.
No.
Looks like Yuriko is
Chromox.
Chromox and the Mothos Changeling.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that ninja out. Hard to do too much better than that on a turn 1 Yuriko.
Yeah, and I'm pretty
lands. No, it looks like we've fetched there.
And I'm pretty sure Helenium here is just looking for mana, right? If he's playing like mid-range Kinnan, like he's just like, I'm gonna do my things.
Yeah, exactly. If you're mid-range Kinnan, you just have to do your thing. Just get the hand that lets you do your thing the fastest, and bang on people, not like force of willing your Kinnan.
He just went land pass. That is
a rough start.
Sus. There's no Mystical play. There's no Ristic Studies. Why are we doing this? I mean, are we scared of a Dockside, or are we doing a Mystical Tutor or Worldly Tutor even? Like, are we Worldly Tutoring for a Bloom Tender, or what are we doing?
Something like that. You can't keep a hand that just goes land pass. Like, you gotta do better than that.
He kept the hand of 4. That's key. So maybe
hand of 4. Well, hand of 4. That's you have lands. You're happy, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so that was a mold of 4 that draws 1. Yeah, okay, then that's probably just what it is. It's I have a playable hand. Here's my land pass.
Ouch.
What do we got here as a follow-up?
Yeah, Tavesh Krom looks very happy right now.
It's so we've added the second land, so we're not getting choked on mana here. Let's see what the follow-up is.
He's taking his time, shuffling his deck.
Yeah. Use your shuffling time to think about your move.
A lot of times, like, even if I can shortcut something, I won't, just to give me time to think about my play.
Yeah, to buy time. Or like if I'm playing a new deck I'm not familiar with, when I crack my fetch, I take a little extra time to look through it if I have a tutor in hand, just to be like, okay, what does this tutor need to get, since I'm not super familiar with this list I'm playing.
It's also a really good way to disguise thinking time too, because if you spend a lot of time thinking about something, it can give your opponents certain impressions. Like, maybe they might think, oh, maybe are you thinking about whether you're good for the win or what's going on? Like,
so you thinking about to counter me or not? Yeah.
As if you're doing it while you're fetching, like it kind of smooths things out and eases your opponent's minds a little bit more, I feel like.
Absolutely. So looks like we just did land, Tavesh, and pass.
Land from Jamaican. 4 mana.
What we got here? 4 mana. Just gonna put the Timna out there. All right, good call.
Solid play.
Good call. Looks like Helenia might be stumbling here and can get some of those hits in over there at least.
Yeah, Timna's like that really good disguise card, I feel like. Like it's almost like a turn 1 dork. You play your turn 2 Timna and no one really thinks much about it, but you're setting yourself up well.
Right. Who knows? Yes, the real salties, this is CEDH. This is a CEDH tournament. And what do we got here? Looks like
what happened to Mazda's Changeling? I'm sorry.
You get ninjutsu?
Oh, Yuriko, yeah. The Yuriko's in play, I guess. It's just kind of on the right corner.
Yeah, it hasn't moved the Yuriko onto the battlefield.
What did you reveal? It was like a land or something?
I didn't quite catch it.
Replays Mazda's Changeling past turn.
Some people are playing high power, LOL.
Yeah,
making Najeela. Najeela's a very good deck, for sure. That's a great way to enter the format.
I think Najeela is one of the most perfect beginner decks. It has a high player ceiling. It's simple to learn how to play, but has a lot of nuance. Very powerful deck.
Well, you called it. Here's the Bloom Tender out of Kinnan.
It wasn't Worldly Tutor, but yeah, it's a pretty good turn 2 on Mold 4. Yeah, so now that he has Bloom Tender, we know what build he's playing, right? He's playing big flips, mid-range. I'm going to spin Kinnan and flip into things. The other builds don't play Bloom Tender. It's a little too slow. And the Freed from Real lines have been kind of like moved out of most Kinnan builds over the past year or two. So we know what build he's playing now.
We got a third land and taking up... we're sacking to draw cards here with Tavesh. That makes more sense. Tavesh doing Tavesh things.
Oh, yeah, God. I mean, if I was in this pod, dude, I would just be grumbling, dude. I mean, like, gosh, we gotta deal with this guy in the corner. This is almost 3v1. This Tavesh is going nuts.
Oh, yeah, you can't let a turn 1 Tavesh just takes over the game instantly.
So 2 mana. Is this gonna be a DT? No, Crom. There's Jeweled Lotus. Yeah.
And there you go. The attacks are starting to come down. Now we got a blocker. Not that, 8 loyalty Tavesh over there really needs it.
A fun fact, a lot of people don't realize that you can play Doomsday in Grixis Tavesh Crom. I know one of the DB lists do, but a lot of people, just kind of miss the fact that Doomsday is really good with Tavesh.
Well, yeah, it is. And that's not a card I'm generally looking out for when I play CEDH. Generally people win in other ways. So, sneaking a Doomsday in there can be really good.
Yeah, and it turns out that Doomsday is actually one of the most efficient combos or one card win conditions in the format. You just need a way to like crack it in the command zone, or at least that's my philosophy behind it.
Oh,
But we
sure.
look at people like Brian Cook, for example, who's been playing as like a big time legacy player. He's started playing in the Cabal server, and he's been just crushing the Grixis meta there with his Rog Silas deck. One of the big things, and the one that like the things he's really into is just jamming Doomsday in Rog Silas, and this guy's winning a lot of games. Professional Legacy Storm player who's just killing it out here in the CDH world. But what he's doing though, he's like, dude, you just play Doomsday because like it just combos with Jessica's will, right? Or even your Git Probe, like, and he's just jamming it that way. And he's like, it just increases my amount of cards that do things. And even casting Doomsday and passing turn is obviously not ideal, but you can do it.
Not something I do in Legacy, but I think it can work a little bit better in CDH, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I used to Doomsday pass in Legacy. It never really worked out for me.
I think you can do it maybe better in Legacy. I mean, okay, I was playing Doomsday and Vintage for a while, and I was playing against this opponent who used to just make me so frustrated because whenever they were playing against me, they were playing Breach, and they would literally tutor up Brain Freeze every time they played against me.
Yeah, so then
it's like, how did you beat that? You have to have Flusterstorm. Like, otherwise you can't beat it.
Like literally Flusterstorm, yeah.
It's literally Flusterstorm. Otherwise you can't beat that deck if they have Brain Freeze in hand. It's just like, what? Unless you like have a sideboard Murktide Regent or something like that you can rely on. Or I guess you can Oracle Consult too. You can Oracle Consult manually.
I'll tell you the fun thing about Doomsday too is Doomsday is technically search your deck for the cards. So I remember I even mind searched in response to someone's Doomsday once, and they were not pleased that they got to basically get top 4 cards of their deck is now their library.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure you can do this. If you have a big graveyard and you cast Doomsday and someone goes Opposition Agent, you can be like, okay, I'm going to search my graveyard for 5 cards. Is that right?
I'm not 100% sure. Let me look up the card here real quick. I think it says graveyard and library, which makes it
right. But it's like, I mean, like you have
search one or the other, if you're technically searching both. Like you search your library and graveyard for 5 cards. So I believe you are searching your librry every time you cast it, regardless.
Okay, that might be the case. I know, like,
so, yeah. So basically, to make your Doomsday pile, then with the Mind Sensor out, search whatever's your graveyard. What do we got?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But we got a sack outlet in play. It's the mill one.
Ooh.
And we have the Gaia's Cradle now too, which might be problematic feature. Oh, is this game? What is that? Is that dork?
I'm not sure. Full art, so I don't recognize the art.
Finhorn's Elvish Mystic, I would assume.
I don't think it's Finhorn.
Oh, sweet. Thank you, Caleb.
Noble Hierarch. All right, well that's not a game ender, but
one of the best dorks in the deck. Let's go.
Yes.
But yeah, Finale Devastation's worded differently, so you can like choose to search your graveyard instead. In case any of you guys don't know, cast Finale Devastation, someone oppos you, search the graveyard.
Yeah.
You can hit the fill.
Forget about that a lot too. They're like, I don't know what you can possibly get, and I'm like, that Eternal Witness out of my graveyard.
Right? Oh, Imperial Seal. Okay, so this is most likely going to go get a card that ends the game.
I would imagine.
So, so here's the thing. He must have drawn the Imperial Seal off the Tymna. Like, that's really the only explanation, unless he's scared of getting countered, which is very possible because
he could be trying to disguise his win, right? Make it look like he drew it off that.
Because right? Because what he could have done is he could have Imperial Sealed pre-combat, move to Tymna, draw a Neoform Tymna into Academy Rector, and win the game. But
it seems like a reasonably safe thing to do here. There's no blue mana up.
Yeah, so he must.
I'm going to lean towards he drew it off the Tymna.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, there's a lot of blue players, and there's a lot of cards floating around. There could be free interaction, and Jamaican could be a cautious player. But
if there was blue mana up, I would be cautious. If there isn't, I'd make him have force.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes Jamaican just misses things too, though. I'll just throw that out there.
Well, we all do. This is the hardest game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be a CD. You're not a CDH player unless you like misplay.
You're a Magic player.
Part of the game.
Play. Like even the pros screw up. Like just less than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a hard game. Especially when you have 4 opponents and
4 opponents
like to worry about.
Makes the complexity level go up by like 100. I feel like. Not only is the game super complicated mechanically, there are 3 other board states to keep track of, and there's this entire social political aspect of the game that's also really important, like how you present yourself, how other players think of you, because how your other opponents can like you care a lot more about your opponents in CDH, I would argue, than you do in Legacy.
Yeah, because they're potentially helpful, whereas in Legacy it's just you and them, and it's me trying to kill you, you trying to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
So politicking does't really play into it, whereas in CEDH,
like you can bluff and you can bluff in those non-singleton formats, non-singleton formats like Legacy.
Oh, yeah, you can bluff, but I mean, you ask any pro, bluffing is very overrated. Like it doesn't happen or isn't as effective as people think
super
it is.
Subtle,
it's not good because they bluff.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like a certain amount of bluffing you can get away with, like if you you kind of come in, people think you're a new player, and you kind of like tap your lands prematurely into a spell you might counter, and then kind of untap them or something. Like I feel like there's people who could sell it a few times, but yeah.
Like I had a friend who used to do that. He looked like he's about 12 years old, and he just acted like this total goofball while playing like nearly perfect Magic and just taking people by surprise. It was hilarious to watch.
Yeah, it can happen. All right, we got Kinnan plus Bloom Tender.
Yeah, 3 mana ramp spell here. Yeah.
No extra dorks. Just hold a piece of interaction, maybe. I mean, everybody. I mean, I'm pretty sure Helenium's smart enough to know that Jamaican's going for next turn, and it's possible that the ka0s Grixis player is also going for it. Oh, I take that back. We have a Dothi Voidwalker. That makes things significantly more complicated. I missed that.
Lines,
That's powerful. Yeah, when it comes to the Jamaican dude's game plan, that means the top card of his library is probably a dud.
Probably, yeah. Because that Voidwalker just came out after his turn. Couldn't have known.
Because in Jamaican spot, you have to make a decision. The decision is whether or not you could get a card like Neoform or Finale Devastation so that you have more pivability, or you go get Academy Rector, which is harder to deal with and harder to counter. And I feel like a lot of players will lean towards the Academy Rector in that scenario.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But, keeping your options open as long as you can by getting a card that lets you pivot is,
also very powerful.
Not to be underestimated. No, I like to play decks that are very toolboxy and can pivot a lot because, you just never know, when someone's going to play that card that ruins everything. So the more you can pivot, the less it matters what your opponents are doing.
Mm-hmm. And even speaking towards Dothi again, people underestimate, how powerful Rest in Peace is against Grixis shells too. Yeah, they have Oracle Consult, but man, they're pretty graveyard reliant decks.
Oh yeah.
So it does slow down their game plan sometimes by multiple turns because assembling A plus B is a lot harder than DT for Underworld Reach. Okay, we are untapping. Tim knows we're in combat. It's all right, hopefully I draw something that actually does something. Yeah, Dothi Voidwalker is really tough for DNV. And we know it's DNV too because of the altar now.
Yeah.
Look at that. I'm getting all my guesses right. Let's go.
Oh. Pointing out in the chat, the ka0s is at 10 counters. That could dangerous.
Ooh. Thank you for ever pointing that one out. Yeah, people are not really doing anything to tame the ka0s right now. We might see a Yuriko player throw a flyer. Oh, there's a Ledger Shredder. There's actually a Ledger Shredder in Crom. What do? You don't.
Yeah, you swing the Dothi at the.
You just let ka0s go wild.
I mean, you can't stop it, but you can stop the 10 for at least another turn or so if you can hit it with the Voidwalker.
I'm pretty sure, if I had to put my money on one of the players in this pod right now,
there's the Rector. Yeah, he probably got that off the seal, like we said.
Okay,
but
so
yeah,
I think
that Voidwalker sticks in there.
So, okay, I think that playing the Rector here might be the right play, especially in the fact that a lot of these people probably, some of them obviously do, but maybe the blue or the Grixis player has not played against enough, and they don't realize that it represents an instant speed win. So that Voidwalker ever goes away, game's over.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why you play it versus keeping it secret, I believe. It's like, you can win any time the Dathi Voidwalker goes away. Not only that, you can probably get interaction even. Like,
Oh yeah.
you can't really get a Rhystic or a Mystic here, I don't feel like, but a lot of times what people do is they'll go grab a Necromancy and then go grab something useful as someone's great to stop someone from doing something or whatever.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, the problem with playing it here is too, like, that opens up a window for everybody to kill it where it's not going to do its thing because of the Voidwalker. But I don't think you have to really worry about that in this pod.
What are we doing with this? Is this bouncing a Tevesh?
I feel like it is. It looks like our Tevesh player is a little deep in thought there.
I mean, the Kinnan player can't really do anything once Kinnan gets taken away.
Yeah, it's one of those things I think you just have to do here.
He's definitely not bouncing the Dathi, and I don't think he's bouncing Academy either to incentivize the player not to remove the Dathi.
Yeah,
right?
when you bounce the Tevesh, you're taking away not only 5 mana, but multiple turns of picking it up.
Yeah, even like it's kind of funny. Like even if I had removed for the Academy Rector, I wouldn't use it. Like I would just like let it stay in play and to just incentivize the Grixis player and never get rid of the Dathi.
Oh yeah, and if someone tries to kill the Dathi, you immediately kill the Rector.
Right. But hopefully, I mean, I don't know. I think that whoever removed the Dathi can deal with it at that point. Like they knew this.
Yeah, you got a point. They would have to.
And even if they didn't, like, there's no way I'm rewarding them for that type of play pattern. Like,
what do we got here from Blue Farm? They did something here. Well, we got a big stack here. I think we kind of missed that. Yeah, I pointed back at the Rector with the Fierce. Okay.
We got Otawara here too. Is Otawara just untapped land? Mm-hmm.
Ooh, we got a mess here.
Okay, so basically the Otawara, Jamaican was going for the instant speed win here. He was trying to bounce the Dathi and then sack the Academy Rector, and they were trying to bounce the Academy Rector in response in hopes of preventing the instant speed win, but looks like the Fierce Guardianship might get him there.
Yeah, and it's like what we said earlier too. He's playing a deck with an instant speed win in it, and this is the power of it. Like we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, right now he can win any point in the game.
I mean, Thras Timna's hardly under the radar, but it's very powerful, and he's got that.
Actually, I disagree. I think that people don't respect Timna Thras at all, really, for some reason. Like, obviously,
they respect him more than like a Yeva or a Magda.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's a good deck. Everybody knows it's a good deck, but like we don't see quadruple Timna TNT pods anymore. We're seeing we see that occasional Timna Thrasius build, and it usually dirls around, stops someone from winning, and can't summon A+B fast enough, and then just loses the Dockside deck, which is sad. And it takes a lot of skill, I feel like. I mean, I think the deck's incredibly powerful, but it definitely takes a little bit more skill to be like a tournament topping deck, even though it's still topping a ton of tournaments. Like you can't underestimate this deck. Yet I find in my games people still underestimate TNT for some silly reason. And they're more scared of the Dockside.
It's not the new hotness anymore, so people disrespect it a little. And like, not playing red, anymore. We've had so many good red cards recently that like decks that don't play red get a little less respect as a result.
All right, we're going for the win here. Jamaican really just gets Steelers. That hand was so nuts too, if you think about it.
It's
like
why he's so good. Like he picked his moment and played it correctly.
He had a Fierce Guardianship too, dude. That was
looks like Blue Farm's got something for him here though.
Opposition agent.
I'm sorry, Tevesh.
Yeah, Grix's thing.
What do we got?
Oh, it is opposition agent. Oh my god, that stuff. Oh no.
Oh no, he just got sassed.
No. It's like I would like
That's gonna be hard for him to deal
with. Oh no. Oh.
What an insane play.
I mean, hey, at least my bet is still going my way. that Tevesh, that this Grixis Tevesh thing, you better win me my money. I got a lot riding on you. I believe in you. Good job. Oh man.
I guess you'll choose not to exile and search then.
Dude, that opposition agent, I'm pretty sure, just gave Tevesh the game.
That's quite the swing. Like, Yuriko and isn't doing a whole lot right now. Kinnan, maybe, but at the moment not a lot. And yeah, Sean just got set back like really far here.
And so, Kinnan plays land. He still doesn't have the 7-mana activate Kinnan to hopefully flip into something that prevents Tavesh from winning next turn.
Yeah. It's looking like it's all Tavesh right now, though. It's going to be tough for the rest of these guys to take him down.
Or have the top take a mana crypt and then flip into a void winner or something like that.
Yeah, you're going to need some big swing and a line drive here to.
So Tavesh might steal all the commanders and just grind people to oblivion here, which is a solid play pattern. But who knows? He might be greedy and just draw cards and decided, hey, let's just try to win instead. He's drawn enough cards. He has enough mana. I mean, the Dothy's gone early. So that looks like that happened on an end step before the Yuriko player's turn, because the Yuriko player is untapping. Yes. So we can replay Dothy. All right. So the breach plan isn't as effective anymore, but oh my gosh, draw 2 cards.
But we're conniving here.
2 more cards, Crom Trigger, Ledger Trigger. That's gross. That is so gross.
Oh, it looks like a Gemstone Caverns.
2 mini dang cards. Yeah, this is where I would start getting salty.
It's a frustrating situation to play from, that's for sure. Let's see here. Let's see what we got.
Win attempt by Jamaican, though, was very exciting.
Oh, yeah. It was a very good time to do that. Just unfortunately, his opponent had the agent.
It's just hard to play that much mana. And I mean, we also had the Alchemist Trio from the Kinnan player with 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, you figure most of the interaction just got popped there, so.
I'm pretty sure the Tavesh player is sitting on a lot of stuff right now.
Oh, he's got to be. He was
last in priority there. He just got the sandbag the whole way through that.
Oh yeah,
as a Kinnan player, I'm almost. Man, it's super hard though, because if the Grixis player doesn't have the removal, there is no other spell that stops that win, right?
Yeah, no.
You can't stop Otawara. You can't stop really the Academy Rector lines unless you have Opposition Agent. I mean, obviously you can play Stifle, but these people are not playing Stifle. I think I can say that pretty confidently.
Yeah, no, it was a good play at a good time, just didn't work out.
Yeah, it's not like you can really wait much. There's an argument that you could just sat around and waited longer and waited until there's another win on the stack so that your opponents had to choose, oh, well, we either let him win or let him win. So this is a king-making situation, so we just let Jamaican win. I mean, that's something he could have done. But I feel like that was a good time to go for it too. And it's super hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables.
Letting it sit. Because, yeah, I mean, someone could randomly decide to remove the Academy Rector. As a Tavesh player, I would probably do that at some point if I could. Right, to just take that option off the table for him, and then you're forced to go for it then. And who knows how much interaction people have at that point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, given how protected he wasn't doing it, I think it was a good time to do it. There's just too many variables if you wait. If he didn't have that level of protection, then yeah, maybe, but...
Yeah. That was a really sweet sequence of turns, though.
Oh, yes. Lots of good magic today. It's like we're fetching here out of... Grixis.
Yeah, so the Kinnan player found his land, but is only at 6 now, not 7, so no king activation for him, sadly.
Well, a lot of cards in his hand. Let's see which ones come out.
Hey, common pattern so far. First 2 games of this tournament have been really grindy.
Oh yeah.
Grind, and it's not even just because there's a lot of stacks pieces in play or a lot of Sans red decks. It's just these
big board states
valuing it out. They don't want to take chances. They want to ensure their wins.
Right, make someone else try first and eat all the answers and then go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of what just happened here, but
yep.
I don't think Grixis here needs to take any risks. Just it looks like we're doing the minus thing.
Yeah, all right. We're gonna get our Tefesh. Well, actually, you do that no matter what, right? Because you get the commanders and the draw, right? Because your Tefesh also comes back in.
Yeah, he's got so much mana there too. You can easily put the Tefesh back out if you really want.
Yeah, even if you are going for the win now, you definitely minus 10 on Tefesh. What was I even saying?
Yeah, no, this is gonna be incredible here. It's one of the few ways to actually permanently deal with the Yuriko, right? Just steal it.
Against two commander-centric decks and a deck that needs their Tim to climb back out of the hole that they just made. It's rough.
Yeah, this is a pretty overwhelming position for sure.
I don't see how ka0s loses this game. It had to be.
It's gonna take a miracle.
Yeah.
So that's 4 commanders we get over there.
Yep.
Let's put yours back out. Now 5 commanders. That's got.
Oh my god! Not only that, Timna's just gonna draw him 3 cards. 3. 2 flyers and just swing the oppo at Jamaican's face since he doesn't have any blockers. And on top of that, you get to draw 3 cards off the ka0s, maybe sacking a commander or 2 even 2 cards if you wanted. Like all the commanders are good. And then you still have a Crom and a Ledger sitting around. Your opponents can't tutor. Like almost unlimited
commanders. And here come the stand-ins.
Yeah, the unrecognizable stand-ins.
Yeah, should probably be some sticky notes on those or something.
Yeah, that is. So we're gonna draw 5 to 6 cards this turn.
You gonna learn today. Yeah.
Or actually 7.
Looks like fun. Mind if I play it?
Yeah. Oh, this is such a rough pod. And turn 1 ka0s on the play is hard to beat.
Yes, it is. And we're seeing exactly what that looks like here.
As someone who's been playing against Rakdos ka0s Turbo Stacks deck a lot, and you just keep seeing turn 1 ka0s 70% of the time, you just go, oh my gosh. This is not. I don't need extra stress in my life.
It's supposed to be fun and relaxing.
Very few things stress me out more than just a turn 1 ka0s. It's just being unanswered. Because you can see it before your eyes. You can just see the game slipping away. And you just can't.
Yeah, it's like the Ralph Wiggum thing, right? I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. But on the flip side, later turn ka0s or even just ka0s against flying commanders like Ishai and whatnot can be rough. I mean, I think the Grixis ka0s deck is in a unique position where it has the flying blocker in the form of Crom in the command zone, which is okay. Jay, yeah, we're going for it.
Commander.
I don't know.
5 commanders.
Oh my gosh. We are going to win this turn, guys.
Which commander are you playing? Yes.
Okay. What is that? It's kind of blurry. Mystical Tutor.
It's Mystical Tutor, and I can't tell.
Okay, the game's over. A Mystical Tutor and it draws enough, right?
It's gotta be.
Entomb and Swan Song.
Okay.
So you can Mystical Tutor for an Adnaz at 22, and you probably get there. You could Mystical Tutor for removal and just win. Mystical Tutor for DT, get breached, and have removal for the Dathi.
Yeah, there's about a million ways.
Mystical Tutor for consult, because you already have the aura.
Consult hand, yeah, just get the other half.
Right. There's no way.
There's about a million ways this could go, and they're all bad for the other 3 players.
The other players can't do. I mean, Yuriko might be sandbagging 1 piece of interaction. Maybe. I feel like a lot of players would have interacted with the in response to Otawara if they had removal. But I guess
Yeah,
So
I got
the fierce. Okay, you would have interacted with the fierce. You would have counted the fierce, right? Because there's no way to count on the Grixis player having the opposition agent.
Yeah, I think so.
Or maybe, man. But then again, though, if I'm the Yuriko player, I'm passing to the Grixis player anyway because there's so many cards in hand. I need to force them to deal with the fierce, and they pass. Oh, okay, I guess I made my mistake. Oh, Oppo, we're saved. Woo!
Yeah, if you're already that far behind, and you have to answer somebody else's card. Sometimes it's better just to make your opponents have it because you can't dig yourself any deeper.
Yep. I mean, I think
sometimes you lose that way, but if you're going to lose anyway from digging that hole,
it's a game of percentages, right? Even if you stop them, what was your percentage of winning that game? against the Grixis player, who has 15 cards in hand. Like,
yeah, it's like now your win is unprotected. It's like, what does that do to your chances of winning? Like,
right, I'm pretty sure your chances of winning are much lower than the chances of the Grixis player.
It's a very difficult kind of decision to make, but it's the kind that can really, really pay off when you're in a bad spot if you can make that decision well.
I mean, this is like one of the biggest steps from becoming like a player who understands game mechanics well to like a really good player who all of a sudden is like understanding like game theory, right? It's like, okay,
Right.
there are points in the game where I have priority. I'm not supposed to interact. I'm supposed to sandbag. I'm supposed to pass. Even if I lose that way, that is the highest percentage chance of winning, right? That is the correct play. I can't, or even just in terms of reputation too. You don't want to be known as a player who just counters everything, right?
Right.
Your opponents need to share responsibility. You can't do it all. All right. Did we miss anything on the Tevesh Comp side, Ben?
They tutored for Demonic Tutor, so...
Okay, with Mystical Tutor?
Yeah, so it's looking like this might be an Oracle win and they need the other half.
Sure.
Maybe it could be Breach too, I guess.
Yeah, they have a...
won't get you Breach. It's probably one of the other.
Plays a decent amount of removal generally. I wouldn't be surprised if he drawed a piece.
A good point in the chat here. Could force a Crom drop its Oracle, so that's probably not the line you want to do.
Yep, good point.
I mean, unlikely that's going to be a problem. I mean, I'm sure the player...
I mean, the good player could have things. Like, if he had creatures, he'd probably be playing them out, those dorks and whatnot. But he didn't.
I mean, I could easily see Kinnan here dropping 2 spells. So, yeah, that's a little less safe than going...
I'm not sure if Kinnan has much more counter magic, but he might be able to drop 2 spells. It might have a Noxious Revival and a Worldly Tutor or something like that. Like...
I mean, it's a pretty low probability event, but I think Breach here is just a tiny...
Even then, though, like, you could just have, like, your Tan Pact. Okay, guys, don't work no more. Leave 1 card in my library.
Yeah, I mean, what's the devotion to blue here? Like, are they really going to be able to knock him down below 1? Probably not.
It's like 3, 4, 5, 6. A lot. Devotion's a lot.
Yeah, well, let's see here. How are we going to...
I lost a finals game in a tournament once, where I made infinite mana, drew my deck with Thrasios, and then just like started dumping things out of my hand. I had to pass a turn for some reason. I can't remember what it was, like enough win cons were exiled. I had to pass to make infinite power or something. And with Twister Loops. And I just put an Esper Sentinel in play and left like 3 cards in my deck.
Oops.
Bad decision. And
yeah, that's a must draw.
Like the
study.
Like the player, like the here's Oracle. Yeah, we called it.
Okay, so we're just gonna add. That's probably safe. That'll probably work.
Let's see if he does it. Let's see if he uses Consult though.
Looking like Consult. No.
Yeah.
Not.
Back. Okay. Well, let's see if he's smart and leaves a card in his deck. Miscast. Yeah, Yurko player, sandbag in the miscast since he didn't have anywhere else to use it.
You just have the 3 to pay here?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does. I mean, I don't know how much red is still floating, but he has the Ancient Tomb. What's up? He has triggers. Is he going to get got here? I don't see much blue mana. Maybe he doesn't have any red floating.
He's paid for it.
He gets countered. Right? I'm pretty sure Miscast just resolved, right? Yeah, it got countered. He's not flipping through his deck. That was an unprotected Oracle win, guys.
Oh, there's a Dispel and a Miscast.
Where'd the Dispel come from?
Looks like Kinnan.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. I see.
Yeah.
I gotta watch the board. Important. That's another big thing about playing Magic too, like, is awareness. And like, the more aware you are, likely the better player you are.
Yeah. Poor Grixis, no silence effects. Yeah, that is why I play Blue Farm and not Grixis. I do like those silence effects. Table survives. Yeah, but for how long? I mean, they're delaying the inevitable here still, I think. See, what's Jamaican got? We got something coming here.
Collector Oof.
Okay, not bad. Not bad.
Oh man, This game just doesn't want to end, does it?
No, I mean this is mid-range pods for you. Yeah, there's 35 minutes left, so I don't think this game is going to time, though. I think it's going to end.
I mean, I feel like ka0s still has to win, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that hurt, but I mean they're still way out in front.
There's a Dothian, oof, but I mean, okay, Yurko now has a tutor, and we just saw that the Grixis player doesn't have interaction. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Yurko gets Oracle Consult here off.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'd legitimately be scared of that right now. Like, literally, the Yurko player needs, like, I mean, he has what, 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. So, I guess DT doesn't really do. Or actually, there's a Taint Pact. It would do it. DT would get him there. Mm-hmm. DT would get him there. Oracle would get him there. Console would get him there. Taint Pact would get him there.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing Grixis here might have is a Force of Negation they couldn't use on their turn. That's about the only way this gets saved, if that is indeed the line.
Right. Assuming that is the line.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Yurko player would love to have literally any card that does anything right now.
Well, I mean, first we're going to get our Yurko triggers here and see what we find.
Did he sack the Yurko?
Agent. There is an op agent, that's true.
But you're right.
They already have the Oracle, though. They can still just cast the Tainted Pact.
Yeah, but that's a much lesser chance.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think there's any Yurko's triggers to be had, right? What's that? Oh, is that the one that draws cards?
I can't tell from the glare.
Caleb, save us.
And I'm also not super familiar with all the weird ninjas Yurko runs.
Okay, got it. That's just as good as the Yurko, pretty much. Yeah, sounds like whenever a ninja deals damage, draw a card.
Yeah.
Whenever it deals damage to a player. Combat damage, I'm sure it says too.
Probably do a giveaway here pretty soon. Maybe do a Magic Trivia question for it.
We could do that, but we'll have to switch up eventually, because I'm sure there's some people out there who are very deserving of, some of these awesome foily treasure tokens who are not particularly good at trivia or Googling things faster than others.
Right, fair enough then. Why don't we just do a random drawing then? I used my good trivia questions.
I think trivia is good too.
This round anyway.
Yeah, we'll do not one of those, but let's do a random drawing. And mix things up a bit.
Well, we can do Magic Trivia anyway, but it's not going to be for the prize. Here, let me check something real quick here. I have a decent one, but I got to look it up and make sure I'm correct about it.
Not to sound unprofessional, but I'm watching Caleb's stream. Should I also be watching the Twitch stream for the chat? Probably.
That's what I've been doing, but as long as someone's looking at the chat, I don't know that we both have.
Yeah, all right, there you go. You sound like you've been doing a pretty good job of it.
Here. You know what? No, that's not. I shouldn't ask that. That's not a good trivia question. I don't know. I don't have a good trivia question at the moment. We'll just do a random draw here. I'll see if I can get a better one.
I might think of a good trivia question.
I mean,
how about you guys put in the chat?
So much the better, but.
But you guys put in the chat who you think's most likely to win this game, and not only that, give a percentage of how likely. I'd be curious to see what you guys think.
Yeah, I'll let him type here, and then I'll.
It's a pretty easy one, I feel like, but at the same time, you might. I mean, it's getting more complicated now.
Games can swing on a dime. I wouldn't put too high a percentage on anybody winning. I mean,
the Yurko player is now drawing,
favorite, but I wouldn't say something like 99% or anything.
Mm-hmm.
95, Yurko 5.
Is he going to block
overconfident, but I think that's pretty fair.
Is he going to block with the oof?
Oh, that's not usually a good idea.
I mean, it turns off his altar. Just wants to top deck his Protean Hulk. Bam! His opposite agent in play. Never mind. That was silly.
No one else wants to put a number on it seems.
I know, it's a pretty silly question anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably say something like Hevish 85, Yuriko 15, I think is reasonable. I mean, I don't think, Jamaican and Hellenium here are completely out of the game, but, I give their percentages a rounding error at this point.
I'd give Yuriko a slightly higher percentage, but yeah, it's pretty heavily favored towards Tevesha still, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, in general, you shouldn't be that confident in a match game prediction. I could see dropping that more like 75-25 or something.
That Dothy's
because there's so much unknown information we don't have that it looks overwhelming for Grixis, but for sure anything could happen. Yeah, that's a good point. We should make them all trivia questions.
I really believe it when people say Magic or CDH is like poker and chess all in one. There's a lot of strategy that goes into it to try to play the percentages the best you can, but it's also a game of gambling. You gamble.
That's how I describe Magic in general. I tell people it's a combination of poker and chess.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that a lot of people get frustrated. How CDH is just unfair. Turner is a disadvantage immediately. Your hands, the probability on certain hands and whatnot. You can also factor into that, but I think that's part of the game. Part of pokering is gambling on what hand you're going to draw, and part of CDH is gambling what turn position you're going to get, and you do the best you can with that. Right? Once you gamble, you play chess as much as you can, but it's still a gamble. Wow, the Grixis player is thinking a lot. Really trying to find a way to end it. Through an Oof, a Dothy, and a reasonable amount of open blue mana and cards from the Yuriko player.
Oh yeah, we're locked up tight here. It's going to be hard.
And the Thoracle's already in play too, which is one of the best win cons through this type of board state.
The Oof is gone. Looks like he traded the
Mora. Oh my gosh, we're just more and more value, guys. Get a value down.
What is enough cards to win the game? I don't know. I need more.
Eventually, I'll draw myself out and bounce this Thoracle. You guys will see me win with my 10 devotion.
I mean, if there's still plenty of time in the round left, there's no reason to, take risks. When you're in a pretty commanding lead.
I agree. It's just a little silly that even with this much advantage, it's still taking you this long to end the game, which, I mean, it's fair. I mean, take your time, do it right, but...
I mean, I'm a stacks player. I'm used to having an overwhelming advantage and it taking forever to win the game because, it turns into a 3-1 at that point.
I remember when you first started.
You're the spider in the web and you're like, stop struggling. I'm going to get you eventually. And you're like, no, I must live.
Stacks is so hard. It's so hard.
It really is. You make one mistake, you're dead. Very unforgiving. Unless you're playing Minota, in which case you have so many stacks pieces on the board.
And dude, it's so hard to keep your opponents from not spite playing too accidentally and whatnot. Also
yeah, or you do the thing where you lock down 2 people and not the third, and you're like, oops.
You're like, I'm gonna try to win and bounce this rule a lot, but actually I can't. I then can't win through the million counters all my opponents have been sculpting this entire game. Or
yeah, I mean, my bit of a hot take on that is, the problem, with games taking a long time is not stacks players, it's stacks opponents. The opponents are sitting there, trying to think their way out of the stacks problem, and it's taking them minutes and minutes and minutes. They draw a card, they got to go through their whole line again. It takes more minutes.
I think you're right. I think it's definitely not the stacks player. I think it's a combination of stacks opponents and the stacks deck. I think there are decks that take a gruesomely long amount of time to actually close out the game properly. Let's take Brago, for example. Or because Brago presents loops. All right, I'm going to keep killing you. I'm going to keep slinging Brago every turn. You guys can't cast spells for the rest of the game. You can concede to that. And I think that a lot of players, for your own mental health, should probably be conceding to stacks a little earlier than they do. I'm not saying that you should concede often early, but I mean, I had a game the other day where there was the Rakdos Turbo Stacks deck I'm talking about, had a turn 1 Tevesh plus turn 1 Trinisphere, and then went into like had a shit ton of mana, like almost 11 mana or something, and like turn 3, like on the play, puts a Siren Sandy. We all discard our cards in hand, and we have like almost no permanence in play. We're like, yep, let's concede. We're not beating that. It's not going to happen.
In that case, you're going to die to the 6/4 relatively quickly. But it's not even about concessions. It's about like you're playing a very difficult game, and then we just added like 5 new rules to it. Like you can only play one non-artifact spell this turn. You can't activate your artifacts. You may not cast things from places other than your hand. And it takes what's already a very difficult game
But you
and
think
just
it made the
adds
game
even
go
more
faster,
difficulty
right?
to it.
You think it should make the game go faster, but it doesn't.
Well, you would think like draw. Well, yeah, draw a card. Does this get me out of the stack slot? No, pass my turn. Like,
right.
But that's not how people tend to play against stacks. They
tend
go through their line that they wanted to do again and again, and
right. Over and over again.
Just trying to see if they
so
can,
desperate to get to that end state.
Since they can't remove it all, they try to like think their way out of it, and that's what slows the game down.
All right, Yurko's ready to draw another shit ton of cards. Sweet.
All right. We are going to spin the wheel here and see who wins our fabulous prize.
Whoa!
Wheel of Morality. Turn, turn, turn. Tell us the lesson that we should learn. Scoop if I go fourth. Yeah, I feel that playing stacks a lot. Stacks does not want to go last more than like probably any other deck. Your deck wants to go last, but Stacks really doesn't want to go last.
I think Rock Silas is up there too, but yeah, Stacks definitely.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
I think Cody likes going first a lot too.
Right.
I mean Cody plays enough interaction that they can kind of like force their way through some
like
stuff.
Scragnoff has won a prize.
Yes, so Scragnoff, definitely reach out to us in Discord, and which I'll post the link again, and you guys can claim your prize.
Congrats, dude. Good luck.
Congratulations.
Go play
some. This is going to be my only win. Didn't you know I saw your name in the standings?
What's that card the Yurko player just?
I don't know.
It almost looks like Planeswalker. It can't be a Planeswalker. They don't play Planeswalkers.
No, it's not a Planeswalker.
Caleb, help! It's next to the Chromox on the left.
Yeah, that's definitely not a Planeswalker. I don't know what it is though.
Hellenium looks like he's having so much fun this game. It's an insane. Dude, look at Hellenium. He is having the time of his life. You see, he is so into that die over there. It's like, oh man, it feels so smooth. Much more interesting than this game. Oh, been there, bud. I've been there. Just start asking the questions like, why am I even here? All I do is keep on king making with my blue counter spells.
In there.
There's a Force an Egg on this spell that the Yurko player played. Whatever it is, people don't want it to, or I guess the Yurko player, the Tevesh player doesn't want it to resolve, but it looks like the Kim player is helping protect the spell that Yurko put in the stack, so it might be something to help out the table here.
Yeah, they definitely need it.
I just have no idea what it is. Too much blur. Oh, you got it. What is that? Is it like a remove spell?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So Crippling Fear is a sorcery. Choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't of the chosen type get -3/-3 until end of turn.
Oh. Cool. Choose non-ninja or choose ninja and then
pretty solid.
Definitely clears up the board state a lot. Opposition agent's gone. Bloom Tender Timna's gone. Yurko. Wait, Yurko was a ninja, right?
Yurko is a ninja.
Did Yurko die? It's in his command zone.
I guess so then.
Did he choose Ninja? Is this the time where we could call a judge? I may have misheard how these cards work, but does the Yuriko die? Kel, maybe you want to do a back check on that and see if judges need to be called.
Chrome's a 4/4. Chrome wouldn't have died to that, right? It's a
No.
-3.
Yep, -3, -3. What? So I'm assuming you can play, yeah, just untapped and passed because they're sad. Grixis player here is pondering again. It's like, dang, I have so many cards. Must take. It means
what do I do with all my magic cards?
So much mana, so many cards. Life is so hard. It's probably what he's saying.
Yeah. What I'd be saying.
Oh man, I feel like there's a point there where you just have to shut up, and you say anything more, it's just gonna dig a bigger hole for yourself.
Yeah. Like the one time my friend was complaining,
There's good politics.
Sketch lands and dual lands into his binder. It's like, dude, you don't want to watch you say that around. I'm like, I coined the phrase 0.5 world problems.
That's the thing that we see when players start realizing how powerful politics are. They get into it too hard, man, a lot of times. And there's good politics, which is usually subtle, and then there's just annoyance. Which
and then there's like bullying, like and shaming, and like
I think bullying's okay in some places, and even like shaming to an extent in a certain way. Like what I'm talking about is the guy who just won't shut up. And even when they're even when they're like incredibly ahead, they still tell you that the other person's the threat, right? Like, that is
it's like,
not what you want to be.
If you're being clearly disingenuous, it's like,
yeah,
like we're not stupid. We're playing a difficult game here. We're smart enough to realize that you're just full of crap.
Right. Stop saying that shit. It just makes me want to hit you in the face harder.
I can't play Magic with people who just don't stop talking. It's like, guys, can we focus here, please? I mean, literally don't stop talking. Like, it's just circular breathing, blah, 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 blah. It's like,
I think a big part of like mastering these high levels of like gaming and CDH is like being a cool person to hang with. Like, being a person that people want to be around, right? Because if you like, not only are people more willing to listen to what you have to say and like treat you respectfully in the game, more people are going to want to play with you, which means you're going to play more games of Magic, which means you're going to get better at the game.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going to add if you didn't say it. Like, you're not going to get better if nobody wants to play with you.
Yeah, being a chill dude or chill dude or gal, I think definitely helps in the long run of your CDH career. Now we're here to play fun. Ultimately we're here to play this game to better ourselves and have some fun. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's competitive EDH, but like, it doesn't mean, you gotta shoot every last little thing in a no stakes game. Like, that's just not fun for anyone.
Yeah, and I think the competitive aspect really just goes into bettering yourself. There's a lot of things you can learn in this stupid card game that can translate into life too.
Absolutely.
How to read people, how to like practice things, and like the process of evolution, and a whole bunch of minor, or not even minor, like just like there's a lot of really important things you can learn. It's also a social game. Like, it gets you better at learning how to talk with people.
Yes,
you don't have to do that in this game.
But I'll tell you what I think the biggest thing that you learn from playing Magic is, and you also learn it from like poker to a degree, is just learning to deal with bad beats. Like, in poker and Magic, you're going to get unlucky and you're going to lose through no fault of your own at some point. And if you're the kind of person that can't deal with that and is just going to whine about it and sulk about it, like, you're not going to get good at the game, and you're probably not going to keep playing the game either.
Wish Claw getting activated.
Like, it's amazing to me, like, the difference I see people react to stuff between like people I know who play Magic and people who don't. The people who don't, a lot of the little daily things get under their skin a lot more than the people who play Magic. Because when you're playing Magic, like, you're getting the bad beats, the bad luck, like, all the time, and you just kind of become inured to it. Like, I think that's the biggest thing that, like, Magic does for you if you'll let it.
Wow, dude, that was powerful, man. Well said. Defeat is one of the greatest keys to success. Underworld Breach, LED.
Okay, here we go.
So the Dothiv Voidwalker must have been killed by the board wipe as well, which was also very relevant.
Yeah. I think this one's about to end.
Fear. Yeah, this should be over. The cool thing about Breach is that it is just so easy to assemble at any point in the game. And it's very protected win condition too, for the most part.
Yeah, it's like you have a tutor in your graveyard, you win.
I mean, or
as long as you got enough cards to do it. Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
A lot of ways it makes a lot of cards, one card combos. And the later the game goes, the more powerful that card becomes, really.
Yeah. Like you cast Breach, you have a gamble in your yard, and like 6 other cards, you basically win.
Like when Oracle was printed, I think that obviously Flash Hulk was an incredibly powerful combo in deck, but I feel like, and we knew Underworld Breach was strong, but I think Flash Hulk kind of like took so much of the spotlight that we didn't really understand quite how strong it was at that time.
Oh yeah, like you were basically Flash Hulking or not, playing the best thing you could be playing at that point. Like there wasn't a lot of reason to play things that weren't Flash Hulk when Flash Hulk was legal. It was just too strong.
Yeah, I think so. I think that Blue Farm, I mean, like how we saw it performance in the tournaments was like a pretty good like anti-Flash Hulk meta deck, because there were so many decks in those tournaments like focused on being Flash Hulk that Blue Farm came in and was like, the few people who were playing it, and they came in and are like, okay, I don't care about these things that are stopping the Flash Hulk players, really. No one's playing Rule of Law because it's unplayable because of Flash. And I don't let players sculpt hands because of the high density of wheels. So I think that's why that deck was able to do well in that meta in some of the tournaments we saw at top. But yeah, Flash Hulk's insane. I think a big part of Flash Hulk too is not just like its power and speed so much as its fear factor, right? I feel like the fear factor that Flash brought to the format is what made Timna Thrasia's Flash Hulk a powerful deck, because it slowed games down and made them play more conservatively, which is exactly where the Thrasia's player wants to be, right? That it's like,
yeah,
there's
absolutely.
no better place for that deck to be, even if you're not going to win with Flash Hulk. Just like having that threat and forcing the game to like slow down and play that way is so rewarding for TNT.
Yeah, the other thing it did too was Curious Control was like a good metagame deck into that, and it was so good that like years after Flash was banned, people were still trying to play
it. Oh man. Yeah. Don't play Curious Control, guys. I know it's a cool deck, but there's better control decks out there if that's what you want to play.
I mean, there's definitely some decent Thrasios File Smasher lists, but Curious Control exactly?
No, Thrasios File Smasher is an insane deck, don't get me wrong. All right, what's this card that we have on the stack here from Jamaican? Or no, we don't have a star on the stack. Never mind. We're just winning.
No, I think we're just winning.
Yeah.
Jamaican says, I have nothing.
This is like Oracle ETB on the stack, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yuriko's tapped out.
Wow, they had him play it all the way out.
Well, I mean, I think if Millennium has a second spell here, can deck the Grixis player in response to the trigger.
Right. Oh, they're scooping it up.
Yeah.
That was a great game, guys. Congrats to Tavesh. More so than Tavesh than the player. No, I'm just kidding. The player was amazing. Well.
no, I didn't see any big mistakes or anything out of that.
No, that was a good game. We had some really good moments. We had the instant speed Flash Hulk or Academy Rector win that we tried to go for. Mm-hmm. A Yuriko player tried to climb his way back into it. And it wasn't just like, hey, Tavesh player, here's the game, so much as they really tried to come back, I guess is what I'm saying. Sadly, the value was too much to beat, but it was a good game.
I mean, that game took a long time, but you just couldn't overcome the value from a turn one Tavesh.
Oh, man, that was rough. But good game. I enjoyed watching it. And we also had some really good conversation too, actually. the level of that conversation was pretty high. All right, what's next,
Absolutely.
Caleb?
All right, so we still have a few minutes left in the round, but I tell you what, I know that our casters would definitely like to get some stuff to drink and maybe even a snack, as well as our players here for the tournament. So we're gonna take a quick 15-minute break and then we'll be back here for you with an update. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
We got more giveaways and stuff to give out.
We live?
I do believe we are live.
Well, hey guys, we're back for more amazing games of Magic at the ka0s tournament. Whew.
Fudge yeah.
Wait, whoa, hold up. Take a look at that board state.
Is that a bolus?
Someone bowls a Citadel? Turn one? What?
Whoa, you're just getting started. You're going to have to slow your roll here, Pimpin'.
But there's a Vampiric Tutor on the top of the deck? Oh my gosh, the
just
game's already
yeeting
over.
stuff.
There's a
Oh
turn
my
one on
goodness.
the play. No way.
I mean, he can dig deep here with the bolus.
Okay, we went land, dark rit, mana volt.
That's actually ridiculous.
Vampiric up top. Okay, we were just having a conversation before the stream started. We were actually talking about Tyler, or legit vocals here. Caleb's like, dude, that guy always has it. Always. I'm a believer now. I'm a believer. Oh my gosh.
Man can dig deep here.
He wins here. He actually wins here at that Vampiric Tutor. The game's over. Wow. Dude, that is insane. I'm so happy I'm not playing against him in that pod right now. That feels so bad. Awesome, but dude,
we don't like bad. We were just getting ready. I was ready to commentate your game, man. But I guess if you just want to end it, that's cool too.
Well, I guess whatever. Oh. Well, let's take a look at what else is at the pod, even though it doesn't matter. We have we have Fonzie on Kirk. He's a very well-known, powerful Kirk player. We have Jeliath on something Grixis, right? I don't know. We have Timna.
Fonzie is on Kirk, it looks like you were saying.
Oh, he's on the Evelyn. Okay, cool. The World Gorger deck. And we have Toxic Cat on Timna Armic? Timna Ekra, Bad Farm. Oh, dude, I love that deck. Anyway.
It's a pretty
deck. What, he got to Nim Mizzet? What? Dude, he's memeing. He's memeing now. He's just memeing us. You don't need that card. Is he just trying to assemble a curiosity win here? He's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to...
Wanderer King? What?
He's definitely memeing. he's
memeing so hard. Dude, he hasn't hit a land yet. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go and give
face breaker off the edge.
Oh my gosh, Niv Trigger. Dude, I'm gonna give Tyler so much shit after this game. You guys have no idea. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna pull him aside. I'm gonna be like, dude, fight. You suck. Oh my gosh.
Imperial Recruiter. This seems like some pretty good set of cards.
He goes and gets like a tandem lookout. He's like, let's go, guys. Or a Dockside or whatever. Dockside probably because he's a face breaker, right? Oh wait, Dockside doesn't make anything. This is turn one. This is turn one.
Dockside, they all have 7 cards and nothing on the field. Like Dockside doesn't.
I mean, this is crazy. You know, I was thinking that he should probably grab Nos as a Vampiric Tutor, but like I guess he doesn't have Nos in that deck, I think. He also doesn't play PETA. He doesn't play Sensei's Divining Top. So I mean, I guess this play a little bit more what do you say? It makes it a little better, but I feel like there should have been a way to just like deterministically win there. Oh well. This is much more fun. You got Tandem Lookout. Now he just needs a blue source. This is nuts. This is disgusting. Hey Fritz, do you have an eye on the chat? Or should I bring it up?
The chat is just kind of quiet. They're all up in arms. What do you even do here, right?
You die, I guess. Whew. I'm kind of speechless too. I mean, I'm trying to say things, but at the same time, I'm just looking at this board state and going, damn. You tried.
Yeah, no, this is rough. This is rough. And honestly, I don't even know what could possibly get somebody back in the game after this. Like, even if he doesn't close it out here, like Niv and Wandering Archaic and even Facebreaker should close it out.
Oh my gosh. And even then, like, man, just imagine how How
Like,
great
you can't
Tyler
even
must be
tutor
feeling right
answers.
now. Just imagine how good Tyler's feeling right now. He's like, yes, I had it all. I literally had it all.
It's like, you know, like you were saying earlier, a little bit of gambling on turn order, because, like, man,
dude, it almost doesn't even matter what the turn order is. You probably could have won with that hand, like unless someone had like the turn 1 miscast or like
somebody
or
else
something
going
like
first
that.
and being able to hold up a man.
And then they still have to choose to counter the dark ritual.
Yeah. And not
which could just be a turn 1 Malcolm, right? Like,
with a force is just.
this is gonna be a swamp pass now. Okay. Soul Ring? Manifold? Manifold.
I would love it here if Kirk just took it. Just turn 1 instead.
Oh, 3 mana. Happen Manifold.
Come on, mono black.
Through Nib, through Wandering Art Kick.
Yeah, that's actually pretty rough. Man, like I said, you can't even tutor with Wandering Archaic out. Like,
you know how we were saying that this meta was
draws him more cards.
You know how we were saying this meta was super mid-range?
Yeah. Those are mid-range cards. They cost 5 and 6, right?
Ledger Shredder trigger, okay. Yeah, like that's gonna help you a lot. I mean, Tournament Ledger Shredder, pretty good start too.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Too bad it doesn't beat when
it's gonna get pretty big. And if you're at 19 life, that's.
I mean, the Niv player has the win next turn too. Like that's the thing, and it's all creature based. Like you have to have a removal spell or a creature counter, assuming that he doesn't just get a shit ton more interaction, and you have to be able to play through. And as a counter spell, you have to be able to pay for the Wandering Archaic mana too. Like, rough. Oh, whoa! Kirk might win here.
That was what I was saying. I was hoping Kirk might just.
That card that he just put into play is like the best card in card. I'm remembering what it's called. It's like Blood Celebrant. It turns it allows you to turn life into black mana, which basically means you can pay the color's cost of spells. So it's actually possible, depending on what he has here, to win the game. You know, it's very hard for that Wandering Archaic. Wow. This could have been a turn 1 Kirk win. Insanely powerful. Dude, I mean, going last sucks, right? Going last after that.
You know.
Okay, we okay. I think we need to talk about something else now. I mean, this game's over.
Tune in. You know, who do you think's winning this game?
You know, let's talk about who we go and watch next. I mean, this is over pretty quick.
I would like to see like let's go pod. Where you at?
Pod 2 is interesting. I don't remember what that
14.
14? Who's in that one?
Comedians in that pod.
Ooh.
Looks like some of these pods are finishing up. So.
All right, let's just hop over to the comedian spot then. After this.
Jacoby sent us over.
I mean, after the game's over.
God damn it, Niv. I don't even. Man.
Is this just okay? Is Fonzie just sitting here thinking like, how do I beat this? Or
14's hot. Yeah, I don't know what you could even do here.
You just play creatures. You play a Villas and okay, the black cost reducer. What's it called?
Jet Medallion.
Jet Medallion. Yeah. Or no, it's not. Is it Jet? Yeah, Jet Medallion is insanely powerful in that deck. And then we have a Wish Claw, which is a tutor that does not trigger Wandering Archaic or Nib Mizzet Perun.
It's pretty good.
Dude, I can't believe this. Tyler might lose to turn 1 quick win. Oh my god!
Fantastic. I was just like, this would be my like absolute Christmas land right
Tyler would be so salty. Oh, that would be the best thing ever. After that, losing after that turn 1 on the play. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That'd be nuts.
Come on, Fonzie.
I
Do it for
believe
the
in you.
hometown. Do it for the hometown.
Oh, this would be one of the most meme CDH tournament CDH games in history. I mean, the Jet Medallion really goes so far in that deck too. So one thing you can't really do to Kirk is pay that colorless cost, and it reduces it by 1. Like he has everything he needs to win here. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I don't know how many more cards he has in hand.
I mean, it really comes down to a question of life, right? Like, you could go get a Villas, but he's probably not got very much life post Villas.
He hasn't drawn any cards, right? He's tapped out.
Yeah, so basically, I think he needs like one other thing in his hand to really get there.
He got his whole hand right there. That's 7 cards on the field.
But I'm not a Kirk expert. I feel like at the least though, you try to ruin Tyler's life, right? With that tutor.
You do have to
I mean, you can't just pass the turn without doing anything, because then you just lose the Nif tandem.
He does have to activate it as a sorcerer. Definitely,
Yeah, he's going to activate this turn, either to win or to stop Tyler. But I assume he's going to try his very best to actually win here.
I have all the faith in this.
Evelyn's players like me, give me the Wish Claw. I don't have a turn 1 Nib plus Wandering Archaic plus Bulls of Citadel plus.
I think you do have to give it to last in tournament, or yeah.
I might give it to Bad Farm here, yeah. Legitimately, that's probably where I'd put it. Well, actually, maybe not. Well, maybe there's a world where you give it to Bad Farm and you're like, okay, tutor turn 1, go grab something to help us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you give it to the player that has blue. Just for that instance right here, because
I mean, if Tyler gets to untap, he's going to win, most likely. Like, you either win now, or you like, okay, player going last who's not playing blue, here's a Wish Cog who gets something to help us stop him.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know, but I think generally you're giving it to the Evelyn player here, because Tyler's way far ahead, and Bad Farm Bad Farm player would get the tutor.
You can't untap a tutor. That's not allowed.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I'd probably give it to Bad Farm here, because if they don't go grab interaction, they're probably not going to use it, because they probably can't convert that into a turn 1 win.
Turn it upside down, boy. There you go.
Took out winning card.
That is sad.
He is so sad. He's like, dude, I had it all, but I couldn't win turn 1. And now I can't lose to Crick. Oh, what bullshit.
Or greatness. I actually think that's great. Especially after such a strong start. Oh, man. It's like a Christmas fairy tale ending.
Oh, dude, he's sending us secret messages. He's like, man, feel my pain.
I think he's just saying he's sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm stupid.
I'm stupid. I'm leaning towards the I'm stupid. Yeah. I'm stupid. I had the turn 1 win, but I'm bad at building decks, apparently.
Sometimes you get a little bit excited. That recency bias gets to you. You're like, I don't need this card. I actually don't even need this card. And then I go to play at my LGS literally the next day, and I go for my win, and I'm like, oh, maybe I do need that card. Wrecks me every single time.
Even then, it's gonna be hard for Kirk, I feel like, to pull it off here. Things need to either go right, or he has to have something else.
Here is rough.
Even Div, your life total is your life is a serious resource, and you only have so much of it. He's already lost half of it.
Yeah, he's down.
And we haven't really even started the winning part yet. It's just the setup.
This is time we would chill all our discords for the chat.
6,
Bot?
dude. You can almost activate Bulls to Citadel to drain him. What is it? Like Bulls those like sacrifice 10 non-land permanents and like each opponent loses 10 life or something like that.
He's just got 7. He's almost there.
See, what do you think, Fonzie? Do you have any idea what Fonzie gets?
Yeah,
here?
I do really want to see Fonzie take it here, though. That would be like my magic Christmas story.
Magical Christmas land.
And Fonzie wins. I'm rooting for you, Fonzie. God damn it.
Like I was like, I was so sure.
It doesn't look like Sean's on your side.
I was so sure, so very sure that the game was over when Tyler had that start. Like, there's no way.
That was a brutal start.
ka0s isn't going to win.
That was a crazy start.
Like, that's like some of the ceiling of this format. And now we're seeing a potential turn 1 win through that. Insane.
Yeah, let's see it. I'm excited. I need to see
Fonzie, stop thinking. Just do it. Fonzie's played this deck like a million gajillion times. He knows his lines.
I feel like I've been here. This is the I'm not exactly sure what I have, but
it's a super hard board state. Like usually the win here is pretty easy, right? You grab your PETA.
And if it's super tough.
You just grab PETA and you got. Well, actually, you know what? Hold up. Can you just pay for Wandering Archaic with the blood celebrant? You can. I think you can resolve a PETA here. You drop 1 card. But the blood celebrant pays for the Wandering Archaic, I think. It's gonna be pretty life intensive, but I mean, you draw half your deck. Like something has to happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, even if like the Evelyn player has a counter spell, I'm not even sure they use it because like if they do, then they just lose the next guy. Like,
I think he definitely has to go for it here.
Dude,
all right, chat. I know you're on pins and needles just like I am. Man, I would hate to pass it back to Niv. Big old dragon.
There's no way you do that. Like, there's just he has too many threats to deal with. I feel like you have to win.
You have to. You know what's really good when you're at 20 life or 10 life?
Okay, I just got word that so I just got word that in another pod, the Turbo Tevesh stacks player just went turn 1 Tevesh plus Chalice on 0 going first, and then turn 2 Divergent into Sire of Insanity and Void Winner.
Yeah, that seems...
Tables scooped after that.
You don't have a hand after that.
Dude, turn 2, you have Tevesh plus Chalice of Void, probably a lot of mana, and a Sire Insanity, and a Void Winner in play.
Yeah, that seems...
Oh, that is so disgusting. That's like almost as disgusting as this is. Probably more. I don't know.
Sire, man, Sire here just would. I mean, like they wouldn't even got to do what they did. Discard your hand at each end step. Oh my god!
And you can't cast spells that even convert mana cost. Like, or is it odd? Is it odd or even?
I think it's even.
I think it's even too. I'll double check.
Chat, even, odd. I do believe it's even.
Let's see.
All right, Fonzie. I have faith.
Pulling up.
It's the one.
Can't cast spells with even converted mana cost. Your opponents can't block with creatures with even converted mana costs.
Yep.
And it's 11-9 for 9 Eldrazi.
Thick.
Thick boy.
3 C's.
Oh my gosh. You know, I'm gonna have to respond to that DM I got and just like, I don't know, like post an emoji of like some guy throwing up or something because that's disgusting.
It was pretty disgusting. Man, Toxic Cat does have the patience to really win this game here. I'm changing my mind. I'm rooting for you, Toxic Cat.
Yeah, turn one Nas from the Abzan player as well. Oh, that would be the most magical Christmas land. He got a Deadly Rollick? Maybe he just had Deadly Rollick in hand here, and he was just like, all right, let's move the Niv before we do our thing. But even then, is he paying for the Wonder Cake with the Deadly Rollick? Is that what's happening? Looks like Fonzie spent a long time thinking about it.
Yeah, he did spend.
Maybe he just forgot the fact you could pay for Wonder Cake with Combat Celebrant.
I mean, a lot of times you under no circumstances can you allow them to counter a spell, so it does feel just like a hard tax that you can't just pay.
Right. I wonder how much life it would have cost him too. So, like PETA, it would cost what? Oh, that's a lot of mana actually. What's a lot of life? It says what, like 2? I think it's 3 life to make a black mana with Blood Celebrant. Let's check.
He did get a turn pass from Fonzie though.
Interesting. So he killed the Niv so they don't lose the tandem. Yeah, so it costs 3 life to make a mana with the Blood Celebrant. So 3 times 3 is 9. Plus 3 black plus is 6, which is like
Signet Pass
15.
Seems okay.
So another 6.
Not as.
Oh
not
yeah, that would be insane. It would have been 21 life to resolve a PETA while paying for Wandering Archaic.
Oof, that is a little bit more than he had.
Yeah.
Man,
So Tyler probably still wins this game. Oh my gosh.
Really close though. Either way, even if the whole table loses here,
you do lose because there's no whiffing with both silly anymore because of the professional face breaker.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna go to combat and he's gonna make like 3 treasures. Or probably 2 here. Which is like an extra 2 Lux, right? 2 more things that can't stop you. The Niv got exiled, so you can't reanimate it. He is like probably going to like pivot into Oracle Consult here, or even Malcolm Glenhorn. Really, like you can assemble that. You make enough mana. Well, this is gonna be post combat, so I guess not.
Looks like he's probably just going to sleep.
Unless he does a Reckless Fireweaver or Mayhem Devil loop, because I know that the deck is playing the Changeling effects plus Reckless Fireweaver, Mayhem Devil, which work with Malcolm. Like you turn Mayhem Devil into a pirate, and you sack a treasure. You Mayhem Devil triggers, deal damage to an opponent. Since it's a pirate, it triggers Malcolm, making another treasure. You can loop it. Reckless Fireweaver does a similar thing. Yeah, it's a silly thing he's doing, but it's actually pretty good. It plays really well under stacks. Some of those lines are instant speed. It's a nice little
easy 2 treasures there. Easy.
Yep.
Feels good.
It's like he took out the winning card, so I mean he just has to value it out here. He's manually assembled that Oracle Console probably.
We did talk that we wanted to go.
Actually, hold up. His actual line is probably Breach. Yeah, he's playing Grixis. He's gonna end in a Breach line of some kind.
I mean, Fonzie's at a dangerously low life total now.
Yep.
Combat's officially viable.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
March of the Swirling Mist. Seems good. Man, let's go chat. Let's see who's gonna win here. I think I still have to hold out faith for Toxic. They've waited so long. They've come through so much adversity.
At 13 life.
Fonzie's at 13 life.
Yeah, or Toxic. I see.
I don't know. Do you think Fonzie can still pull it out here with 13 life?
I mean, I've seen Kirk do crazy things, but I'm pretty sure that Tyler's going to win this.
Yeah, it does feel like an easy one. I wonder where all our other games are at. Got to be, some of them look like they're closing up pretty nicely.
So that going to flicker the Recruiter of the Guard, which could get you a Thassa's Oracle or one of the Malcolm combo pieces. He also has a Jeweled Lotus now, which casts the Malcolm for free.
Yep.
So you probably go
Easy
grab
peasy.
a Reckless Fireweaver here, just because there's more effects that combo with that than do with Oracle, probably.
Mm.
Also, actually, what you probably do is get Dockside, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there are a ton of artifacts. Dockside here is probably the play.
Facebreaker, man. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If he taps the top,
Ugh.
that is
Ugh.
so gross.
That's
Also, oh yeah, hold up. He also has a Displacer Kit in play. You realize how gross that is? Professional Facebreaker plus Dockside
Oh.
MX7 and Displacer Kitten. That's a
That
win.
is super gross. Ugh. It's like one of those, like, all right, come on. You've got so many toys.
He is? What? Oh no.
He diabolic intended the
Dude,
Facebreaker.
Dockside was just such a clear win there, though. Sad face. I really wanted to see that happen.
Oh.
So
What
like
did
he can still go get
what
it.
did Fonzie just play? Was that Nop Agent?
Yeah, he can still go get it, but it doesn't just win immediately, right? Because he doesn't have like the Kitten Facebreaker Dockside combo anymore.
So wait, the Diabolic Intent can go and get a Reanimate, and
Sure.
Yeah.
the Imperial Recruiter can go get the Dock Side.
Well,
I mean,
you just got hit
I'm
by an
pretty sure he's
Nop
pivoting to
Agent,
something else. Otherwise, he would just say the Diabolic Intent, right? Because he didn't need the Diabolic Intent. Like the Jeweled Lotus was enough to flicker the Recruiter, the guard for the Dockside, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do about the Zop Agent, though.
We're just big braining over here.
That's a rough one.
So opposition just got flashed in, right?
Yep.
That sucks.
He went down to 8 to flat that Op Agent in. Big balls. Big balls.
That's so tough. They're making this hard for him.
I mean,
that's
he's
for
already
sure.
gone to combat, so I mean, it is kind of safe.
They're not giving him this game for free.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna make him work for it.
Work for it. You have to at least work for it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There are a few things.
You're getting really close to Bulls' still activation, just killing the Crick player. Not that Tyler would ever want to do that, but funny fact.
I mean, I think that's safe, right?
Well, you probably just want to keep your permanents in play, right, and just win. But I mean, you're kind of
never activate it. I always forget that you are sacking permanents.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is something to hold over the Kirk player's head, though. It's like, well, you start messing around too much, he dead.
I don't like to negotiate with terrorists.
Well, then you're dead.
That's just how it has to be. You have to kill me.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to go about it.
Yeah. No, you have to make people use their counter spells.
You can sacrifice 10
live on the
hand,
impression of what you might have in hand. You better just play it.
which means that you can sacrifice the Citadel to itself if you wanted.
Yeah, this is 100% how it is. Really, I mean, they're just like, man, this is one of those rough games for the other two players. Mom and dad are fighting. You know, you're in the other room covering your ears.
The bad question is like, what did the opposition agent resolves, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you just take his Dockside, right? As the Kirk player?
Yeah, actually, that seems about right.
I mean, you could try to take his Thorkel to make it harder for him, but I mean, Dockside's also just so good, right? Like, Dockside's just the winning card too, pretty much. Ooh. Actually, it gets back.
Mayhem Devil.
He takes his Glenhorn.
Glenhorn. Yep, that's good.
That feels wrong. I mean, it takes away one other one-card win condition he has on his next turn, though, right?
Yeah.
I can see why you'd want to do that.
Oppo just laying it down.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did he flicker the recruiter in response to Oppo and get the glint horn? Is that what happened? No.
I don't think so.
No.
What would he have cast to do that? What did he cast?
It looks like the diabolic intent's still on the stack here. Opposition agent is probably just resolved, I think. So I'm not really sure why we were fooling around with the glint horn. And
I'm
he
so
put it.
confused. Op got both tutors. Got you. That's super rough.
Wow.
That's really unfortunate, actually. Ugh. Oppo is just so brutal, honestly. Just absolutely wrecking lives out here.
Opposition agent is arguably one of the best the best cards against Malcolm, in my experience. Very few deck cards hose Malcolm as much as an opposition agent, especially the teamer version. Like the deck had. Sorry, go ahead.
When you start having like 10 tutors in your deck, Ops just hurts.
Yeah, it does. Like all the deck's pivability comes from just having tutors. You just tutor for whatever thing you want. You play one copy of all these utility pieces and you just tutor for them. But when you can't tutor for them, deck loses a lot of strength.
You just end up having dead cards in hand, not playing the game of Magic.
Yep, and having commanders that don't draw cards.
That's why I like my commanders to draw cards. And if you want to draw cards, you can join us over on our Discord, over at ka0s Tournaments.
Bam. So Fritz, how do you feel about the lack of mono red in this pod?
This is hurtful, honestly. I was really expecting more from Fonzie. You were supposed to play mono red. Where'd this force come from? Is that what he stole from the? That must have been what he stole from.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That seems good.
Yeah, that seems like a fine pick. You grab force.
Yeah, I'm really sad about the lack of red. I was hoping
like
find some red, but
sorry,
not everybody's cool. Not everybody's cool.
Did he actually grab a force wheel though?
Yeah, he grabbed the negation.
Pacted negation, you said? Okay.
No, it looks like a force. I'm pretty sure that's a force negation, yeah.
Force negation?
Fierce guardianship, I'm sorry.
Fierce guardian, yeah, okay. Fierce guardianship seems like the correct call here. Because you have a commander in play, you don't have blue cards in your hand to pitch.
Just have a really bad habit of calling free counter spells forces.
Oh, yeah.
It happens when you keep naming them force.
Mm-hmm. Final Fortune. Dang.
That's also a good card. We were talking about those 2-mana extra turn spells earlier with Seed Time.
Final Fortune's insane in Malcolm decks because you have a combat-based win condition. You have a lot of value engines that gain value through combat, like Professional Facebreaker, Toski in the Teamer build, and just Malcolm too, gaining you that extra mana. So being able to generate that value and then cast Final Fortune and then use that value on your next turn to win the game is actually really strong. Not to mention it's also an important timing piece, right? Someone goes for it, everyone spends all that interaction on trying to stop them, then you go Final Fortune on their end step and you get to untap and win before anybody else does.
It's a good card. What color is that card?
Red. So is this one.
Hey, what color is that next card? Hey,
red. Fierce guardianship on the wheel.
Color and magic, baby.
No more cards for you. Wandering Cake trigger. Oh man, can I pay that?
Fierce probably does have to get thrown at the wheel.
Can Fonzie really afford to pay 6 life to pay for that Wandering Cake trigger and then just die to Ledger Shredder? The Fierce guardianship doesn't do anything.
The kind of choices that hurt your heart because you're just in between a rock and a hard place here.
Yep. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could get the Evelyn player to agree not to hit you if you paid the Wandering Cake cost, but still, that sucks. Yeah, 2 life.
I mean,
painful.
afford it. And
Mm.
how many cards does Logi have in hand? Like, he doesn't quite have the life
No.
to keep taking either.
He does not.
So if he just has, a land or two in hand instead of some gas, he might whiff on that extra turn
Yeah.
without the
plausible.
wheel. I would probably go down to 4 or whatever it is here and eat it out.
Yeah.
I'd rather, if you're gonna already take an extra turn, I'd rather you not get a fresh 7.
Right. I definitely have to like make a deal with the Evelyn player first, though.
Well, I mean, they have priority first, but
Well, I mean, by like if I counter that, like you're not just gonna swing the Electric Shredder at me and kill me.
yeah,
Again.
you gotta do a little bit of politics there. You're not just gonna slap me for 3.
Yeah, we're not kingmakers here. We're here to win. It looks like he's gonna get it though. Yeah, they're discarding their hand. Oh my, Bad Farm had a opposition agent too, and a scheming symmetry, which is spicy.
Ooh, yeah, that is actually pretty good.
Razaketh goes to the graveyard. Okay.
Seems good. Sus. A little sus there.
Tyler just needs to draw.
Got me looking
he
at
draws a reanimation spell that Razaketh doesn't do anything into the oppo.
You know what I'd never have, and maybe you can fix this for me. Maybe you and I can be buddies, but I've never had anybody cast Scheming Cemetery with me. Nobody ever wants to be friends. How come no one wants to let Mono Red tutor? You guys get all the tutors. You guys could let me tutor.
Right? Or why don't you get the wish clause? Like, come on.
Come on.
Yeah. Pass you a wish clause. I'll do that. I can do that for you.
My guy.
There we go.
Remember that.
I'm not going to scheme symmetry for you unless I have an oppo, though.
Make sure that before we play, you slide that wish claw in there.
Oh, yeah. I got you. I'll send you my Moxfield account right now.
Oh, no. All right, Fonzie.
Well, we have Maskwood Nexus in play.
Maskwood Nexus is such a good card.
So basically, he has 2 creatures that win the game. Alchemist Retrieval, probably talking opposition agent, I assume.
Yeah. Or Imperial?
Well, those went to his graveyard for some reason.
No, Imperial's still on the battlefield.
Oh, yeah, not that. Oh, yeah, opposition agent got bounced. Okay, I see. Yeah, all right, they just resolved it quickly. Cool. So, can we recast opposition agent? Yeah, for 6, you go down to 2 life, though.
I don't know if that's the play.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
it. I can't believe the game's gone this long.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a turn 1 win like forever ago. And now we have 2 players that haven't played the game that are both at 39 and 38 life. And then 2 players that have played the game that are at 8 and 9 life. This is some spicy magic here, boys.
I wonder what Tyler's like game plan is here right now. Like he has the Maskwood Nexus, so like he has 2 creatures in his deck that get him there. 3 if you include the Glinthorn. I assume he's working towards that. And it's possible the Evelyn player drew a little bit of interaction. Looks like they have a treasure. Another thing interesting with the Evelyn player is that he looks like he has a Darcy in the Chromax, so he's playing Darcy and Ledger Shredder, which is like fine. It seems like they're both powerful Magic cards, but I've been finding a lot of people have been cutting the Darcy for the Ledger Shredder, and that's like their main go-to cut in the Grixis shells. Got it. Thank you, Caleb.
That makes
I was wondering how the treasure got there. You know, it's like a pretty clear treasure token right in the middle of the board. But yeah, no, Wish Claw had to go to somebody.
Wish Claw. I imagine.
Yep.
Man, this has been a This has been a long one. This has been a tough one. I was really expecting this Wandering Archaic to put in a little bit more work, but it's kind of one of those cards that you never really know how much work it's doing until after the game, because like people keep those cards in their hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. There's quite a few stacks pieces like that where you can't really feel the effectiveness of them because people don't play into them. Cabal Ritual.
Oh yeah, Kark.
That makes it a little cheaper to get the Oppo in play.
Yeah, it does. Still at 5 though, man. Ugh.
I mean, Crook is what, a 6/6 right now. It's gonna be a 7/7, so getting 7 life on his turn, maybe more.
Here's the Oppo. Guess you gotta do it, man. It feels bad.
Delay on the opposition agent. Let's go.
Get wrecked. Delay.
Displacer Kitten Trigger.
Favorite. Man, it feels so bad.
So here's the thing, though. None of the delays on stack, like the Kitten Trigger goes on top of the opposition agent trigger, so he can tutor before opposition agent resolves here by just going and grabbing his combo piece.
Yep. Just flicker in the.
Just grab a Fireweaver and go to town.
Yeah, that is probably the easiest play here.
Mm-hmm.
Easy peasy. Close this one out for me.
Yeah, and obviously if opposition agent gets countered, nothing he can do. Even if opposition agent didn't get countered, like what is Fonzie gonna get off of a recruiter search that's gonna stop this creature-based combo? I don't know. Another thing worth noticing is I guess it looks like Tyler has 1 treasure available, so he does have a red mana for the Fireweaver. Got 3 cards in hand. Evelyn player's like, probably, hang on, guys. Let me help? No? Okay, yeah, so Recruiter, the guard gets blinked. He's gonna go search. Get a Fireweaver. Maybe a Mayhem Devil if he's feeling special. Oracle.
Big old Thosses. Then
okay. Now you need another piece. I wonder if he already has it. It's also more susceptible to instant sorcery counters. Less fragile to removal though. And he's once he moves to combat, he'll have the double blue and black.
Wandering Archaic sitting there the whole game.
Console. All right, he's starting with console. They get.
Well, once
why? Okay, so why do we lead on console here? That's a good question.
Once his library's gone, and then he plays Thassa's Oracle, can he just play another spell to trigger Displacer? To hit Thassa's?
Mm-hmm.
So just like his extra protection, yeah. Once his library's already gone.
Mm-hmm.
Then any spell makes him win rather than a demonic.
I'm not sure why he consulted first. I mean, if something's gonna get countered, it's gonna be the console actually, and the console gets countered. That's why if the console gets countered, you don't want to be casting Thoracle. You want to save your mana, and then just go grab a Reckless Fireweaver. So it's almost like a double win attempt there.
Yeah, that was a crazy game though. Good game, man. You were supposed to win turn 1. Instead, you won like turn 10. Still good.
Had the nuts. It was probably what it was actually like. That was turn 2. I'm pretty sure. That was turn 2.
That was turn 2. It was 100% turn 2. Man, rough games for the.
We just gotta sit here and watch Tyler play Magic.
Fonzie played a little bit of Magic.
Yeah, he did. He did.
I mean, there were multiple oppos there trying to. Oh, you're right. That Final Fortune. That was a long one.
All right, I'm gonna go DM him that was disgusting. I don't ever want to see that again.
Don't even want to see it again. Yeah, let's get into Pod 14. Let's go in there and see how they're doing.
Yum yum yum.
Chat, who we rooting for in Pod 14?
Either Ian or not Ian. My guess. Archlord's pretty good. He's a Minsk player.
Okay.
One of the Minsk founders. One of the founders of the archetype, and he's good. Ian's obviously pretty good. This is Memo's first tournament. Haven't played with him much, but here's some good things. And Sandrinoa, who I do not know.
Oh, Mimo. I'm hearing Mimo and
Memo, I think.
gross colors. Abzan, Golgari. Those are nobody likes those.
Right.
It's just mono red, my friend. There's only one color in Magic.
Dockside, good. Turns out.
Dockside, very good.
Not that I'm saying we should ban anything, but if any card ever was to get banned, I'd be pointing my finger at Dockside.
You know what? I'd be pointing my finger at you. You're banned.
Fair enough.
Hurry up, Jacoby. I'm about to get this.
Yeah,
whip
dude,
out.
come on.
To be.
Stop slacking off.
Get me in there.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Yes.
Mayonnaise is an instrument.
The definition of instrument is anything that is used to create music. And if you use a jar of mayonnaise to create music, therefore it becomes an instrument. It's a wacky one. You might not be very good with that instrument. Oh, here we go. This is
okay. I DM'd him. I DM'd Tyler. That was disgusting, and he DM'd me back. I hate it too.
Is this? What pod is this?
This is Pod 11.
Pod 11.
So we have a Teamer player. Sweet. I love that deck.
Okay.
Survivalist in play and a Spell Scout, which is really scary, along with Heuristic Study.
Yeah, that is pretty good. And a Time Twister.
Yurko, stealing damage. And
I don't see Spell Scout very often either.
What is that guy playing? Tana Timna Tana? There's an opposition agent in play. Okay. Opposition agent is probably the reason why the Teamer player hasn't already won.
Timber Pirates is your choice, man. I guess that's okay. I think you just looked at the board and saw the survival.
I think Teamer is ahead even with the opposition agent. I could be wrong.
I mean, there's a lot of really good cards in play over there.
What's going on with the top left? What deck is that? Is that
Actually, it's looks like that's no.
green. Brea. Okay, it is Brea.
Ethereum Sculptor. That's what that's a little bit hard to see there.
He has no permanents in play though. Did he scoop? Did he get killed? Probably got killed, right? Yeah, look, he was at 6 life before he got killed, so. Yeah, Yurko is
only at 11.
Flip that Dell turn spell and just knocked him out of the game, probably.
Yuriko swinging beats. It's really good. Once you get low, I like to be swinging beats at people. People like look up, they're like plotting their last turn. They're like, oh man, I still got 11 life. I can do this and this and this. And then you're like, hey man, swing 15 at you. And they're like, what? They're like, yeah, man, swing 15 at you. Oh, you want me to help you shuffle up your cards?
Looks like we had some kind of war over there. Like, looks like Teamer cast a Veil Summer and Yurko cast a Mental Misstep. I'm not really sure what was going on there, though. Huh. Teamer player just
Looks like
throws their
a-
hand on the table. They're like, huh.
Looks like is this a scoop? Is that what this is? I don't.
Yeah, I guess.
So what was happening here was there was 2 Yuriko triggers on the stack. I believe they showed them
Brainstorm.
Temporal Mastery, which is an 11 mana spell, and then there was a 7 mana spell on top of it to exact seize the table.
So we
Ow.
just saw
Oh,
a Yuriko burn win.
Yes.
I haven't seen one of those in a while. Let's go.
hey, you know what? Direct damage to the face is good.
Yeah, Wallopy Dollopy was dead on damage, and then everyone else died to the Yuriko triggers.
Lol.
Absolutely hilarious.
All right, next pod.
Owe us money, Mersh, because your Pirates lost. Pirates lost.
I guess. I mean, Yuriko got it.
Yuriko was in there. All right, take us to the next pod.
Let's see what's going on in these neck of the woods. We're gonna tune in to the hometown hero that we saw earlier this tournament, LJ, because he's one of the last players that's actually playing.
Yeah, his game will go a while, right?
Good old Edric.
So it looks like we have a turn spell in the stack, Karn's Temporal Sundering. So it looks like LJ is currently trying to perform a winning loop or a winning attempt.
It's time to win the game.
But he's lacking a lot of dudes. He's like an Edric. No other dudes.
I always forget that Karns bounces something.
Looks like we had
Yes.
It looks like we had a Rocco stacks deck too to help slow things down for LJ in this pod.
Evelyn the ka0s coming in as well in this pod. Seems pretty interesting.
Evelyn's a very solid Grixis option. Not like the 5 mana draw 4 is actually really solid. Like going land, Dark Rip, Mana Crypt, Evelyn. It's also instant speed, so you don't really have to tap out for her ever. She has a fat butt, and the drawing 4 like this legitimately is better than I thought. And also you play like instant neonate, you obviously get that trigger again, and also just being able to add like the instant speed, World Gorger lines to the Grixis shell, plus there's a little bit more A plus speed gives the deck even more gas than some other Grixis builds, which is nice, and a way to win through some more kinds of stacks, a little bit more pivotability, and I've been really impressed with that deck. And bottom right, what do we got over there? Is it Omnath? No. Is it Omnath? Yeah, it's Omnath. Okay, cool. Nice, like it's like kind of a most Omnath decks from understand like a takeoff of the traditional evolution decks, but they tend to try to play the Omnath over the Thrasios in the command zone. But it comes with it obviously comes with disadvantages and advantages. Like disadvantages, you don't get Thrasios, which is an insane magic card and like an easy infinite mana outlet. Upsides, you get Deadeye. You have a commander in Neoforms and Deadeye Navigator that also has the ability to generate a shit ton of a lot of mana.
You just go get a Dockside. That seems like a good card.
Yep. Very good. Fetch lands are also pretty hot in that deck.
It's us. It's us.
And there's a Battlefield and draws card too, so
casters. You're loving casters. Just know that I love you, chat. I love you. And that's why you should follow us on all our Discords. Chaos tournaments. Follow us on our Twitch. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe.
So what is the Rocco player doing over here? So we have a Karn Temporal Sundering on the stack, but he's looking through his deck.
Yeah, didn't I just see him pull out that
Is he fetching?
Looks like he must be activating Survival of the Fittest.
Oh yeah. That's hiding in the corner there.
Just totally hidden over there.
I wonder what he's getting. Yeah, he pitched Elvis Mystic. What do you get here? Allosaurus Shepherd. I guess he's just trying to do it while the blue player's tapped out,
Yeah.
which makes some sense, I guess. I mean, you're probably more worried about black player. I mean, pretty much everybody's tapped out at that point in
What
time.
planeswalker is this right here? Is it giving his stuff flash?
Which one?
This one right here.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, I was gonna say he can play. I mean, I thought so.
Oh,
Vivian gives his stuff flash, so he can actually activate the survival and start flashing these in. So maybe he's going for this little win attempt right here.
that'd be hot. I mean, he doesn't have
Yeah.
a lot of mana or really any combo pieces in play, but that'd be spicy.
I don't know. Maybe he can.
Just go get Dockside.
Yeah, I mean, he did get Dockside. That was his first little tutor target.
Got it. But it only makes what, 2 right now? 3, because he's not gonna crack LED.
Yeah, that is actually not that very many.
Nope. Still a busted magic card though. Even if it makes 3 treasures.
Looks like we're just gonna resolve the Sundruin. Vivian's still a really good magic card though. Big fan, baby. I mean, she is green, but I let some of them slide. Chat, who we rooting for here? There's no mono red at the table, so I'm with you. Chat's always right.
Yep. Looks like we also had a failed win attempt from Evelyn last turn. Thorkel in play, console top card in the graveyard.
Sometimes you get
personal tutor.
You just put sadness on the stack. Omnath is a good choice. I like Omnath. I think it's super flavorful.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I'm a big fan of less than optimal but super flavorful decks.
This personal tutor, I would imagine, is getting all around Epiphany, so that you can get another turn in +2 flyers and start drawing some cards.
Sadness does have split second, just like my fists.
Try to bring this thing up over here. I don't know. What do you think he's gonna get with the personal tutor, Fritz?
Man, I don't even know.
I think it has to be all around Epiphany.
Needs some value. Only 3 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You draw something.
He has to think about it. Green Sun Zenith.
The old tutor for a tutor.
What does he want a Green Suns here? Like maybe like Eladamri, make his stuff unblockable. Maybe I'm not really sure how far Oof gets you here. Maybe a Toski to draw more cards. Maybe a Priest of Titanium. He doesn't need more mana, does he?
I mean, he has a lot.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7 mana.
It's a good amount of mana to untap.
I'd love to see where this goes.
Well, we'll just have to see, won't we?
Yep. Goes and draws a card.
These hands got the 2-for-1 special.
Mm-hmm.
About to give it to you.
Very nice.
Yeah, the Vivian over here is Jacoby, get that out of my way. Get it off there. Gosh. Chat's always right. Write that down.
You're doing that right now. Taking out.
You got to take notes, Smasher. We were talking about that earlier. Like, it's the only way we're going to get better. Taking notes. Recognize that the chat's always right.
Chat is always right.
Oh, we lost one of them there, though. They got really sad because...
Don't worry.
Really long.
I don't listen to Jamaican. At least if it's in the game.
I mean, that's still the chat, so technically chat's always right.
Yeah, ka0s, you know what I'm talking about.
Oof. Seems good.
Solve the equation? Huh. 4 mana after that?
The prettiest.
What do you get with solve equation? Solve the equation here.
I miss having deck lists pulled up. It's always so good.
Maybe
That's right.
maybe
Post the
Mystical
deck list in the
Tutor,
chat
Noxious
so that I
Survival,
can look at them. Where's my bot that does this?
Counterspell, Removal Spell. I don't feel like it's a card that wins.
I thought we were going for more mid-range games.
Oh, thank you, ka0s. I try.
I have been growing my hair out.
Right? I mean, I tried really hard to like master the art of bed hair.
Been watching Full House reruns. Really just kind of.
Ooh, apparently I'm the prettier one. But they can't even see you. So I guess
See,
I'll take
you're
that as a
wrong.
compliment.
You're wrong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even if he didn't cite the Ranger Captain, he doesn't have enough mana, I don't think. And I'm pretty sure that LJ knew this. I feel like he could have also bounced the Ranger Captain, the Karn's Temple Sundering, if that's like what his plan was.
Yeah. See? They already know. Chat's always right.
Always right.
They wrote it down.
Don't abuse that power, please.
Ready for some
Did we see the? Did he?
fast-paced action.
Yeah, he hasn't resolved his tutor yet, has he?
No. No,
But he just
hasn't.
cracked the Ranger Captain, right? Which is really weird, at least to me.
I mean, it does change the tutor math though. If somebody cracks the captain in response,
Makes the Green Suns. Okay, so it makes the Green Sun Zenith useless. Assuming that the Omnath player doesn't have anything to do, that kind of just gives you like a free turn to untap potentially and win. But at that point, you're just like incentivizing like a Jamaican to just go grab a counterspell. Like if you could somehow sandbag the Ranger Captain to your turn and then sack it, like then you could go off protected for whatever LJ tutors. I didn't mean Jamaican, I meant LJ. Like what is LJ gonna get with a Green Sun Zenith that's gonna hurt you as the Rocco player? An oof? Well, you play oof.
yeah, no. I mean, you can just go for the food chain. I don't know what he has in his deck.
Yeah. What's he gonna get with solve the equation? A counter spell? Well, you have a Ranger Captain of Eos. So I'm curious as to what the thinking behind that was.
Yep, can't tell them apart.
Oh,
Can't tell them apart. He's been calling me LJ all day. He actually asked me if I fought Buster Douglas back in the 90s. I was like, whoa, man. Whoa. See? This is what you get, Vasher. Chat's always right.
yep. I guess I'm biased now. I'm racist, actually.
All right, let's go. What is that he played right there? It's a little hard to see with the blur.
Oh, that is a ledge walker or something. It's an elf that can only be blocked by other creatures with flying.
I used to play it back in my Papa days.
Costs 2 mana. So LJ's pet cards, from what I understand.
It's a good card. It hits people. It's my favorite thing.
So, like a direction that LJ's gone with the deck that most people have not gone to with Edric is that he's tried to go really hard into like the elf tribal concept, and the main reason for that is he wants to have more backup win conditions that don't involve Edric, such as Allosaurus Shepherd again for the beats. Also for certain synergies like Eldormi Lord of Leaves, so as many creatures as possible get like the Shroud and Unblockable. And he has also a few other. Sometimes he plays some other elf lords as well, but he'll generally prioritize elves over other creature types, even if they're like the card's mechanics are slightly worse. But above that, he prioritizes low CMC creatures that draw cards even more, because those two allow you the ability to win without Edric, and also just to dig deeper in your combats. Looks like we have no Onath here.
That was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Tremlos. Deck's been the same since 2014. I mean, you're wrong. He used to play Flash Hulk in that deck. He was playing Simic Flash Hulk back in the day with Edric. Other than that, yeah, you're right. Pretty much. Yeah, LJ used to just tease people with Flash Hulk and Simic. As like his thing. He was so upset when that card was banned.
It is the worst card.
Thanks, Linium. I started playing like CDH competitively right as Oracle, like right before Oracle Hulk. So I didn't have I didn't play in that meta a lot, but I've definitely talked to a lot of people about it. Flash Hulk did nothing wrong.
It looked at me wrong. That's what it did.
Hey, Charles, stop picking on me. It is still legit. Hulk is still a very viable archetype. We've been seeing Hulk do things here today at this tournament. I think there are 3 different Hulk decks, and they're kicking ass.
How's it going? Right? Who do you think's winning today?
Who do I think's winning today?
No, not you. Nobody asked you, Asher.
Oh.
I'm only talking to the chat. Chat's always right.
What if I become part of the chat? I guess you can't.
I think they would. Can there be like a group blocking method? We vote you out. I guess I really don't have to watch Rocco's turn, since he does play all this at instant speed and it can't be countered. So I just feel like I don't even need to pay attention to his turn.
Tyler,
his turn could really be at any point.
Your win was disgusting.
That's
so disgusting.
Super good.
Turn 1, Dark Writ, Mana Vault, Semi-Spirit Guide, Bowls of Citadel, into Vampire Tutor off the top, into Nimbus of Purin, into Wandering Archaic, into Professional Facebreaker, into a Tutor for Tandem Lookout. I don't want to talk to you. Nope, never again. That was gross. Really the funny thing too is the Kirk player almost had the turn 1 win over all that.
We were all rooting for the Kirk. And then you made us sat there for another whole turn.
I know, right? He had to win turn 2, not turn 1.
Jeez. Shoosh.
He got the Spirit off the top. The Spirit was the top deck. Okay. Nice.
That is a pretty good top deck.
Sometimes you just have it all.
Yeah, he really did. He had everything.
What's the Rocco player here doing? I mean, all his shit's all stuff's uncounterable. So
we just agreed that we didn't have to pay attention to the Rocco player because his turn is all turns.
Yeah, Fonzie did have it all, but you also had it all too, Tyler. Imagine if you weren't going first in that pod. LOL.
Man, these tournament games sure do.
Treasonous Ogre. Okay.
It's a good card. My favorite card.
I feel like we're going for a Goto win. Yeah, that makes me think that this is Rocco that does play Goto.
11 mana is good. Probably
Rocco
just a little.
Goto. How drunk is LJ right now? Probably very. I have no idea though. It's still gonna happen. Always play.
Windmill slam Goto right here.
Yeah, I mean, he might go to hand. I mean, he has a survival of fittest. Like, could potentially even find it. Is the Rocco in play? It doesn't look like it to me. So, I mean, this should just be the win. Because it looks like he tapped the mana necessary to, like, cast the Rocco, like the birds and the taiga. Yeah, there's the Rocco. As Rocco was in his hand. Probably bounced by a Wirewood Symbiote or something of that nature.
I think it was the... I have no idea. It wasn't the Sundering, was it?
Wow, is it just going to end right here like this?
No, that looks like a force right there.
Do you remember what LJ grabbed off the solve the equation?
I do not.
Chat, what you think?
Chat, help us out. Jacoby, get on it. Whoosh. Whoosh. That's how I'll be keeping them in line. Chat.
I mean, this looks like this might be just a really clean win. Just, Rocco for 6.
Rocco just
Win the game. Very cool. Chooses Ogre is
Rocco things, honestly. Just really kind of worthless.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if
yeah, I'm pretty sure he wins here. Depending upon what people have, but yeah, go get Godo. Oh, and he's getting Imperial Recruiter.
Like Rocco, I think Rocco's a
Imperial
solid,
Recruiter.
cool, flavorful deck.
What's he getting?
And it's got the best color in it.
So, I don't see any other combo pieces in play though.
Doesn't Rocco just search them up?
Run this as a stacks deck? Yeah, I think you have to play some stacks in this deck for it to be viable. It's not fast enough otherwise. Like, just play Minsk then.
I don't really like running Rocco as a stacks deck. I would rather just run it as a combo.
So I gained Docksides, so that means you must be going for a Team or Sabretooth line? But Dockside, what makes... So assuming the Grixis player is like, okay, he's going to win and cracks his LED, it only makes 2. Oh, I see. Did we really miscalculate it that badly? It costs 5 to equip, right? So yeah, I guess he didn't have enough. Bizarre. Well, actually, he used it to cast... No. What?
He paid a lot of life.
So wait, he rockoed for an Imperial Recruiter, which then got a Dockside, which he could have just rockoed for?
Yeah, that one is interesting.
They're conceding.
I mean, I think sometimes the best action is letting your opponents concede.
I guess.
You have the ability to concede at any time.
Yeah, anytime you want to concede to me, that is a viable solution.
I'm sure he had to win some way or another, but I mean, what? I'm pretty sure you just got Goto there and they're dead.
Yeah, that right there, they were more than likely just explaining what their win condition was to the players, because with Rocco, it is very long.
Oh no, it drew. Alex just said it drew. Time. Is that where the time around?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, it was a draw. That explains it.
Mid combo.
Damn.
I don't think he had it though if he went for the Imperial Recruiter. He didn't have the life for the Goto.
Yeah, he was kind of far away.
I guess. Tough.
Yeah, it
is heartbreaking.
It's a large Richard.
I do really like the having 4 Swiss rounds though, and cutting out time, because the time takes so long. Turns generally will take up to 20 minutes per round.
Yep. Depending on what's in play and what combos people are trying to use.
Yep.
I'm on break right now.
We're off now, right?
Yeah. We can take a quick break if you'd like. We're just kind of chilling, waiting for the next round of pods to come up. So,
All right.
yeah, we can be back in about 5 minutes.
All right. I'm gonna hop up and chat with some of the players then, and tell them how disgusting they are.
What's up, stream? We're back here. Fitz and Vasher. And I don't have the tea.
All right, let's take a look at what we got here. Looks like we have Tyler again on the play again. Hopefully we won't see more turn 1 Bolus of Citadels from him. You know, that would be another magical Christmas land story. On his Dark Malcolm build, or Malcolm Vial Smasher, we got Tim Necrom going second, being played by Tremnick, arguably one of the best Blue Farm pilots in the world, or at least online. Then we have Kinnan being piloted by Markor, and Marwin being piloted by Schmucker5. What do you think about that? Straight Fits.
I'm excited to see another turn 1 Bola Citadel, as
That'd be
is the
awesome.
chat. We also need to do a giveaway here. Who is excited to earn some super shiny cardboard? Chat, holler at me.
Yeah.
You do need to find our
man.
Discord, because you do have to be a Discord member to hit these giveaways. So, bot, please plug away. You can follow us on our Discord.
So how are we going to be doing this giveaway? Is this just going to be like the other ones?
Okay,
or
let's go to that second one.
Spinning a wheel? Got it.
Yeah, we're going to spin the wheel for this one.
Okay.
Okay. yeah, let me go
Shawnee
ahead
for
and get
president,
this.
Island Time for Life. I'll vote for that.
We have a lot of Ashani. We have a lot of Ashani followers in chat today.
Yeah, apparently.
They're shouting for Jamaican.
Put him on. Let's go.
Want to make an emergency switch?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's see.
The chat is always right.
Hell yeah.
We've seen Tyler. I'm sure he'll get another turn 1 Bola Citadel. We'll be back.
Yeah, Tyler is confirmed for top 16, regardless of the outcome of this match. So
Yeah, so
doing
it's like it doesn't even matter.
Also, something that I like to point out before we get too far into it is that I'm sure you guys seen chat. We did catch a cheater in the last round. Keep in mind that part of the ka0s tournament philosophy is if you get caught cheating, you're going to get banned from every Magic the Gathering server that we have influence on, which is pretty much all of them. So don't do that. It's not cool. This is a tournament with free entry. We're here to have some fun and test the limits of the format, right? With that dark note, let's get into the giveaway.
Yes. I don't.
Yes, Wheel of Names. Scragnoth, unfortunately, you cannot win anymore because you've already won once today. So, let me just go ahead and make sure that I have everybody. Bam. Gotta take this commander route out because
Where is it at?
That's a bot.
I'm ready for the wheel.
The Wheel of Fortune.
Earlier, that turn 1 wheel got countered, and it was big sad.
Good thing it got countered. Bro, forget
Yeah.
having a turn 1 wheel. That stuff's gross.
It's really gross.
Hey, ka0s. Hey, Garrett. How you guys doing?
Hi. I just had a question for Jacoby.
What's up, buddy?
I was DMing you, but I guess I'll just ask now. I don't know if
We're
there's
temporarily
an easy
setting
way...
up this next game for you guys.
Oh, okay. I don't know if there's an easy way for you to show 2 games going at the same time, or if that's a future thing. Like have one you're commentating on, and then maybe have just like one like.
There's a lot of games going on.
Yeah.
Mostly for just like for YouTube. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like once everything's done, and I can like export it all to YouTube, just so people can see more than like one game per round.
It's true.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we can definitely work on something.
Again, I don't know if that's a today thing or a next tournament thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be now.
Probably next tournament thing,
Just-
but
just
that's an awesome idea,
curious.
dude.
Yeah, somebody was asking me about it earlier, and I was like, yeah, I mean, especially, well, mostly it was, hey, for the top 16, can we record all 4 matches? And I was like, well, that's a good idea,
That is a really good idea.
but
But yeah, streaming 4 matches.
practice, yeah. Or if we have to figure out another way to do it, or whatever.
Yeah, no, we definitely could see about getting a second game squared away. That's pretty doable, I believe.
Okay.
So.
All right. Yeah. We can talk about it later or whatever.
Oh, by the way, everyone, if you don't know, this is ka0s, the shade behind the scenes, putting in the Lord's work.
Yeah, me and Foss.
Yes.
Yo.
Oh, and Foss. Hello, Foss.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Hey, moving and
He's
grooving.
so personable, isn't he?
Right?
Sometimes.
But no, we appreciate everyone tuning in and all that. And me and Jacoby are going to be, and probably some other people, I'm sure, are going to be in talks about getting to affiliate so people can, subscribe and all that good stuff.
Yes.
Something else to look forward to. A way to give us money.
Alrighty.
All right. So
All right, we'll let
Time
you do
to
your thing.
spin the wheel.
time to spin
Yeah.
the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
Of fortune. Ba, 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 ba. Hey, just remember, you do have to be in the Discord to claim your prize, because you've got to reach out to me, Jacoby, in the Discord. And awesome. I definitely cannot pronounce that, but Elstraxi? Congratulations.
Elstraxi, yeah,
So
no,
close to me.
he's been pretty active he or she has been pretty active in the chat too.
Yeah. So definitely reach out to Jacoby. I'll send you the form so you can claim your prize. And congratulations once again. And we got a couple more giveaways coming out this round too, so definitely stay tuned, and I'll let our casters get back to it.
Sweet.
Looks like we did have a really fast start here on these turns while we were giving away some luxury cardboard.
Oh yeah, look at this. So it looks like we got a turn fish from the ka0s
Crypt
player.
Grim into fish is pretty good.
Is that on the top left? What do we see? That's the blue farm deck, and that's Enlightened Tutor.
Enlightened Tutor for a wrist stick, it looks like.
Nice. So probably turn 2 wrist stick right here. We got Sean playing the land, and I don't know. He looks like he just fetched. So we see that the ka0s player has 2 lands in player. One of those a gemstone, or is that mana crypt? That's a mana crypt. Got it.
Yeah, it's Mana Crypt. That's how he played the Grim.
Sweet. That fish is never going away.
Fish is there for a good while.
Awesome.
3 turns of drawing cards. At least.
And we have another blue farm. Oh, dude, there are so many blue farms now. Like, they're all rising to the top.
You did call it earlier. We're doing a little bit of mid-range. We're going to have blue farms up here.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of blue farms in this tournament. We have 3 4-color piles in this deck. I mean, honestly, when I look at ka0s Chrom too, like, I kind of think blue farm too. Like, those 2 decks are really similar. Like, they're obviously different. They have their nuances, but pretty close to the same archetype, I feel. Got it. Chrom. Is that turn 1 Chrom off a gemstone? Dude, that's pretty hot. That's gonna be pretty hard for ka0s to outpace, I feel like. ka0s may not be the best value engine in this game, but it's all right. He has a fish.
Fish will still get there.
that Ristic study, so I assume he has like a Mox Diamond, a Chrome Mox, or Mana Crypt or something like that to help cast. Or is that a
Windmill Slam something.
Yeah. So he probably was holding whatever fast mana he has, unless it's like a Rite of Flame, right?
Feels bad to have held it on here into the fish. Is that the chat going with Blue Farm here? Chat, come on now.
Weird that Blue Farm's still top 8 decks in the world. Well, yeah, it's a really good deck. I mean, we are seeing almost all the copies are moving their way into top 16. Obviously, some of the Blue Farm pilots were actually pretty good, flunked out a little early though. One of my friends was actually playing Blue Farm and didn't end up getting there. Some unlucky.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Yep.
Not everybody is blessed. Not everybody just has it all the time.
Nope. And sometimes other people have it before you have the chance to have it.
The Oppo agent here, that always is big side.
Dothy. I mean, I feel like that's a really solid thing to mull to when you're playing 3
really
Grixis decks, right? Like, being able to just turn off those early breach wins is pretty essential. Yeah, Tremulous. You know who I was talking about. So one thing about Dothy Voidwalker that I feel like people screw up with is that if they're playing Tymna, they don't actually use it as a Tymna attacker often enough. It's a super solid like stacks piece, and you can definitely hold it up, to like get a counter or whatnot. But I feel like people should be asking that question more often. Like, when can I greed out and just turn sideways and draw a card and expect to tap with it again?
The moral of the story is that you should be turning things sideways.
Yep.
Do some player beats.
All right, so Tavesh Kram untapping, not paying for the fish. Looked like he was going to, but he changed his mind last minute. That's really interesting. Why are you not paying for the fish here? Are you winning, or are you casting Tavesh into a very active Kram? That seems like a weird one to me. I feel there's very few scenarios where I'm dropping the fish unless I'm winning. I mean, he did draw a lot of cards off that fish, to be fair.
Yeah, he did.
Insane amount.
He just drew what he needed.
He drew 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 cards off of that turn 1 fish. He's got to win here, right? Wishclaw? Yeah, okay. We're going for it. He's still gonna need one other ritual to get to Nas, which I assume is what he's building towards.
If he gets there, we'll just go straight away to another giveaway.
I mean, you can't. I mean, he's playing through a Ristic. That's one thing to keep in mind. But there's no commanders in play, so Fierce and Swat are off. He only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in hand at the moment. Jamaican has a lot of cards in hand, but he's tapped out. No commander in play. And I mean, everyone's tapped out. Literally everybody's tapped out.
I mean, this is a good moment. If he's got it here, he's got it here.
And Nyx has already used a lot of his hand to get that turn 1 Crom. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards were used to get that turn 1 Crom. The Gemstone, the one you're pitching Gemstone, Chromox, the card you're pitching to Chromox, Soul Ring, and the land. Yeah, just go for it. Jam it, I guess. I don't feel like you're gonna have that much better opportunity. This is a solid risk to take. I feel like
everyone's tapped out. Solid time.
Yeah, and after this, you're not gonna have the same luxury. People are gonna have open mana. The Ristic State's gonna have drawn more cards. It's gonna be a different board state after this turn. Grabbing UC, playing Cabal Ritual. Yep, that's the card he needed to get to the Nas mana. Here we go. Vroom, vroom, vroom. It's don't forget about the Dothy Voidwalker, bud. Dude, solid. Turn 2 Nas, let's go.
Yeah. Big ad Nas here. Let's hope. Watch him just pass.
I mean, he has a crypt in play already, but I feel like he has already made his land drop. But it should be like Grixis is generally pretty consistent at getting there from here. Even through a Ristic study, assuming the Nas resolves, it shouldn't be that big a deal. He's going to draw 2 more cards, though, off with the Cabal Ritual and the Adnaz. Oh, looks like Jamaican's getting them all to stare down right now. He's like, guys, don't be greedy. Be responsible, little boys, and use your interaction. We are going to die here.
I mean, what they just might not have it in hand. Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree with tapping the Grim Monolith prematurely, I don't think. Because you had them, or do you pay for Ristic? Is that what happened?
Politics should be banned. Chat.
Good luck with that one.
Politics.
Honestly, it adds a nice, I honestly like it. It adds a nice little level of complexity to the game. But yeah, sometimes it's super annoying and makes games get really disgusting.
I don't think it's possible to ban politics from the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can politic without talking, really. I mean, my definition of politics is a little different from most, though. It's not like making a deal with people. It's like also bluffing and reading tells, and like the social aspect of the game is what I like consider as politics.
Chat, you're about to prove yourself wrong over here, so I'm gonna save you.
Yeah, exactly, Fozen. That's exactly what it is. Shawnee's just sitting on his. Oh, whoa! He went for a Tevesh. Oh, somehow Jamaican talked him out of it. I don't know what he did or what magic he pulled, but he talked him out of going for the Nas. Which is ridiculous, because Tevesh is not even any good into the Krom that's on the battlefield. Like, what? So you tap the Grim Monolith prematurely, and you cast this Cabal Ritual, going for Nas, and then somehow Jamaican spooks you out of it? And he didn't even reveal a counterspell?
Hey.
WTF. Exactly, House. It's exactly what I'm thinking right now. WTF. What just happened? Tyler, I don't care. You already made your semis. Honestly, I feel like if you're guaranteed for semis, it's almost good just to like lose a few games, because if you go into semis undefeated, you get the looks, if you know what I mean. Do you need an ambulance, Tyler? Yeah, probably does. No. He's just messing with us.
Make 2 throws pass seems rough.
You went for it with an oof on board, Tyler? You're better than that. All right, does Krom does the other blue farm deck just have the win now? Like, hey, what about my turn to Nas? Hey guys. Yeah, I really don't understand why we didn't just go for the win there. Like, what did Jamaican do to spook him out so much? I'm super curious. Okay, Timna. Oh, the Tevesh might live. Greedy blue farm player needs to draw cards. And then you're gonna let the blue farm player. Yeah, I mean, because the blue farm. Because the Tevesh Krom player just recast like Krom either way, right? The next turn, and nobody wants to really be trading Krom, so the Tevesh just kind of gets to do what it wants.
Yeah. He is at 26.
And then we have this other blue farm player. And we have this other blue farm player sitting back there drawing cards off a Ristic.
Now that he's down to 26.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said it's going to be more difficult for him to go to his Adnod. He's down to 26.
Oh, I mean, that's fair. What lowered his life so much?
I'm pretty sure he just smacked him in the face.
Oh, with the Krom? Sure. So he was at 30? Yeah, okay. And he took probably a crypt damage.
We were just talking about turning creatures sideways. One of the best things.
I mean,
favorite
Blue
thing.
Farm is a really scary deck when they just get to draw cards, and I mean, this is exactly what Eric's doing too. He's just sitting there at the Ristic Study. Hey, Arcane Signet pass, get you next turn.
Ristic is drawing a lot of cards over here. So
Mr. Gamora drew a shit ton of a lot of cards too. Like, what is his name anyway? Roundabout, yeah. Roundabout still has a full grip after all of that. I'm pretty sure if the Dothy wasn't put in play, we'd probably be dead. Or they would be dead.
who you vote for? I need to know the chat's voice.
I would honestly love to see the one deck that's not Blue Farm win. Yeah, let's go. Ranger Captain of EOS. Oh my gosh. Dothy into Ranger Captain of EOS is such a good curve. Ranger Captain of EOS is absolute king in this pod. With all these storm decks, nobody wants to win through it. It's like multiple time walks and silence effect when you're ready to go for it. And a card advantage engine once you cast your Timna. If you get Esper Sentinel as well. Looks like we have a lot of votes for the green deck.
I mean, we were saying him for president, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he has a pretty promising start. Like, this is the way
use his counter spells to use his counter.
Like, this is the way a TNT deck just bullies the turbo players. It's like turn to Dothy, turn to Ranger Captain. Sorry, my game. I mean, all these decks are playing a lot of bounce spells and a lot of removal spells, so it could go either way still. But it was a very, very good start from Jamaican. He mulliganed very well. He didn't even keep a turn 1 accelerator. It's just like, these cards are going to get me there, and I'm not sure I will find them if I mulligan any lower. So major respect to the mulligan discipline that we saw from Jamaican this game. He looked at the pod and went, okay, a whole bunch of facts, Grixis decks. I need these cards, and he found them. Grabbing Viscerous here, setting up some future win lines potentially. Passing the turn.
Seems good. All right, well, I'm excited to see what Roundabout's going to do here. How many more giveaways do we need to do over here? 2? 8? Maybe just 1.
Malevolent Hermit.
It's a good card. That's a good card.
A lot of people really like it in the Tevesh builds because not only is it like the miscast on a stick, you can just literally sack it to Tevesh, draw your cards, and instantly get like that Grand Abolishy type effect where, non-creature spells can't be countered. You disturb it.
I do think so. Big Hulk.
And he has a Wishclaw in place still. Yeah, it looks like J-Dude has an overwhelming amount of votes here. I mean, I hope he wins too. It'd be funny to just watch this long time experienced CH player kick these young Blue Farm players' asses with some good old fashioned TNT.
Good old fashioned magic. My favorite kind though. It's got green. I am gonna go with the deck with green.
It doesn't have red
all
though.
These. I mean, yeah, but these ones they're blue.
They all have blue.
It's true.
I think you have to choose. I think you have to choose a red deck. Otherwise, you'd be betraying your own.
You're not wrong. You got me there.
Oh, but here we go. We got Grim Harling. That is going to run this game now that there's a Ranger Captain in play. A white? Yeah, okay. That's a good suggestion. You should choose the Tevesh Crom deck then. You can choose red deck. Choose the one without white, Plus, that guy's doing pretty good. He has a lot of cards in hand,
He does have a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, no, Jamaican is definitely on Hulk, like D&V Hulk. For those of you who don't know, fun fact, D&V stands for Definitely Not Brawls. Basically, it is a TNT Hulk deck without Flash. It tries to reanimate the Hulk or put into play off of a Pat Rebirth that you got off Academy Rector and win the game with the sack effect. And yes, it will end in the English breakfast combo in most cases, though there are alternate lines. The alternate package mainly used is a Spellseeker Blood Pet Thassa's Oracle line. I'm not sure if he's playing Blood Pet, but anyway, Spellseeker grabs the console, and you console it in response to ETB. His record, I think it's pretty solid. Here, I'll give it a check.
Send it.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I mean, actually, I know he's had a lot of really close games. And he definitely wouldn't be. He's
got
definitely
5
not out of
points.
it yet. He has 5 points?
Yeah.
Solid. Very solid. So that's just one win, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So just needs another win.
I'll put him in there. Chat, got to rally behind your mans.
Man, we have some really cool people playing in this event.
Yeah, there's been some really good games today. Some absolutely ridiculous games today.
Definitely. Yeah, this is gonna be a mess. We have Ranger Cat in play, Adoptee in play, and everybody has a million cards. Oh, wait, is there a Mnemonic Patrol on this deck? A what? Wait, what just happened? It's an exile? To a Chromox? Is that what happened? Yeah, it has to be a Chromox, right? No,
Yeah.
he's already exiled a card to Chromox. I think. Definitely wasn't casting it, I don't think. Nope. He got casted, countered, and put under the Dothy? Okay, maybe he's like... Was the miscast on the Mnemonic Patrol? Yeah, that's what happened,
so.
right? And he put in exile because there's a Dothy in play, so he just like did it ahead of time. Like there's also a Ranger Captain Evios in play, but like knowing Jamaican, he's gonna hold on to that thing for as long as possible.
Just for the combo turn.
He'll greet him. He'll greet out until his last breath. Then he'll.
Is it time for another giveaway yet?
We could do that.
Are we still doing the spinner?
I don't know. Kill will have to come in and tell us at some point.
Spin the wheel, baby. It's time to get some luxury cardboard out there for our fans.
Did you hear that, chat? It's time. You guys want free prizes or what?
Shamelessly plug our Discord.
Free.
Bot.
Free. Free.
Saw your ad
Dude,
on my
I actually
TV.
love the treasure tokens so much. It's like they're like the first treasure tokens I haven't actually lost. But they'll do anything. Uncolored deck's been doing anyway. I don't think they've been doing that well. I mean, we haven't had a lot of them. I know there's like one Yeva player. Let's see what they're doing, how they're doing. I think they might have dropped actually. I think there was 2 Yeva players actually. Let's see, they can't all be out already. So many names. Okay, looks like we have one Yeva player that's doing pretty well, I think. I think there's a Yeva player with 6 points.
That's pretty good.
We had Fonzie's been doing really well with Crook. He's at 10 points. Their Moncler deck.
We did see a Fonzie game earlier where he almost took that from Tyler.
What else do we got? Yeah, it seems those are the ones that I know off the back. I'm sure there's off the bat. I'm sure there's more monocolor decks, but those are all that I know at the moment. And yeah, we have 2 of them doing reasonably well. Yeah. Crick is really good, and Fonzie's really good at playing it. I have not seen any Urza, but Urza has been having some tournament success in paper, though. I know that Matt actually took down a large CDH event. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it was in Richmond with like hundreds of people, and he took it down with Mono Blue Urza. And he's been destroying the Trice meta with his very unique reality chip-based UPS Urza build. But I don't see any Urza in this particular tournament.
All right. Well, are we ready for the Wheel of Fortune?
The Portuguese league was won with Urza? That's hot.
It is pretty hot, actually.
Yes, UPS with chips, really good.
That nice long beard, pretty hot.
All right, I got this wheel up here. I'm going to go ahead and spin it real fast. Make sure that if you are the winner, you join our Discord and message Jacoby, and you'll be able to claim your prize.
Good luck, chat. This is all you.
Elysian.
Oh, dude, it was so close to Ostroxy again.
Yes, Elysian.
It was like really 1 over.
Yeah, literally 1 over. Elstraxi's right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you're in this wheel, you should like change your name to begin with an E.
I will mix it up next time.
A beautiful Dranith. Oh, that's nice. Eltroxy.
Wonderful. Nice claim on that foil Dranith. And if I can just get Elysian to message me in the Discord here. Let's see. I'll get this link for you real quick like.
Ban these now. I mean, there's only one other, and that's like Elite 741. Oh, I guess we have Erratic too.
I agree.
It'd be hilarious if we got another E. I'd accuse Caleb for spinning the wheel incorrectly at that point.
Start spinning it like twice, 3 times maybe.
Right.
All right, what we got going on now?
Yeah, let's take a look at the game.
Looks like we are in.
Whoa, Ledger Shredder, and there is a black card on the stack, it looks like.
Yeah, I can't see what that is.
Dude. The blue farm, like the other blue farm is a Grim Howling, a Saracendant, and Tim the Enechrom now. They are Ancestral Recalling and making 2 Black Lotuses a turn, pretty much, at this point.
They're just going to Value Town. You did say earlier we're going to get a lot of mid-range. And it is just out here. Never getting punished. That's our motto.
Snapback. Targeting Ranger Captain, I assume. Is this like an end-step Vampiric Tutor that we're seeing? And a snapback on the Ranger Captain? That's what I'd guess. And we're just going for the win. So, this is going to be, I feel like this is about 50-50. Like, assuming that the snapback resolves and gets the Vamp Tutor and gets the untap. I feel it's about 50-50 whether or not he gets to take it home. Like, the one blue farm, two players are tapped out. Ranger Captain would be gone, and the other blue farm player has 2 cards in hand. But he'd be the first one presenting a win attempt.
Nick, big spell pierce.
And yeah, it's a spell pierce. Okay, here we go. I feel like it's kind of not as likely anymore. Yeah, winning through Ranger Captain in the US is tough.
Yeah, it is rough. Ranger Captain just be sitting there. Big old nuclear deterrent.
But even then, like, trying to jam the first win attempt into a pod like this is always tough, too. Like even if people are tapped out, they can still have stuff, and I mean it's still like a 1v3 at that point in time.
It does feel bad. It does feel bad to go first.
And who knows? Jamaican could be still sandbagging a counterspell potentially. Okay, so no, that wasn't an end step. That was on their turn that they were going through that. Was that they also had a grinding station in the grave?
Doing all that sorcery speed stuff.
He must discard it to Ledger Shredder, I assume. Weird.
They left it for a little while.
Hey, Mac.
No.
Hello. How you doing today? Thanks for joining us.
Again. I don't personally care. Maybe give him a minute though.
What does Jamaican do here? He has a Viscera Seer in hand. Does he just have it? Does he crack Ranger Cap and go for it?
I mean, we're still rooting for J-Man over here. So.
All right, he plays a Scalding Tarn as land for turn.
Chat, we've been in thongs this whole time.
Okay, so Dothy, something happened to the Dothy. What happened there? It's in the
That
graveyard.
happened while we were doing the giveaway, and I'm not sure what he cracked that.
That'd be for something, I assume. It wasn't just removed. Maybe it was removed and he activated it.
I don't remember for what. Looks like we are going to get the Ranger Captain cracked.
Oh, is he sacking it? Oh, boy.
Here we go.
The excitement begins.
J-Man's
Sacking Ranger Captain.
Lay it down.
Nah, he didn't attack. Or did he attack with the Dothy? No, he did not. There was no Tim then play. No reason to. Okay, I guess this game's gonna be over unless somebody has to silence.
Doesn't seem that way.
Oh boy, here we go.
They allowed to resolve.
He goes and fetches. So I wonder what line he's going for here. Does he just have the N2 reanimate with the Viscera Seer in his hand, or he's kind of limited on mana? Like a lot of his win conditions are 4 mana, like the Academy Rector, for example. Even then, that requires yet another creature being in play. Natural Order requires another creature to be in play. Pattern Rebirth requires another creature to be in play already. Plus additional mana to cast that Viscera Seer, right? I mean, maybe he's cracking Ranger Captain for value, but I doubt that. Like, I feel like the Ranger Captain's one of the best stacks pieces he has in this pod.
Yeah, I don't think
probably even better than Oof. Yeah, it's better than Oof even. And it's like he kind of has to do it now, right? Because
looks like he just has the console. The console.
Oh, is it Oracle Console? Oh my gosh. Sometimes you have it all. Oh my gosh.
Got him, coach. Got him. Yeah. Seems good.
Wow. He didn't even tutor that game, did he? He tutored for a Viscera Seer off the Ranger Captain. He just had it.
He just had it the whole time.
Oh.
Politics. J-Man taking it down. Making us proud.
Yeah, somehow the Tavesh player got talked out for one Nas, and then like he plays Ranger Captain, gets his time walk, and then his silence effect, and wins the game. Wow,
that was good. Easy money.
Super cool.
Rack them up.
All right. Well, congratulations to you, Jamaican, and everyone else. It seems like you played really well too. Let's go on to the next pod. What do you think, Caleb?
Yeah, let's definitely go to the next pod. I do think
next pod. Dude, Caleb's not even listening right now. He's like talking with someone in the background. Hey, Caleb, you there? Oh, okay. Next pod.
Next pod. Yes.
All right, we're gonna go to the next pod. Let's see here. Oh, Oh yeah, that
Pod.
pod's dead.
Yep. Okay. Same pod.
Preferably one with 4 people still. If we oh, that's fine. Alrighty.
Let's pull this one up for now.
That looks complicated.
It doesn't look like our winner is claiming their throne.
Are you sure that you're not a Twitch pod?
Does that mean we have to do the giveaway again and give it to someone else?
Yeah, just respin. I don't
Yeah,
care.
just respin.
All right, snooze you lose. Respin. So I don't have to calculate this board state or process this board state quite yet. Looks like
Alristic.
there's another blue farm. There's 2 blue farms in this deck again.
You always exist in my heart.
All right. We're going to
Dude,
jump over to the wheel of names.
What's up with these double blue farms in like every pod? I swear.
Reanimate.
Everywhere.
Reanimate.
Uh-oh. All right, wheel.
I see the Razakasi over there.
Spike Trap Player. There's no way that this one's a bot. All right, so Spike Trap Claire, give us some activity in the chat. Woohoo! Congratulations. They're not
They're
here
not
either.
here either.
Hello?
Alrighty, are we spinning again, or was this
Hey,
what?
look, I will spin and spin and spin.
Forever. Spin forever.
Turn around every now and then. Get a little bit lost.
Dude, I gotta start entering with these things.
All right.
My odds are a lot higher with all these people just not being here.
Right? Statistically, you get more rolls.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll get there eventually, chat. There we go.
I spin it.
You know, I don't know why this takes so long to remove all the empty spaces, but it really does.
Just forever, really. That's so funny. That is not efficient.
Yeah, you think that it just let you? I don't know.
Oh,
Do you think it just give you a name count and then you could just like
Oh.
type in like the amount of times you want the circle to be divided by? I don't know.
All right, so we're gonna spin it twice this time to shake it up a little bit, make sure it doesn't go on E.
Yes, don't look, chat. Don't look.
Okay, so the second one's the one. Is that what we're doing?
Ah, I get blown out legit. It's not you. It's the next person.
Oh no, it's Tyler. He always has it all. He won giveaways in the last tournament too.
MTG Commander Player is our winner. Yay!
Woo!
Good
All right.
job. Good
All right,
job.
chat.
Good job.
All right.
Chat, this is where you
Long
tell
as
me
it's
if
not
it's a
Tyler.
bot.
So close. Yep.
MTG Commander Player, you here?
Everyone's like, more spins, more spins.
Nope, they're not here either.
He is not. His like sad face, but really happy face. Oh, he's here. He said yes. He said yes.
Oh.
Yes. Hold up. He's
Just kidding,
here.
Scoots. I'll keep you in there, buddy. Abort! Abort!
All right, let's go. MTG Commander Player, you got it.
Yes, MTG Commander Player, please join me in the Discord. Oh my goodness, I just tried to paste the entire audience into the chat.
Absolutely nothing, Scoots.
You
Just
win.
my love.
Dude,
My
MTG
love
Commander Player, you're here just in time. Especially with everyone else in the chat going, he's not here, he's not here, he's not here. Spin it again.
Just the Discord.
Yeah,
Bot, get our Discord out there.
I think I don't know, Caleb. What is he supposed to do? DM you or something? Ping
Yes.
you?
DM me. I am Jacoby on Discord. Here's the link.
That is always right.
Chat is always right. All right, let's get back to this game. It's probably over, or close to being over. Oh, looks like we have Displacer Kitten plus Dockside stuff going on, from what I hear.
Yeah, it seemed really good. That's why I stopped looking at it.
Okay, we're gonna hop back over to this game. This is
Anna
one of the
Dovin.
final games of round 4, and then we go to top 16. Everybody.
Woo! Our top 16's gonna be stacked. Oh, he has the Teferi combo. Okay.
Scotty, do you want a chaos token? I'll get you a chaos token.
So, for those of you who don't know, if you have a 0-drop in play or a man positive rock, a kitten, a displacer kitten, and a Teferi, you win the game. Because you can play Teferi for 3 mana and you can down tick him, bouncing the 0-drop to your hand, drawing a card, and you can cast a 0-drop, triggering Displacer Kitten, blinking the Teferi, and then you can repeat that loop until you draw your deck. And obviously, you can make infinite mana this way too if you have a mana positive rock. And that's what he's basically assembling here. And not only that, Teferi is a Grand Abolisher effect of sorts. Can't cast instants or sorceries on other opponents' turns, I believe is how it's worded. Or spells. Is it spells? It might be. Cannot cast spells. Or your opponents cannot cast spells on other players' turns, I think. Let's look it up. Scary Teferi. Teferi Time Raveler. Each opponent can cast spells only anytime they could cast a sorcery. So yeah, basically a silence on a planeswalker that combos with Displacer Kitten.
It's the worst.
Oh yeah, I guess in this case he's just going to bounce the dock, right? Keep bouncing dockside. Yeah, no, it's return target. Yeah, it's artifact or creature or enchantment. So yeah, it just goes infinite with the dockside, the Displacer Kitten, and the Teferi. So GG's. What a stylish way to end it. And this is in Tim the Crom. Let's go. I enjoy the spice. I appreciate it.
Easy money.
That bird token over there on the left is also pretty gas.
Look at him. He's thick. Look at
Dude,
them arms.
Thick. Style points?
Swole.
Yeah, it's definitely style points.
Swolberg. Win style points in my heart.
You know, I think it's time for the rest of the pod to concede now that he's demonstrating the loop.
He's got the mana crypt.
Bounce it to hand, draw a card, do it again and again and again and again until the game is over.
Yep.
Never mind, he was creepy.
He has the stuff.
Cool. Go get your Thoracle, put it into play.
Seems cool.
Did he reanimate the Displacer Kitten? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think so.
Thoracle. Bam! I actually lost that combo yesterday as well. Was it? Oh, this is Killstar's list. Dude, Killstars is playing this? Yeah, he did. Okay, I really want to go look at ka0s's list or Killstar's list now. For those of you who don't know, Killstars is an excellent player and has even won some big tournaments. He won the Time Twisted tournament and is a very prolific player in Brazil in the Portuguese league.
All right, here we go. There are some things happening with Kirk.
Yep, we got Nimrus. Seems to have a pretty minimalist board state at the moment. Got the Gitrog monster. Cool. And another blue farm. Who would have guessed?
Go figure.
So,
Although they look like they already got blown out.
farm.
Like, is that a Final Fortune Thassa right there already?
I guess. I don't think the Final Fortune killed the guy, but there's a Thoracle in play.
Ugly farm. That's exactly right.
Ugly blue farm. Ugly farm. I mean, I think it's pretty pretty. I just refuse to play the deck.
54 life, my guy.
How many blue farms are going to be in the finals, guys? There's going to be a lot in the top 16. I guess we will find out.
A lot of life to be able to cast on spells for free. That's a lot. That's for who you voting for.
I think Crook is like in the process of winning right now.
I mean, I definitely think that, but that's not what I asked. I asked where your heart was at.
Probably Fervent Alchemist. I wouldn't mind seeing him win a game. But it looks like he's just playing Blue Farm, which is like so off character of Kai. His actual name's Kai. It's so off character of Kai, which is interesting. He's usually playing like really jank and very unique piles.
It does need more Kark. Just Kark, though.
I'm actually quite happy not to have Kark in this stream. Just
Whoa. I won't take any mono red slander in here.
It's not a mono red deck, though, so it's okay. It's a blue deck, too.
We'll just skip out that part.
I don't mind watching a pod with Godo. That'd be cool. Go with that. Dude, you should get in this tournament. You should be playing Duretti, man. We should be commentating about you playing Duretti. What is up?
Exactly true. Next time. Next time.
Actually, though, next time. Gotta do it. Counting on you.
For you.
Thank you.
I gotta make Dad proud.
Get that.
Chat. Do you think I can make my dad proud?
He asked you a question. Don't disappoint him.
I mean, I was like expecting a verbal answer there, and my heart dropped because I didn't hear one back immediately. Chat really left me there.
What is up with his snuff out?
It's on the stack.
Targeting the Dothy. Oh, it's targeting Dothy. That's what it's doing. He needs the Dothy to go before you can win, most likely.
There is a fantastic Duretti server with plenty of lists.
Oh, okay. We got a question in the chat for you, Fritz.
I seen it.
Direct car.
I shall have to plug the... I'll have to plug it later.
It's like, yo.
I only have the chat posted on my phone Discord.
I see. Duretti ruined nation.
Land destruction is great. I am a big fan of land destruction. I don't think most of the lists nowadays are running land destruction, but man, do I love it.
I used to love playing in casual pods, but I mean, it didn't work out very well socially.
You don't need friends if you have land destruction.
That's what I thought. You play land destruction high power. How does that go? Do people get really salty, or is it just like, yeah, all right?
I got my bucket.
It gathers so much salt. Okay. Glad to see Frog out there still grinding.
Big grinding. Frog out there trying his hardest.
He's trying. He's not getting there right now, but he's trying. Oh, there's
the best lands in there.
Okay, hold up. We were really wrong. It was the blue farm player's turn, and that Oracle was not already in play. It was probably on the stack. And here's the console.
Oof.
I mean, that's why you don't. That's why you watch games from the beginning if you can.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. Also, Jamaica, congratulations on that game. And you know what? Screw you. You can't always have it all. You didn't tutor once that game, other than for the Viscera series. You're like, oh, Ranger Captain Crack, Oracle Console. So yeah, congrats to you though for having the nuts, as you always do.
Never
And
punished.
I have no idea how you scared that Nas player, or how you scared Tavesh Krom away from going for Nas. But whatever you did, whatever you said to the table, it was marvelous. Okay, so where are we? Consoles on the stack?
We're still waiting on this console. Thassa's console. With the Esper Sentinel in play.
Yeah. So did the guy? Okay, what's his name? His name is Aya. Did he just cast this Vampiric Tutor? Is it on the stack? Because if he did, I feel like that's like a major misplay. Because you just wait until a console resolves and you trigger that Esper Sentinel, and oops, he loses. It's like, all right, console guys, what do you think? And we've already used the snuff out too. Like, man, save your spells. If there's an Esper Sentinel in play, and this is a console. It's the guy playing on his bed. No, I don't think so. It looks harder. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's a cloth playmat as well. The lighting is pretty good too. Camera angle's nice. But yeah, I wonder if this table understands, the interaction of Esper Sentinel and console.
They might. I'm sure they do. Make him draw a card.
Okay, Jamaican says he said nothing to the Tavesh Krom player to the Tavesh Krom player. He just decided not to go for Nas and cast Tavesh instead.
Yeah, that was good.
Plot twist. Kai tapped wrong. Mana for Ephemerate. Okay. I don't see that yet, but so with this Vampiric Tutor that's resolving. What is that creature in play? The art is pretty wild for me to be able to tell.
I actually don't. I don't know what that is. Pull it up, Calum. This one right next to Vampiric Tutor.
Yeah, the one in the Nimmer Sports State.
That's a
Mystical Tutor?
That's a mystical. Are you talking about this right here?
Yeah.
That's a Mystic Remora.
A Mystic Remora. Okay. Is that one of the new arts?
Yeah, that's the new Secret Lair art that I got like 17
17
boxes of.
That is so pretty.
Yeah.
You got 17 boxes of that?
Oh, this is gonna be a $200 card foil, easily.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I'm gonna go ready to go switch it. I'm gonna go change all the art and all my primer lists right now to that.
Yep.
We're gonna do that right now. That is so pretty. See, I'm one of those people who will just like waste their time blinging out their Moxfield deck list for literally no reason.
Not actually owning it.
Yep. Yeah, my deck's really expensive now. It must be really good. Dude, that Remora is so pretty. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still okay. Console resolved. What's happening?
I'm so confused. Are we still on
too.
this vamp tutor?
I think the vamp tutor is resolved, but he just drew a card somehow. It looks like. But how did he draw the card? Oh, Mystic Remora. That's what it is. He responded to his own Mystic Remora trigger with the Vampiric Tutor. He got the Mindbreak Trap.
Makes sense. Got it, coach.
Looks like people in chat figured it out too. Honestly, though, that was the wrong play. You don't. People need to learn about Esper Sentinel and Oracle Consult. You could have used that tutor to get something proactive.
I mean, I think Sky's scooping it up.
I agree with you, Dikarkrika, but at the same time, it looks pretty. So, oh well. Yeah, you can.
They must have done it correctly on their end.
Man, this is really, we're getting close to the end of round 4. That's exciting. That means we're about ready to go in the top 16, which is arguably my favorite area of tournaments. I feel like the gameplay changes a lot between the CIS and the semis, or the top 16. Kind of, people become a little less. I feel like people can become a little bit more subtle with their play, and you have a whole bunch of players, getting pushed into one pod all together. And also, it's really stressful too, because there's a big difference between a top 16 and a top 4. I feel like the difference is much bigger than like a first and a top 4. Like if you make top 16, oh well. Some people tell you, okay, you did good, but if you want that clout, or you want other people, or you want other people to come up, I don't know, make you feel accomplished or whatever, like top 4 is where you want to be. And I don't know, it's kind of meaningless, all that, but at the same time, I feel like that puts a lot of pressure in people's minds. Everybody really wants to make the top 4. That makes top 16 really stressful, in my opinion.
I lost to his own Esper Sentinel. So you're really excited for these next couple games. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I feel like the games get a lot better, just in general. There's just more cool interactions happening. There's higher level decision making occurring, and watching players play under stress is like really interesting as well. Like, for example, we saw Tyler like throw a game today, or we didn't see it. I heard about a game that he threw, because he already made it to top 16, right? So he kind of fell asleep, right? Like, I feel like you can take a lot more of a, you can go a lot more easy in the semis, I feel like, especially if you got a few wins under your belt, or in the Swiss. But in the top 16, you gotta give it all you got.
I mean, all right. So now who we going for? Since Kai got knocked out, your choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Top pick got wrecked.
I feel like the only thing stopping the Kirk player from winning is the Dathi, I would assume. It's kind of hard to see all his permanents, but the Deadly Rollick?
He does have a lot of them.
Okay. That might be game. So, I mean, if we knew the Esper Sentinel interaction, you could have used a counterspell for this. Like, you could tutored for a counterspell and, held it. I guess you wanted to respond to the fish trigger, but, I mean, then it's still on top. You can respond to it now. Not respond to it, just put on top. And, like, you cast Empiric Tutor, make them draw from empty library, put your counterspell on top, go next turn, they play Deadly Relic, you draw your counterspell. Nope. Serving interaction. Good.
That's the name of the game today.
Yep, definitely is. People who can sandbag the hardest usually have the most consistent high win rates. Golgari, you think? But probably Kirk. Yeah, I could agree with that. Let's go Frog, but probably Kirk.
I would be happy to see Frog win a game today.
I mean,
although I really do like Kirk.
The Nimmer's player doesn't have a lot of mana in play, but they do have a lot of cards. They draw a lot of cards in Mr. Kimura, and Oracle Consult's only 3 mana.
This is very true. Easy peasy. And Methics with like 3 C's. All I see is thick. That's all I see. All right, let's go get Rog. I'm with you. I'm here with you. I'll root for you. If no one else will, I'll do it. Chat's with me. Chat's always right.
Frogging, oh no. I feel like the frog represents the most what's the word? The most cultist group.
Degenerate
CDH group of players in the format. They're so tight knit too. I mean, if you've been to the Frog server, you'll know. The degens. Yup. Corpse Dance. Okay, I feel like we're going to be presenting a loop here. No, Dothy's still in play. Never mind.
Yeah. I was sucked in to get Rog before I even knew what was happening.
Was Deadly Relic not cast? So it didn't happen?
I thought it got countered.
Misdirection, you're right.
Yeah. It got yeeted.
Lake of the Dead. Okay. Cracking Lotus Petal.
Seems good.
I know that Shaper and someone else in the Frog server for a while have been working on a pretty interesting Frog build. It's basically a slightly more Frog independent build. It has all the Frog elements, but it's playing one Titan and it's playing Razaketh and Villas, the Reanimator, or no, just playing Razaketh with the Reanimator package and Nas and PETA. And it's trying to be better with Witherbloom. It's trying to be better a Nas PETA deck that can win without Frog and have some alternate Razaketh lines. It seems interesting. Not saying it's better or anything, but it's a very interesting build if anyone's interested. Take a look at that.
Yeah, he's got a grip of cards.
Tremulous. You should send me that deck list. I'm really curious now. I promise I won't tell until we see a comedian in a game.
Let's go, Team Frog. Just waiting to get back to our turn. Feels like forever.
All right, Tremolos, with the goods. Let's see. Really? Huh. You're right. That was spicy. Hopefully we get to see him in a future game. Yeah, Kirk's still doing Kirk things.
Earlier.
I'm not going to try to commentate as to what... Okay, we have another removal spell yet again. Dang. Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see that deck in action. It sounds like spice. He's been talking about it for a while. I didn't think it was actually going to be any good, though. As long as you're... Huh. Very intriguing. Yeah, it's definitely be a top 16 feature match.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'm excited to see it too. Let's go, team.
Kirk doing Kirk things, trying to kill a Dothy to win again.
Gotta hit him with that dismember.
My boy Demon Kitty doing well. Sweet. Congrats to him. We've seen a surprising amount of Displacer Kitten today, even in decks that shouldn't be playing that card, in my opinion. And it seems like it's been doing pretty well. We saw Tyler trying to jam it in Dark Malcolm, doing some interesting things with it. We saw it in a blue farm, which I generally consider as a deck that wouldn't play it, but it did work. It won with the Teferi combo, which was really interesting, and I would love to pick Killstar's brain about that sometime because he's a player that I respect, and I feel like he has really good logic behind his includes. So I'd love to hear like what inspired him to go there with this blue farm deck, or Tim McCrom mid range or whatever it is.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, Displacer Kitten's pretty efficient combo with certain cards. Oh wait, he's won with Displacer Kitten twice? Okay, Killstar's won with Kitten at least twice this tournament, apparently. That is super interesting. Here.
Be getting there. It's just really good.
Yep.
Obnoxiously good. Ugh. Blue just gets to do too many things. Kitten is super fire. Dumb fire. Makes me want to just like run into the room and slap my grandmother. Not really grandma, but...
So Killstars has won at least 2 games with Blue Farm using Displacer Kitten in this tournament. That is crazy to me. That's so whack. That's so cool though. Yeah, Displacer Kitten is a really efficient combo piece with a lot of different cards too. Like obviously it comes with Spellseeker like almost immediately. Super powerful. It also turns Spellseeker and Birthing Pod into like 1-card combos and like Thrasios Vile Smasher builds, because you can go Spellseeker, get Neoform your Vile Smasher into a Displacer Kitten, you cast a spell, and then from there there's a 1-mana line to win by flickering the Spellseeker to the Displacer Kitten. There's actually a 0-mana line, but it requires you to play Summoner's Pact and Elvish Spirit Guide, so probably not going to be playing those cards. But in the right deck, that could be something. And you can also, with Birthing Pod, obviously you can turn the Vile Smasher into a birth into a Displacerkin, cast a spell, flick at the birthing pod, untapping it, and then tap it to sack Thrasios, go get a Spell Seeker, win the game from there. And there's also and there's a lot of decks that just get a lot of value off it. Where I was seeing it yesterday was in a Tivit deck. You know, it's Displacerkin plus Tivit, really, really good, super good. Displacerkin with Urza definitely has some powerful potential that we're seeing. Displacerkin with pretty much any like strong ETB effect in the command zone. It's going to be pretty powerful, I feel. You think TNT Hulk should play it? Why is that?
You're talking to Caleb.
Chaos? Oh, okay. Lol. Never mind.
Caleb, give me your answers.
Okay. Okay. Since it was brought up, I have to rant about Jeskai is shy. Okay. I hate this deck with a burning passion, guys. All right. I think the deck's okay. Don't get me wrong. Jeskai is super powerful. But whenever I sit down and play against that deck, I'm not scared. I'm terrified of it. I'm absolutely terrified of it, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose. Like we're going to lose to it. If that makes any sense. I feel like there's a lot of games where like they play the bird, they kill 1 to 2 players, and the last player is just sitting there chuckling with all the removal and just sandbagging. It's like, okay, they're gone now. Remove the bird. I win. And it's just like you almost just play that control game with the bird player. Be like, hey, I have a removal spell. Don't hit me. Whatnot. And, I don't know. It just brings for a lot of really weird and a lot of weird like political interactions and can create a lot of saltiness too that I find. And I don't know. I think Bird's really good at killing 1 to 2 players, but not very good at ending game itself. And you kind of have to rely on the Jeskai like Breach Core to do it, which is like not very effective at like something that those combos like consistently in my opinion without like card advantage to command zone like Elsha. Yeah, I agree with that, Momentar. I'm not saying the deck's like straight up bad or anything, but that's like a very common play pattern I see with the deck. Very good. I've seen it just king make a lot of people.
I can agree with that.
Momentar. Momentar. Is that right? Momentar?
Mormonator.
What?
It's the Mormonator.
Mormonator?
Yeah, the Mormonator.
The Mormon.
He'll be right back to tell you about the Lord Jesus Christ.
I feel like to play control, you have to have a lot of card advantage in the command zone, like Shorkai, for you to really be effective. Because you can't, because it's not like a 1v1, like, you know, like a 1v1 format, right? Like Legacy, Modern, or Vintage. You know, it's like a 1v3, a 1 for 3, or a 3 for 1. Not really, but yeah. Shorkai is nuts. I think that Shorkai is really good. When I first saw that card spoiled, I was like, dang, this card isn't going to see me play. It's kind of garbage. And then I heard someone won a tournament with it, and I looked at it, and Goldfish was like, dang, what man draw to? It's actually kind of nuts. And then Mechathopter, like, there's a lot of crazy stuff you can do with it. But against but one of the negative aspects of the deck, though, is that it loses to certain cards really hard. Like an early Oof can just destroy that deck. I mean, obviously it plays removal and whatnot. It's not the end of the world, but man, Oof and Null Rod can really wreck that deck's day. Also, a well-timed Red Blast I've seen do wonders too. Like you really depend on that early Shorkai to get you there in a lot of cases, I feel like. And you need to, I feel like the deck's best when you have lots of mana in hand too to abuse it. So, you know, you kind of have to get those hands with lots of rocks. So there might be a consistency issue as far as mulligans, but I'm very impressed with that deck. He has a lot of potential, and it seemed not even that bad of a tournament choice, really, especially if you put your time in with it.
Oof. Looks like Kark fizzled out.
So we have a local Shorkai player who has been playing Mox Amber forever. Didn't realize Short Guy wasn't a creature. That was funny. He finally took it out, to say the least. Yep. Yeah,
That's
yep.
hard.
Frenchie being called out real hard right now. Thanks, House. Thank you. So what happened to Crook? Did it die? I think
I'm
so.
pretty sure he just fizzled out, went to 2, died. I don't know if like this guy just presented a win. I like kind of didn't see it.
Maybe he won. The Nimmer's players hasn't picked up yet. I don't know. I don't understand.
That was where like that was a very very slow turns. That was kind of a little.
Okay, it looks like he won. I think. Yeah.
I mean, if you
That's
could.
what I'm gonna go with. Or maybe was it time? Is the round over?
Oh yeah, that actually makes more sense. Time over.
Round ends in 10 minutes, 2:30. Yeah, round was over. It was a draw. If you can't explain who won or didn't win, it's because it's a draw, most likely.
I was like, damn, what happened? Man, I am so tired. That lack of sleep is finally getting to me.
All right. So you guys want to take the first game in the top 16? I'll take a break and maybe I can come back in top 4 potentially. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so definitely stay tuned for the next round because we'll be giving some more giveaways away. And we'll take a quick break and see you guys in for top 16 when our players get back.
Moral of the story is play faster, I guess.
All right, everyone, we are getting close to finishing up our pods and finalization for the top 16 bracket. We have an update for our top 16, and we'll be getting the deck list shortly. In the number 1 spot, we have Jamanta. Number 2, Nevi. Number 3, Maestro. Number 4, Legit Vocals. Number 5, Jalieth. Number 6, Thunderfarts. Number 7, Seplepod. Number 8, Trimnick. Number 9, Comedian. Number 10, Fonzie, also known as Mythic Gaming's MTG. Number 11, Wojanadior. Number 12, Joe Zero. Number 13, TCM Biscuit. Number 14, CyberConnect. Number 15, That Man Do. And number 16, the last but not least, Black Bolt. Every player at this point and further has at least 10 points, so they've all won at least 2 rounds. And notably, their opponents' win percentages are all above 18% is what it seems. So this is your update for top 16, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks again for tuning in, and we'll see you shortly. What is up, everybody, and welcome back to ka0s Tournaments. We are here for you in the top 16 semifinals round, and we have our 16 competitors, as I mentioned earlier, and we are choosing to watch the Pod 1, Game 1 of the semifinals. Then we cut to top 4. It's hype, isn't it, Fitz?
It's super hype. I'm really excited to be here. I'm really excited to see some hateful decks. Really excited to see this Jetmir deck.
What the... Bro, excuse my French, but what the actual shit is this deck? 45 creatures in CEDH? In my CEDH? Is this what we're doing?
We're dealing combat damage, baby. We've been talking about it all day, but we're turning creatures sideways.
It's literally just got Tindershoot Dryad and Winota as stuff to close things out. Like,
hold on, you know what's really good with Jetmir? Elish Norn.
No, please stop.
It's actually like silly.
It's so ignorant. Like, and then on top of that, if you get a Tindershoot Dryad on top of that, you're just like, I'm gonna build an army that is unstoppable, and you can't do anything about it. But let's also talk about these other decks that we got at the table. So we have Killstars playing Tymna Kraum, doing Displacer Kitten combo things with Teferi, the 3-mana Teferi that returns a non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand and forces you to draw a card. So you can just cast any free rock and you draw your deck and do whatever you'd like. Particularly Thassa's Oracle out or something to that effect. Or you can use Brain Freeze to mill all your opponents and then they'll draw an empty library. Ignacy going second, also playing Tymna Kraum, doing some blue farm things with a pregame action. And then we have a lonely Tymna Thrasios. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're going to be fighting uphill here.
Oh yeah, Tymna Thrasios has like almost no chance in this pod unless they are on Hulk. I firmly stand by it. But it'll be pretty interesting to see how they take the game because we do have access to things like Drannith Magistrate, Collector Roof. We can shut some stuff down pretty easy.
That's true. That's true. Chat, who you rolling with? I think chat's rolling with Jetmir. We've got the champ behind Jetmir. We also might need to be doing one of them giveaways there, huh?
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, but first, I just want to see what comes of this really fast start from Killstars. We have a Mox
This
Diamond,
is a fast start.
Mana Crypt, and a City of Brass.
Seems good. Seems good.
Plays Jetmir. No.
Jam it.
Yeah, just jam it. This is not a time to be sitting around. You're 100%. When you get in these top 16 slots, you want to try and slam a win attempt out as fast as humanly possible. See what your opponents can do about it, and then from there, like you just want to value town until you get to the win, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think just yeet it. Windmill, slam it down on the table as fast as you can.
Yeah,
I've seen a couple of wins here get stuffed by time. That's the time has won almost as many matches as Jamonta here has.
Oh yes.
I think Jetmir's what the chat is rooting behind. We're waiting on pins and needles for Jetmir. Thick kitty go boom.
Thick kitty. It has a freaking wall of text on this thing. Like, why does stuff need Vigilance, Double Strike, and Trample?
To be good.
To be good.
It's really good when you have 45 creatures and they all get those text words.
Oh, 100%. And you're also on Captain Sisay and Archon of Valor's Reach.
I mean, Elish Norn comes down and he immediately, I think that just kills you. Even if you have just a couple.
All you need is Elish Norn, your commander, and what is it?
Like, he just deals so much damage. And he's hella thick. You
just need your commander,
damn,
Elish Norn, and 4 more creatures, and you literally have lethal.
Fish is good. Fish isn't as good when you go last, though.
And there's an opposition agent.
And an oppy boy.
ka0s is not playing around this game. It is time to get this dub. You have come into the Stadium of Champions, and you are getting clapped.
Big clapped.
I think we're gonna see
Heard
a
you coming
crown.
from a mile away.
Yeah.
You were just out there.
Hit you with my special beam cannon.
Chat, who's ready for this giveaway? We've got some more luxury card coming for you right here on the channel. Go follow us in our Discord, our Patreon. Love us, please.
Love us. Show us how much we care. How much you care about us.
He does need to lose a little bit of life.
Naya gang, rise up. Let's go, Jemir. Woo! That's from Opal Wave MTG in the chat.
I always used to be a big fan of the old Naya commander that gave all attacking creatures, if they weren't attacking you, +2/+0. I was a big fan. I used to just be like, all right, here's 5 creatures. Send beats.
So that's why I liked playing Abzan a lot. I was never a big fan of, I'm still not a big fan of red, right? So instead of playing Naya, yeah, I just add black instead. So but we still get the green-white creatures that are huge, and we're still slamming crater hoofs in people's jaws.
I mean, I guess that's acceptable.
Yeah, as long as it's crater hoof, right?
Best color, red color. Chat's always right.
So like let's be honest, chat. Does playing red make the game feel too easy? Is Dockside really that broken?
He's just a happy boy.
Yeah. They made him a monkey.
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't like the new art. I don't like the new art at all.
How could they disrespect the boy like that? And that is a windfall on the sec from Ignacy.
They were gonna reprint Ragavan and forgot that they wanted to reprint Dockside, so they just kept the art.
Oh, that's exactly what it looks like, doesn't it? Like it looks like it was supposed to be a Ragavan reprint, and they changed it to Dockside at the last second.
Bread gets bread. That's exactly right, my guy.
Wait, who said that? Joe McMillan, I see you, and I respect the audacity.
You're monkey adjacent.
What can I say? I don't like Ragavan, and I don't like Dockside, and I don't like Thassa's Oracle either. Hot take of the day, just ban them.
Ban islands.
But they gave you Boyle.
That's the real target.
They gave you Boyle.
They did give me Boyle. I do run Boyle alongside Ruination sometimes. It feels good.
So, not to distract from the game too much, but have you seen the spoilers for Unfinity?
If not.
Oh, so in Unfinity, they printed this 3-mana Rakdos commander that allows you to exile instants and sorceries from your graveyard, and you get, well, it doesn't exile. You manifest instants and sorceries from your graveyard onto the battlefield. They come base power 3/3s.
Dranith.
God, Dranith, of course.
Disrespectful.
But yeah, so you manifest your creatures.
And nobody fed fish either.
Hey, that's a good pod, though. Yeah, so you manifest your instants and sorceries as 3/3s, and then when the 3/3s deal combat damage to your opponents, you get to cast the instant or sorcery you manifested for no mana. So if they have double strike, you connect twice and you get like 2 Pitas.
Love it.
Oh yeah. So you're just gonna play like Ruination and Boil, and we're just gonna wrath the board every turn.
Wheel pass is a little sus.
Wheel
Like,
pass
wait a minute.
is the most sus.
But Dranith is a thing. Dranith is a thing. Big sad.
Dranith is pretty difficult to deal with. There's not a whole lot that actually helps you out from underneath the Dranith that doesn't get hit by deflecting SWAT.
It's true. It's true. We need to start running them board wipes.
Hey, like you were saying the other day, start time. It's time to start running Anger of the Gods, Pyroclasm,
Lightning Bolt OP. Lightning Bolt
Candidate.
OP.
But,
What is Dranith? A 1/3?
yeah, it's a 1/3.
Fucking Dranith.
Well, hey, while we're chilling, I got this wheel set up so we can do another giveaway.
It's time for a giveaway. Let's get the chat some luxury cardboard.
Luxury cardboard rectangles. You'll love to see it. So we got everything in here. Chat, help me out. If we don't see the person here, let me know so we can roll again. Wallopy dollopy! Congrats.
Ooh. Giveaway. Wallopy Dollopy, congratulations. That's awesome. I don't even know what's up there. Big wins. Big wins.
Yes, so all you have to do is be here, tuned in to win one of our giveaways. We are giving away some fine luxury cardboard rectangles. And all you have to do is be here, tuned in, listen for your name when we do our random giveaway. And once you win, be in our Discord to message Chikobi, that is myself, and I will be able to assist you with claiming your prize. Oh, and another requirement is you have to be enjoying the stream. Whether you're actually enjoying it or not, you gotta enjoy it.
You have to.
It's a law.
It's the law.
Spicy. So we definitely have a lot more cardboard to give away, so definitely stay tuned. And
How many more giveaways do we have?
Well, see, we have a lot of tokens, but really it's just until we run out of the foil cardboard rectangle.
Some
all of our
more chances.
I'll get you in on the next one, Azuro. I'm sorry about that. You might have hopped in right after I made the wheel. Yeah, I can get you guys in on the next one. No worries. Sometimes Twitch is a little weird about telling me who's actually on the stream. So, okay, yeah, I got you guys now. Perfect. Awesome. But back to the stream. Yeah, I got your DM. DM got that. Whoa.
Hillstar is doing stuff.
Oh, what's going on? That's a Jessica's will on both modes. Oh my goodness, and a Granda Polisher?
Seems good.
Seems good. What's this red card? Is that in a braid? Too bad there's a Dranith Magistrate, so you don't get to cast the cards that were exiled.
Yep. Big cloud.
Demonic Tutor.
That seems good though.
Oh, Opal Wave. Now that you said something, yeah, that does look like, actually does look like Loyal Apprentice. That top part of the art, yeah.
You think that's it, La Casa? Said shuffle them up.
Yep.
Them my cheeks.
Hey, for those that don't know, Killstars is an insane pilot when it comes to playing anything that has red blue in it or red black. Absolute monster. I don't think I've ever won a game against Killstars, and we've jammed quite a few games.
Did anyone ever tell you to get good?
What? That's not possible. I can't get good. I'm garbage.
Magic is hard.
It is factually the hardest card game in the world.
Big team. I'm trying to see Jetmir do some things, though. I don't know if I'm trying to have Killstar win the game right here. I'm trying to see some beats. Trying to see some mid-range. God damn it, not a cat. Cat really just putting a damper in my day.
Displacer Kitten, I'm so excited to see people actually warming up to this card and including it in more builds. This card is absolutely bonkers. Just being able to flicker a mana crypt is insane.
I'm not going to lie. My happiest moment was when Displacer Kitten came out and the community was like, this is garbage. And I was like, thank you. Don't play it.
Yeah,
Just for like, let it, go a couple sets and just forget it exists.
there's always a card
You know,
like this that comes out in a new set. I remember Wandering Archaic and Ledger Shredder both before Displacer Kitten, because now it's Displacer Kitten included. These cards get really slept on for about the first couple months, and then
everyone's playing them.
yeah, one person will top 8 with it, and they'll see the combo like one time on stream, and then everybody and their mom's playing it. It's beautiful.
It's like, oh, actually, that's really, really, really good.
Oh, this combo right here is insane. So, what they get Wishclaw Talisman and Displacer Kitten. So they activate the Wishclaw Talisman to go search for a card, cast an instant or sorcery, and then reset the Wishclaw Talisman so they can tutor again.
So silly.
It's so
So
silly.
silly.
Yeah, yes, Schnacko and Elstraxi. Yeah.
The exact same thing. I didn't buy that many, but I bought like 5. Just because I was like, man, like there's no way this is not a $20 card at some point or more.
100%. I mean, Felidar Guardian is a very powerful magic card, and this is literally just something that makes other things Felidar Guardian.
That's a hand. It's the claw.
The claw. What did they? How did they?
Reanimate. Target the Razakuzzi.
Is there a Razaketh in the yard?
Well, it looks like. I might be wrong though.
Oh no, Dockside.
Dockside's also pretty good.
Oh, the spell in the yard is Appear into the Abyss.
Very good. Not reanimatable.
Yeah, Killstars, I believe, is bilingual, so there's a lot of Spanish cards in the list as well.
They're just off to the races, man. Displacer just putting in work.
Oh yeah, and now that the Killstars has the Dockside, this card, Displacer Kitten is really going to shine. Because the Wishclaw Talisman activation is still on the stack.
Ugh. Crying.
Oh, I'm mistaken. No, they gave the Wishclaw Talisman to Comedian. Oh, absolutely beautiful. Demonic Consultation triggered Displacer Kitten targeting the Dockside Extortionist.
God damn it, Displacer Kitten.
Mm-mm-mm. Ladies, gentlemen, and other, if you want to see power, this is power in Magic the Gathering right here. This is turn 3?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this is turn 3.
This was his turn 3. Yeah?
Yes. Active
He
player
went
turn 3.
first.
Pact of Negation targeting Demonic Consultation. Flicker the Dockside with Displacer Kitten.
More treasure.
Windfall? Flicker the Dockside Extortionist?
Good lord. This is so silly.
This is so silly.
I really like doing Windfall after I've been feeding the fish. It feels so good. You're just like, there is a reason I let you do all 5 cards, boss.
Oh, yeah. You're actually... Well, I don't know if Demonic Consultation names 3 Fairy. If it names 3 Fairy and you go too deep, you could exile your win conditions and not be able to win the game. Yeah, Kitten is like Deadeye Navigator, but way better.
It was going to be cats one way or another this game.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I'm firmly in belief that Blonde Beast is also playing.
He actually can't play the Abolisher chat because of Dranith.
Yes, that is 100% true.
Unfortunately, that was those 3 cards were hit off of the Jessica's Will. So they're just kind of stuck over there. That's awesome, Wallopy. I'm glad Wallopy got some treasures because I'm trying to get Displacer Kit and Wallop on these nuts.
Spellseeker, there it is. Huh, yawn. Easy claps.
Easy beats.
Easy
Seems
beats.
good. But we got the Power Blast here. We got the... No, what is that?
That's a Force of Will.
That's
Pitching.
a shiny, big old shiny force. Fuck yeah.
I think it's pitching a Consider. They put it behind the Force of Will, so I didn't get an opportunity to see it.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. He's got so many treasures. It's so silly.
It's absolutely bonkers. Yeah, it's Fierce Guardianship. I'm gonna cast this freeze spell that's gonna make me mana. Is that okay? That's wild. You just gonna let it resolve? Mm. And so also just imagine Killstar's doing this with the Wishclaw Talisman instead of like trying to manually build it with Spellseeker. Because they can do that all of that at instant speed, and they have to fight
Yeah.
it.
That was rough.
Oh yeah, 100%. You're fighting a losing battle as soon as the Displacer Kitten resolved.
Displacer Skin just so gross.
So I guess we shortcutted to getting 3 Fairy.
All right, boys.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like,
it was fun while it lasted.
so for those that don't know, we can go ahead and explain a little bit of what's going on here. So with Displacer Kitten being able to blink a non-land permanent on board whenever an instant or sorcery is, or I'm sorry, when a non-land permanent is cast. I'm sorry, no, it's instant or sorcery. Yeah, whenever an instant or sorcery is cast, you. No, I am right. Yeah, it's a non-creature permanent. That's what it is. You flicker something like a free rock, like mana crypt that's on board with Teferi, and you get to draw a card off of the +1, and then you get to cast the mana crypt, trigger the Displacer Kitten to flicker Teferi, reset it so you can put the free rock back to hand, and you can draw your deck. And then after you've drawn your deck, all the while you're making a ton of mana doing this. You can cast Thassa's Oracle with no library or devotion more than library, and then you get to win the game.
Good job.
Absolutely beautiful. I'm glad we got to see this on stream as well.
Yeah, this one was a cool one. Sad we didn't get to see Jetmir do some things, but Displacer Kitten, very strong. She a thick girl.
Absolutely powerful. Well, while we got the time, I'll tell you what we can do is we can go ahead another wheel because we still have amazing cardboard rectangles to give away today.
More giveaways.
More giveaways.
Just in time for this next giveaway. Yeah, Jetmir took just a little bit of the clippity clap. Not even the claw could save him from this one, team.
The claw. You gotta love the claw.
Yes. Wheel. The more you chant about the power of red, the closer we get to the wheel. It's the best color in Magic. It's really the only color in Magic.
What? How dare you speak of blasphemy on the color that is sacred of green?
Green's not even a color anymore. You're banned.
Oh, you're right. Green loses to deflecting SWAT, chat. I'm sorry.
This is exactly right, team.
I'll learn one of these days. I'll learn one of these days.
You're gonna be on this this wheel. Calcium, don't you worry. I'm in your corner.
Yes, I did grab a fresh selection of everybody that is on watching the stream. All 65 of you. I love each and every single one of you. We're actually going to... Okay, it looks like it randomized this a little bit. So, actually, I can shuffle it. Shuffle! Cool.
Whoa. That's fucked up. We're not doing that.
All right, everybody ready? Woo!
Yes. Giveaway time.
A simple strudel.
Simply getting these prizes.
Congratulations, a simple strudel.
You've got some stuff.
Yeah, all you need to do is, if you're not in the Discord already, go ahead and join the Discord. The invite will be in the chat here shortly. And then you're going to message Jacoby, which is myself, and then you'll be able to choose your prize. Woo-hoo!
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
Give us that like and subscribe. You know we love you.
Hey, yeah, they help us out, so we help them out by giving them some beautiful, beautiful cardboard rectangles. Looks like pod 2 is finishing
Ready
up.
for us?
Well, do we want to do pod 2 or pod 4? Looks like we got a lot of attention on pod 4.
Let's go to pod 4 then.
Let's see if they were being good and not flooding the spectate.
It does look like the spectate is yeeted. There's a ton of people in there.
Yeah, there's 2
Oh,
judges.
that's the one they're live streaming that he's screen capturing, I think.
Okay, well, let's check out pod
'Cause
2.
It does say that they're live, so yeah, let's I guess just go to pod 2. Pod 2 for the chat. Another one.
Another one. Another one.
I don't know if they're talking about the game or maybe the wheel.
Oh, you're gonna message Jacoby. Oh, well. Pod 4 or pod 2 just ended, so let me do some messaging.
Yep, looks like we are. Uno momento. Chat. We have to kick some people out of our way.
Yeah.
They thought that they were gonna just sit and be in our way, and we're about to let them know what's up.
Yeah. Hey, get the out my way. You know what it is.
We have the chat with us, and the chat's always right. Yeah, a lot of these pods were done pretty fast.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, I kind of, like they just nobody running any interaction. I guess I don't know.
So that's, I mean, you're not far off. There's a lot of people that have been cutting a lot of interaction, because in their LGSs they don't run into any dudes that do anything, right? So then they interact with some stuff like, I don't know, Seedborn Muse and Displacer Kitten and Wandering Archaic and Niv Mizzet, and they just fumble to it because they don't have anything to answer it other than what, Cyclonic Rift?
2 spells.
Yeah.
Letting Displacer Kitten just sit there, it's like it just hurts my soul. Just hurts my soul. Hurts.
Oh,
This hurts me watching you let this happen to you.
yes, we're in. Oh, thank goodness. We struck gold, chat.
We did it for you, chat. We kicked those heathens out. We said, this is my magic game now. Look at me.
Well,
Look at me. I am the streamer now.
I am the streamer now.
Well, it does look like Blue Farm. Tyler is over there doing some stuff. I'm liking his side of the board.
It doesn't look
He's
like a
got
turn one bolus to
a
Citadel,
lot
but
going on. It does not look like a turn 1 boil Citadel. It does look like it's going. You got some stuff going on though. Chat, who you favoring over here? Who we going with? Chat's always right, so I need to know. Tyler it is. All right. That's a good vote, I suppose. I mean, he's got the Wandering Archaic up. He's got the Ristic Teddy. Those seem like two pretty good. You know, I do like that. Yeah, I was gonna say the blurry one. I don't know. You should put your lands in front. That's basically what it looks like to me. Is that everybody's just playing with their lands in front?
Oh, yeah, let me flip these videos around. I'm so sorry, chat. There we go. Now we can read stuff, right? Like this is a Gaia's Cradle.
Who would have thought? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like to root for the underdog. I'm a big underdog fan. Red underdogs, basically.
Oh my goodness. So ka0s is so underrated as a red commander. This Malcolm ka0s deck, it is absolutely bonkers.
It deals some damage.
Yeah, and you just have to connect with one person, and then you make 3 treasures with Malcolm. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that is a little silly.
Yeah, absolutely silly.
Bonk you, bonk you, bonk you. Give me them treasures. You are welcome, chat. We do it for you. If you would like to thank us, you can always like and subscribe. Our Discord and our Patreon. Shameless chills.
Yes, shameless plugs. Shameless plugs. Yeah, there's a Sea Sphinx while he's trying to Glinthorn Buccaneer combo. Go ahead, please. Please draw your deck. In response to you drawing your deck, draw your deck. And that's a dress down.
What was this phantasmal image on? That's what I want to know.
This phantasmal image?
Yeah, we don't know because we were here a little bit late, but like, could it possibly be a Wandering Archaic?
That's
That would
kind of
be
what it
that.
looks
That would
like.
suck. That would suck.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely has to either be a Consecrated Sphinx or a Wandering Archaic, and they're not drawing cards like they
Early
have.
dockside maybe.
Ooh, Mental Misstep on the offer you can't refuse.
Get wrecked, chump.
Can I draw a card and or get a Mental Misstep? Oh, Podge, was that the game that you got turn 1 Bolus of Citadel? That was rough.
That was rough. We were all watching that one, Podge. We were all watching it. My heart's with you. Ugh. Is that intuition right there?
Are you talking about on TCM Biscuits board?
Yes.
That is a dress down.
Oh, that's also a pretty good card. I actually really liked that card when it came out. I was like, this is such a flavorful card. It's such a flavorful card. I would like to dress down your thick Planeswalker.
Ooh, so
She's thick.
looks like they're gonna pay for the Wandering Archaic, but I believe legit got to draw with the Ristic Study and sees a miscast targeting, definitely targeting this Mental Misstep. Now, Jalith has the 3 mana to pay for it, but so Memo, the way that you win with a through Sphinx with the Glinthorn Buccaneer combo is you're actually going positive in mana as you're doing the Glinthorn Buccaneer combo. So if the Sphinx player does try to respond to you winning the game at all after the second activation, you can just activate Glinthorn Buccaneer again and then keep going. and then they keep that trigger on the stack, ping everybody for 1, make 3 treasures, activate it again, and then they're going to keep drawing, and they're going to keep trying to put interaction on the stack, and you have to just keep beating them through that. Eventually, you're going to have so much mana that it doesn't matter how many interaction pieces they have. You can just activate over the top. So they'll die with all of those spells on the stack. It's absolutely beautiful.
Forever on the stack. Just me and my sadness.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do have to be in combat for this combo to work because Glinthorn Buccaneer does say this can only be activated in the combat step. So it looks like we're going to let the miscast counter the mental misstep. Very interesting. Mind Break Trap.
That's an oof, chat.
Yeah, that's pretty rough, Chief. Ristic Study. Wandering Archaic. May I get a copy of this Mind Break Trap?
He does have some treasures and the vault. So. Not that I would crack the vault here, but
Yeah, no, I definitely crack your treasures here.
can't tell if he only has 1 or that's 2. I'd hope that's 2.
Yeah, that's 2 treasures, and then deflecting swat on the Mind Break Trap.
Oof.
Does
Man,
that?
I love deflecting swat. It's such a good card. Jacoby, tell me what color card that is again.
I think it's magenta. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's a strong magenta card.
Yeah, purple.
Big purple. It's so good. It's actually purple.
It's so purple that it's unfortunately red.
Wasn't that like a thing people tried to make it a color for a while? Purple.
Yeah.
It was like
Oh my goodness! Every set that
I
comes
remember
out
that from a couple years ago.
Yeah, every set that comes out, they're like, "Hey, did you guys hear that Wizards are gonna make purple a color? They're gonna make a 6th color, and it's gonna be purple." And I'm like, "Get the hell out of here!
Like, stop.
Get out of here!" They barely have enough mechanics for 5 colors, and you want them to add a 6th one? They don't even know what mechanics to give white. Like,
they're like, we know it's not white weenie anymore, but we can't give you card draw, guys. I'm sorry.
yeah, they're like, Smothering Tithe is too powerful, but we also don't want to give you card draw. Like, look how hard we had to fight for something like this 1 mana thing down on Joe's board. I can't remember what it's called.
The Esper Sentinel and the Activist.
Yes.
What Ogma?
Yeah, Ogma. Yeah, that's the one.
Which why is she a halfling?
Archivist.
Why is she a halfling?
That's actually hilarious. Because if she was a full adult, you'd draw 2 cards instead.
You're right.
So yeah, they're definitely negotiating over this deflecting SWAT really hard. So basically what happens is they're gonna go deflecting SWAT your Mind Break Trap. We're gonna change your targets of Mind Break Trap to deflecting SWAT. Isn't that crazy? And this dress down. Beautiful.
Man, that was pretty sad there.
Yeah, that was pretty freaking gross if I have to say so myself.
Red coming in clutch, just doing all the things.
Everything loses some deflecting SWAT. Fight me. Like, and then if you have deflecting SWAT and wandering arcade, get out of here. So let's talk about the unfortunate thing here, right? Legit definitely has 3 pirates.
100% has 3 pirates.
And 2 of these are connecting. Because Malcolm has flying. Glenhorn Buccaneer has haste, so it can attack this turn. And it's a 3/3. So, since Malcolm creates the treasures on combat damage, you can go to end of combat, which is a phase in the game. You're still in the combat step, but it's the end of combat. And then activate Glinthorn Buccaneer after you have a... after you make your 2 treasures.
The treasures.
Yeah. So you just send Malcolm, Glinthorn Buccaneer, and Dockside at Joe over here, who only has 1 blocker, and just skibbery doop slumber. Ooh, everybody's dead. You're right, Marisha. Buck's a 2/4. I literally looked at the card right after I said that, and I was like, ah.
Man. F's in chat for the team.
Yeah, it's not looking good for our hometown heroes. And this is where normally, if I was playing with legit, I'd be like, hey, bro, all right, so stop explaining. Just tell me what's killing me and let me answer it.
This would be the part where I asked you to add it all up, and then I flipped the table.
Flip the table. No, for real, though. Legit's a really great guy. Pretty decent anyway. And he just plays some weird stuff. Like, as you can see, Dark Malcolm. He's hitting you with that Darkwing Duck.
That was my favorite show as a kid.
Same. If that's
It's on Disney Plus now?
No way.
Yes. You can 100% go relive your childhood on Disney Plus now and watch the entirety of Darkwing Duck.
Did they Netflix me? Like, are actually all of the episodes on there?
I do believe all the episodes are on there.
Oh, chat, you heard it here first. All the episodes of Darkwing Duck are on Disney Plus. Disney's about to make so much money right now.
Disney, shameless Disney plug.
Shameless.
Hire me, Disney.
Yeah, shameless Disney plug.
I want some of that mousesy.
All right, so.
All right, well, I think we do have. We should have a big old win here.
What is this?
Chat, tell me how you feeling about this win here.
Snap! We're seeing a slip out the back from Malcolm ka0s, and it puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature and phases it out. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna phase this Glinthorn out as you're going to combat. Slip out the back.
More like blowout is back.
Hey, you said it. Can I draw a card, like, please?
Man, that feels so. Almost get there feels so bad.
Question mark. Putting it on the Malcolm.
I mean, Malcolm does it too, right?
Oh, yeah, I could see why. If you phase out the Malcolm instead of the...
he doesn't get any treasures.
Well, so yeah, he doesn't get any treasures, and it gives the other Malcolm player an opportunity to Gilded Drake the Glinthorn Buccaneer and win on the next turn.
Seems good.
Seems valuable. And this is where Jalith just shows Gilded Drake and Phantasmal Image.
Win.
Yeah, I'm going to target my Phantasmal Image, sack it, reanimate it. It's going to copy Malcolm. Gilded Drake or Glenhorn Buccaneer. Dub.
All right, Chad, if you voted for the game not to end there, you were correct.
Yeah, you should buy a lottery ticket since the Mega Millions is over $1 billion.
That's actually over with. It was won by a guy in Illinois. Just one person.
Really?
Yep, for $1.3 billion. It was a nice little cash settlement of $749 million, all to one single person in Illinois. He waking up and he getting.
I'd be sleeping on that money. Like for real. I'd build a bed out of the money. So it looks like we get a pass turn here to Jalith. And now if you ever had an opportunity with your commander to show me its power level, now is the time. Off of somebody trying to win off the backside, jam it in their jaw, all the interactions gone, just win.
Yeah, man. I feel like Joe wasn't really showing any interaction there. And Biscuit looks like he's doesn't have a whole lot either, even though he's got a grip and a treasure. I'm not really sure.
Oh yeah,
Feels like this is your chance, Jalith.
that grip that
Slip
Jalith
it
has.
out the back.
Ooh. Blow it out the back. Slip it out the back.
Give us that ASMR. One of them mukbang.
Joe's like, man, I really should have played red.
Yeah, he's wishing he had kicking himself for not playing red.
I could have played a Dockside Extortionist, jammed an Underworld Breach, and told you this game was over. But instead, I played green.
You said it.
It takes, I'll be honest with you, it takes an art style to play stacks pieces. Not anybody can play stacks.
This is very true. Takes some time. Dedication.
You got to play stacks and just get blown all the way out, and then you'll learn how to play stacks right.
I literally can fly with how blown out I am. They're like wings.
Yeah, Team Rocket blasting off again.
Yeah, I literally, you might have seen me in that movie Dumbo.
So we're seeing a demonic tutor here from the Evelyn player.
It seems really good.
Legit says, hey, can I have a demonic tutor? And can I draw a card?
Also seems good. God damn it, wandering archaic.
So, like, this is a huge problem because if you keep feeding legit
I mean, the silence is pretty good.
So, legit Sparkles, I understand where you're coming from with the op agent being there. It's so similar to Ristic Study, how you can ask them to pay the one and then it's still a may to draw. Wandering Archaic says you may make a copy of the spell unless they pay to. So even if they don't pay the 2, you can choose not to make a demonic tutor. You just want to try and trick them into paying more mana than they should.
Coach. I love when my opponents forget about my stacks pieces. They'll just like go Green Sun Zenith, and I'll just look down at my Graph Digger's cage, and I'll say resolves.
Yes, resolves every day of the week. That's my favorite thing. Sack this Protean
You got
Hulk.
it, partner.
Sack this Protean Hulk into a Graph Digger's cage. Oh, yeah, resolves.
You got it, partner.
Oh,
That's a thick grip right there, though, that Joe's got.
Yeah, let's
and I'm not talking
it.
about the cards in his hand.
Hey, for real, let's talk about Biscuit over here. Has a wall of cards in his hand.
He does. I was looking at that earlier. I was like, God damn, boy. He thick.
Thick. How many cards do you think that is?
That's a deck.
Yeah, that's a sideboard, at least.
That literally looks like it's raised as much as his mouse is.
Yeah, factual. Actual factual statement.
It looks like it's well over those dice that are up there. I'm like, damn.
Legit, Sparkles says they think he has 22.
That's so many cards.
I mean, Mystic Remora and Ristic said he just draw that many cards.
Yep. Yeah, they do.
Chat saying that he built his own pier into the abyss.
That's always right.
Chat's always right. Unless it comes to being right about red.
But they are right about red.
I'd rather be dead than red.
Heathen.
Better dead than red. You heard it here first, chat.
Well, I guess that we're going to be dead, chat. Red Nation, baby.
Red Nation.
Red Nation.
Chat, I wanna get a little interaction from you. What is your favorite color in Magic the Gathering? My favorite color is green, of course. Green is queen.
And you know my favorite color. It's red. Best color in Magic. The only color in Magic. The thickest color in Magic.
Hey, see, we got some common sense in the chat here. Iatheon saying green, Calcium saying green. I see it. All totally.
Bunch of
genuine.
heathens.
Totally.
Bunch of heathens.
Black, Grixis. Mine's no secret. I said it earlier. Red.
Big red.
So, funnily enough, I play red. I only play mono red when I'm playing in standard and pioneer. And I don't play red in any other format.
I'm ready to win, chat.
Dicarica says, my head says blue, but my loins say red.
This is a correct answer.
This is also
Don't
correct.
listen to your head. It's all loin power. Who needs to think?
And imagine.
I mean, Biscuit, I would hope, has something with 22 cards in hand.
Absolutely.
Or something like that. Or something like that.
Has to have the power.
That's what I'm talking about. Big red.
So we're seeing an Entomb on the stack from Jalith. This Esper Sentinel drawing so many cards.
Yep. Like one a cycle.
Wandering Archaic putting in work. If only Wandering Archaic triggered Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, that would be good. Thankfully, it doesn't do that.
Yeah, thankfully it doesn't say cast. It just puts a copy on the stack. So it also gets around Drannith Magistrate.
Yes. It's the worst.
It's the best. It's a lot of fun to play with, but it's definitely very heavy on the deck list because 5 CMC creatures are pretty hard to resolve when you're trying to go this fast, right?
Yeah, but Wandering Archaic just warps everything around it the moment it hits the board.
Oh,
It
yeah.
really just it just changes the way you have to do all your math.
Yeah, it's almost like a
It
seed
is
worm you're sitting on the board.
annoying as fuck.
A simple strudel saying white is my favorite color. You
All right, a simple strudel. Give me back that card we gave you earlier.
you
You're
are
ungrateful.
you're a masochist. I see you like pain. You don't want anyone to win the game at all. And I appreciate it.
He says he's using banding in the next Chaos tournament.
Yo, so 100% I will do this if anybody does this. If anyone comes into a tournament with divine intervention and just aims to draw every game out, I personally will see to about getting you a reward. I will do everything in my power to reward you for that act.
We will only cover your games.
We will only cover your games. We have to see divine intervention resolve and draw the game out.
I mean, it's in the card. Like, if by some miracle somebody else wins, Jacoby will come out of nowhere, and I'll just be like, "Oh my God, it's Jacoby with a chair!"
Divine intervention.
It's divine intervention. And out of nowhere is Jacoby with the chair.
So it looks like that legit is going to entomb a snap. And it'll get it'll get exiled to opposition agent. Perfect. Deck thinnings, deck winning. So we're definitely going to see a Dockside Extortionist get snapped and then recast Dockside. Unfortunately, they'll have to tap the Mana Vault to do this, but that's such a good mana reset going into the next turn cycle. You have to have this mana to be able to fight this Malcolm and Glinthorn Buccaneer that's going to be attempting to be done from two different players coming in the next turn. And well, we'll just say that
another mental misstep seems good. What'd you say about Fitz?
What?
What'd you say about Fitz?
About Fitz?
Fitz a stick in your mouth.
Hey. It's almost as good as E10.
Got him, coach. Got him, coach. Chad, I got him.
Hey, did you know that Kentucky's the only state in the United States that starts with a K?
Is it?
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, 100%. There's only one state in the United States that starts with a K.
What about Kauai?
That's not a state.
Kansas.
Cans these nuts fit in your mouth. Got him, coach.
Got him, coach.
Got him, coach.
All right, I'm pretty sure the Entomb got hit by that misstep.
Yeah, so the mental misstep definitely countered the Entomb. And that is such a beautiful Ranger Captain of Eos on the board that is definitely not searching for anything.
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Silence on a stick.
I actually don't know what that Pokemon is. Is he thick though?
No, you're part of the problem.
I'm a big fan of Vaporeon.
Hey, Vaporeon.
I'm just saying. You know, Vaporeon could get it.
Banned. Motion to ban. Bop. Hit him with the hammer.
Banhammer chat. 100%. If Chansey was walking around, would blast.
Oh my god. Chat, what have we done?
All right, chat. Let's get back to Magic.
Do the pros
on
outweigh the
now.
cons? We don't know.
Nah, bro. She got that big ass pouch.
Oh. Yes. Welcome to the stream, chat. If you're new, welcome to ka0s Tournaments. Here we have a good time. Here we're actually going to be doing another giveaway here shortly because we still have a lot of quality cardboard rectangles to be giving out. So I'm going to go ahead and put the Discord link in the chat here shortly. Let me find it.
This is my first day, too. Chat, please love me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all jokes aside, we do like to have a lot of fun here, and we hope you guys are enjoying everything that you're hearing and viewing today. If you want to find a lot more tournament-based action, there's a lot of stuff that happens on the CDH Nexus. Tier 1 MTG Con is going to be coming up here soon as well. There's the surprise Magic Fest that is going to be happening here in October that's going to be coming up. Monarch Media is going to be getting some content coming down the pipe for the Cassius Marsh tournament that's coming out August 3rd and 4th. So definitely tune in for that. They're going to be playing for a Black Lotus. And we also have Oktoberfest that is going to be coming up in November. Definitely. Oh, yes. And Punt City. Don't forget about Punt City in August as well. Punt City is going to be a huge tournament in Pennsylvania. And that's going to be awesome to get to catch up into. So
He's got big prizes.
big prizes and a whole bunch of big names that are going to be going up to that tournament. A lot of the people
Yeah,
you've
it should
seen
be
here
really
today.
cool.
Yeah, like a lot of like Comedian is going to be there. I believe Legit Vocals is going to be there. There's a ton of big names that are going to be going to this tournament. So you'll get to meet some of your stream heroes and who knows, maybe get some really cool merch too.
I don't even. Where were we at in this game?
So it would appear that TCM Biscuit went to their turn and the
Didn't win. They're starting to win right here. This is it. 22 cards. Let's go, baby.
Well, I think the Ranger Captain of EOS was sacrificed in their upkeep.
Ooh, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. You really need to be able to cast non-creature spells unless you just have the Gilded Drake. If you just have the Gilded Drake, this is game. You just need one creature to connect. I don't believe ka0s is a pirate. No, it is not. It is an elemental lizard. Or your own Glinthorn.
Yeah, and he can cast it here.
Can cast it. Confirmed.
And he can just smack Joe once again. Joe the beaten stick. Just getting beat up on.
I can't tell. That looks like a Chrome Mox.
Acty boy. Pay for the archaic. Seems good. Makes sense.
Yeah. The thing is what are we pacting here?
I actually didn't see it, to be honest. I'm assuming it was a spell over on Tyler's side of the board.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Got a little bit of politicking going on here, folks.
A lot of time to dip in the tank here. There's a lot on the line here. So everybody's going to be on edge. They want to know all the information that they can, and everyone's trying to work together to not lose the game. There's like no way that Joe doesn't have all of the free interaction, right? Drawn 1,000,000,000 cards this game.
On so many cards. Like you gotta like. I imagine you gotta have something here.
Yeah. So apparently some. Oh, okay. Yeah. So what's being used is the snap that was in exile from Opposition Agent, and it is apparently targeting.
That'll also do it.
Yeah.
These filthy bounce spells they just keep getting in the way.
Yeah. Bounce spells are strong.
Bounce spells are strong. They seem to do work. All right, what about this giveaway though?
Yeah, so while they're dipping in the tank, and we can give you guys an update here in just a second, we can go ahead and do this giveaway.
Yeah, who's ready for another giveaway?
Tell me who's excited for this giveaway.
Oh yeah, let's get in there. Let's get some people some beautiful new cardboard.
100%.
Or I can just take it all home. I don't have any.
You
That
don't
seems
have
like a
any
really
cardboard
good idea
rectangles?
to me.
You don't have any cardboard
Exactly.
rectangles?
Red hype. That's what I'm talking about. That guy's winning the giveaway right there.
Bam. Chosen. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Easy money.
Dun, 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 dun. I gotta make sure all of our previous winners are taken out of here. All right, perfect. We got this set up. Well, I gotta eliminate all of these empty spaces because it loves to throw.
Yeah, they're still politicking. Dick paper.
The things I do for chat. I'd do anything for you, chat.
Do anything for love. R.I.P. Meatloaf.
I'd do anything for love, but won't do that. Don't tell me Meatloaf actually
Unless you're a ditto.
Is Meatloaf?
That's the secret one right there. That's the one that really hits.
All right, so I finally got this taken care of. So we have our wheel of names up here. So I'll go ahead and spin it, and good luck.
Yeah. Good luck, chat.
Woo-hoo! Azuro, congratulations.
Yeah. Looks like you are a big winner, dog.
Big winner, no whammies. Yeah, so definitely join the Discord. I'm putting the Discord link in chat once again. And if you will go ahead and reach out to Jacoby, and we can get you taken care of. But looks like we've got some updates to the game here.
Looks like a board got wrecked and there was a phantasmal image. That it bounced to his hand. Oh, that's so sad. Ooh.
Get bounced.
He did get bounced. He got the shit bounced out of him.
So it looks like the Pyroblast hit the Malcolm, and it looks like they also gave a copy of Pyroblast to the Wandering Archaic player, and also they countered this. Looks like somehow they got stuck with a pack trigger, the TCM Biscuit did.
Mm. Mm.
So that's really unfortunate. Yeah, they have to copy Dockside here. Otherwise, they do just lose the game.
Yep, that feels bad. Chat, who we rocking with? We still rocking with Tyler? Is it still time? Wandering Archaic and Glintstone, take this bitch. I mean, he is about to phase back in. If he pass, phase back in. Seems good.
Yep. Hey guys, so it's been great. You've answered everything except what is on my board, and I'm about to go untap and win the game. Seems crazy, right?
Yeah, seems good. Seems really good. Everybody was worried about how many cards Biscuit had and forgot that little boy slipped out the back and came right back in.
And slipped right out the back and came and slipped out with a key. Oh, it's so beautiful. You love to see it. After this pod finishes, we will have our final four. We will more than likely be taking a short break after this game. It shouldn't be any longer than 10 minutes. I know that y'all have been waiting a long time, literally all day for this. We've been waiting all day as well to find out who our champion is going to be. So definitely stick around and enjoy the show.
It's the moment of truth, really.
It really is. This is the moment that decides whether Legit is going to go into our final four, or Jalith or Biscuit or even Joe will have another opportunity to go after this win. Legit Vocals has really had some interesting board states throughout the day. Everything from turn 1 Bolus's Citadel to I'd like to show you Displacer Kitten loops to, hey, hold this Glenhorn Buccaneer. Oh, it would be so funny for Joe to show them a Collect Roof. All right, cool beans.
Man, I'm still on this discard phase.
Yeah.
Come on. He's really, because like it feels like Vocals is really just waiting to untap and win.
Oh, 100%.
We don't need to draw out the discard. Necromancy. A-OK by me, boss.
Necromancy on the stack.
This is any graveyard, correct? Necromancy's any graveyard?
Yes, Necromancy is any graveyard, and since it's cast at an instant speed, uh, it will sacrifice at the beginning of the next step.
I do see a Spell Seeker. That seems pretty good. Do wonder what's its target? Chat, what's the target for Necromancy?
Chat knows. I believe in you, chat.
Chat's always right.
Excuse me. Necromancy targeting animate dead. Woohoo! I can definitely see this targeting the Ranger Captain of Eos and then sacrificing it at instant speed. But unfortunately, unless they have something else to back up that silence effect,
I was gonna say,
they still just
say
win.
it seems like it's the wind's already on board, so you have to get some spell to interact with what's already on board.
Yeah, unfortunately, Malcolm is now a 3/3, and it's not being cast. It's just coming back into play. Or it doesn't even come back into play. It just exists again. Because it doesn't have an ETB trigger or anything like that if that would go off, even if it did have one. Yeah. So it's pretty gnarly right now.
Yeah, I think Spellseeker would be my choice because then you could go at least get something potentially to interact with. He doesn't have his commander out, so that's a little rough. Turning off Fierce and SWAT here. That is a big sad. Whole table's looking. Whole table's got nada. Chat, now's your time to tell Jacoby how much you really appreciate him for being a heathen. Because we all know that's what he is.
Consecrated Sphinx is the best answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Skit, Consecrated Sphinx.
Yeah.
Seems good. He's going to draw a bunch of cards, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. You have to see... Well, Consecrated Sphinx actually doesn't do anything here because you have to have
He's
mana.
making treasures. Oh, yeah, you do got to have some mana. And he does not have any mana. Jalith is a little rough off for wear. Anything he draws needs to be a free spell.
Yep. So unless you're playing something like Submerge or... Yeah, actually, Submerge is pretty much it.
Are there any forests on board?
Yes, Joe does have a forest.
Joe might have put his headset down, but still doing one for the team here with his forest.
Yeah, Wandering Archaic is kind of gross. Because you go, yeah, I'd like to submerge that thing. You're like, cool, I'll submerge my dockside.
Seems good.
Yeah, there are no time limits for these rounds. Our previous 4 rounds were our 75-minute rounds, but to give these players the opportunity to give them the respect that they deserve, we do a top 16 and top 4 in timeless, so that way we can actually see the game finish and not have to deal with, weird placings and because
No more draws.
Yeah, no more draws. Draws are weird.
At this point, we need a winner, so we got to stop with the draws. Once we get here, can't have any more draws.
Vocals over here giving the OK symbol. we're cool to let stuff resolve. You can.
It'd be cool if I was winning too.
So it looks like he gets an Imperial Recruiter. ECB trigger, go and grab a creature with power 2 or less.
That seems so interesting.
Go grabbing the Imperial Recruiter.
Yeah, Imperial Recruiter over the Spell Seeker. I feel like your chances of having a creature that interacts right now are a little bit lower than a spell that interact.
Yeah.
Like I think I'd rather grab the Spell Seeker and at least I don't know, maybe at least search for something. I don't know what he's got in his deck, but a spell feels better than a creature. But I guess maybe he like just doesn't have anything at all, and so he's just going to go get what he needs and hope that somebody else has interaction.
Pretty much, because even if you go and get like dual caster mage here, you don't have any mana to cast it. Excuse me,
Yeah,
chat.
he couldn't cast Tail here, unfortunately. It's such a weird one. It's like he's turned off several of his free spells, but that's what he needs here. But I mean, now I mean, yeah, I think Tyler's just gonna win here.
That's definitely what it's looking like. They
Like I said,
also,
chat's always right.
well, they also could be attempting to put as many creatures on the board to attempt to block the Glinthorn Buccaneer and make blocks really weird. But the problem is that legit
I mean,
has 3 creatures and more than enough
Joe
mana to
still
just
doesn't have
activate.
any creatures though, so like it feels like Joe can just get beaten once again with the three pirates already on board.
Yeah, you just send the team. Because Malcolm doesn't worry about how many players get hit. It's how many pirates hit a player. So you could send the team at Joe, make 3 treasures, then use 2 of the treasures, activate Glinthorn Buccaneer, and boop, it's a wrap.
Spectator seating. Hey,
Hey,
that card's got red in it.
oh, we're gonna get a Mayhem Devil on top of all of it. So yeah, that's cool. Even if you, we're just gonna increase the clock here, so that way you don't really have an opportunity. Oh, and that's a Force of Will pitching a Mystic Remora, hitting the Mayhem Devil. Trigger Ristic Study, trigger Wandering Archaic.
Mayhem Devil would have been good, but I mean it like it was a good card. It just like it doesn't seem to do anything right now. It's not like you can play it. I mean, if it was already out on board, maybe I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You know, I am not in.
Yeah, you're right, chat. This is just a free copy of Force of Will to the Wandering Archaic, and also a free draw because Ristic Study allows them to draw.
Seems good, chat.
And that's a spell skite? Oh, gross. Yeah, this is a wrap. Tyler, also known as Legit Vocals, just looking for priority to swing.
Archaic did put in a ton of work.
A million miles of work.
I also just think, you know, when we passed the turn here, it was mostly over then. Even if we made it back to Biscuit's turn, he's just paying for Pact.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Nutso card.
We're going to see a brainstorm from Biscuit. Just players playing as much as they can to see what outs they might stumble into for this. Cyclonic Rift is still a very valid card right now. Submerge, a very still valid card right now. Chain of Vapor also works. I know there's a spell Skype, but you can overload that Cyclonic Rift. Easy peasy. Yeah, I know. Wishful thinking. No mana anywhere. At most, we have 2 treasures on board from Biscuit. So Legit Vocals just explaining the interactions that are going on right now with the Malcolm and Glinthorn Buccaneer. On damage, Malcolm and Glinthorn Buccaneer will cause Malcolm to create 2 treasures. And then Vocals will then use those 2 treasures to activate Glinthorn Buccaneer to draw a card, discard a card, then draw a card. And then on discard, Glinthorn Buccaneer will deal 1 damage to each opponent, triggering Malcolm to make 3 treasures because 3 opponents were dealt damage by a pirate. And Legit Vocals will continue to do this until everyone is dead. And for each treasure they sacrifice, Mayhem Devil will also be able to deal 1 damage to target, to any target. So Mayhem Devil's just going to shoot down the board, eliminate all of the creatures that are in play, and then once all of those are gone, then Legit will be able to start doubling up on the pinging on players to make sure that everyone goes down evenly. Because once we start losing, once Jalith and Joe are out of the game, the Glinthorn Buccaneer combo will only make 1 treasure, and you need something else to back it up for the final few points. And that's game.
That was
Man,
a
good
one,
game.
guys. Also, wow, I have no idea how Tyler got away with that, but congrats to him.
Yeah, big congrats. And let's see here. I doubt we're going to get too much of a break.
On one side. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I don't think we're going to get much of a break between these rounds, but definitely stay tuned, chat, and we'll let you know, okay?
Yeah, I think we just got off the stream now, I think.
Hey, we can come back, and we do have enough time for a little spin.
Oh, longer live.
Let me see here.
All right.
And we're
Going
back
to
live.
finals. Oh my gosh. I want to get all the decks pulled up. So I have this one.
Zero did just win. Let me go ahead. We're getting pretty close, chat. Almost all of our giveaways are taken. We do have a lot of tokens that we can still give away, though, so definitely stay tuned. I'm just going to take our previous winners and our bots out of the chat, or out of this little selection here. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, where are my E's at? There we go. And Wallopy. And I believe that is everybody. Cool beans. So Let me go ahead and get rid of these empty spaces. Well, you can definitely tell that I don't play clicker games. Awesome. All right, so we got everybody that is in the chat in here. We're going to go ahead and give it a quick shuffle up and spin. Hyothion, congratulations. Congratulations, Hyothion. So all you need to do, I'm pretty sure you are in the Discord, but I'll go ahead and say it again just in case. I'm going to post the Discord link in the chat, join the Discord, and you can message Jacoby, and I will send you a link so you can claim your prize. Pretty freaking sweet. Pretty freaking sweet. Awesome. So we got that prize off there. Congratulations, Hyothion. Oh yeah, I generally like to give them, give our winners a few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, just because I don't understand people like to step away. Like ourselves, we got to have our bathroom breaks and stuff like that. So you don't really get the opportunity to give the stream your undivided attention, but we appreciate you nonetheless. We appreciate you having us open and having a grand time with us today. Who's excited for our finals pods? Let's get some hype up in here for the finals. Woo! Cool beans. We'll be right back here shortly. Gonna go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll see you guys when the final four gets announced. So definitely stay tuned. What is up, chat? And we are back at ka0s Tournaments. My name is Jacoby, also known as Caleb, and I have my two wonderful, amazing homies in the chat here with me, in the booth here with me. What's up, Vasher and Fitz?
What up, boys? Let's get this finals going. Let's see who's going to take it. Vasher, who you got?
Who I got? I don't know, man. This is going to be anybody's game as far as I can see. It is a very aggressive pod with a lot of very good players, so it'll be quite exciting to see what happens.
ka0s is undefeated right now with a whole 25 points. Legit Vocals 20 points, 4-1 in this tournament today. Thunderfarts has 18 points, and so a couple draws in there, and Fonzie has 16 points. So really, really good performance in this tournament today, and this will be our final four. This is turn order. They're still resolving some mulligans, but Fitz, who do you got this pod?
I think I'm going to have to go with Thunderfarts. Just because I haven't seen him play yet.
Yeah?
You know, Thunderfarts is actually like the Azami player of the online CH meta. He's played almost nothing but Azami for years. Like, that's the only deck he plays. So
Yeah.
it's really crazy seeing him play a non-blue deck. And I mean, I think maybe one of the reasons why.
All right, Fonzie. Fonzie with you. I'm with you. I lied.
I mean, you know what's crazy about Fonzie is that he's playing this tournament after pulling an all-nighter.
Yikes.
That's the same.
So he's like been up for like 24 hours or some shit like that.
That's absolutely gross.
You're a champ in my heart.
We also have ka0s on Play with Blue Farm. His list is extremely spicy. He is playing Displacer Kitten with Spellseeker and Teferi Time Raveler. And he has won, I believe, 2 or 3 of his Swiss rounds with the Displacer Teferi combo, which is crazy. You'd think on paper that it wouldn't be as efficient as the Elemental Breach or Oracle Consult lines, but he's been pulling it off pretty effortlessly. Maybe it has to do with the fact that half of that combo is kind of like a soft Grand Abolisher effect, but I'd be very curious to see what lines he ends up going for this game.
The Cabal is here. Goose Gang. Let's go, Goose Gang.
How much is it to subscribe to your Only Geese?
Only Geese?
Only Geese.
Hey, that is definitely a question for the Cabal.
Let me know, Cabal. I'm trying to know how I can get them prime goose pictures.
Hey, I'm in their Discord, and it's a cult. It's a cult.
So if we're sitting in this pod, right, I'm pretty sure we're all thinking go fast, right? If we were in these people's places.
Oh yeah.
Full send. Like it is my job.
Like, all these decks are so greedy and so fast. Like, either you're winning fast or you're playing turn 1 Ristic Steady, like, or Mr. Kimura.
Exactly. And to bring it up, because I know I believe it was you and I that talked about it earlier in the day, Vasher, where no, my bad. It was myself and Kuma. But I want to get your guys' opinion on this too, because here we were talking about earlier, you don't really want to bring in a slower deck into a 75-minute round tournament with no turns. And our top 4 is really demonstrating the power of being able to assess not only what your play group is going to be, but also playing the mental game with the amount of time that you have in the tournament, and being able to manipulate that to give you the best win percentage, right? So that's why we're seeing turbo decks like Crick, Turbo Kitten, Turbo Nas, Turbo Citadel. There's some wacky stuff up here in top 4.
Yeah, I think that's true for the most part, but not completely. Like, I think mid-range is still a very strong option, and we even saw a win-conless stacks deck make it to top 16. Straight up. It was what was it? It was Jameer, right? But yeah, I think in general, like playing a deck that has the ability to win quick is the key. Maybe it doesn't have to be the fastest deck, but it has to have the ability to win quick. You gotta be able to shoot. You gotta be able to take advantage of those openings, especially in a 75-minute round with no time. I will also say though, I kind of am a fan of the no time system so far because I'm sure you guys all know, like time generally will lag on, 20 minutes to like an hour, sometimes an hour. It's rare, but sometimes an hour amount of length of time to the game. It's crazy how long people will take to think through their turns when it comes to time and how complicated those turns usually are.
Yes, 100%. Let me go ahead and get our winner here. This link.
Looks like they're about ready to go. No pregames? Wow, no pregames. Crazy. It looks like we have a lot of 7s going around too. That is nuts.
That's terrifying.
Lotus Pel LED. Crom turn 1.
Let's go.
Get rid of the hand with just a land. That is so greedy. That is so greedy.
Get in for that quick damage. Fight against the Crick player. Get that life down a little bit.
It's not even like he has a mana crypt after that either. Like he's literally just left with a land after dumping his hand for a turn 1 Crom. Like at best, he's going to draw 3 cards this turn cycle, and he's still left with just a land in play. So this will be interesting. That's a Mystic Remora turn 1, and Julos and a Malcolm. What a beautiful start! You're setting up for fast combos. You got Melon Acceleration, and you have Mystic Remora, which is probably being an all-star in this pod. Too bad Killstars will probably not be feeding it much.
Gotta love a turn 1 Mystic Remora and a Malcolm. It's so beautiful.
Thunder Farts or Cole is now just thinking, shit. Do we feed the fish or do we not? The age-old question. You're right, he's fetching. What do you think? Scrubland, Badlands, or Plateau? I'm going with Badlands. Yeah. Red, pretty good.
Hey, Badlands. Turn 1
that's the Badlands.
Turn 1 Ragavan. Turn 1 Ragavan.
That'd be really good into the Remora.
Oh, it would be so gas against the Remora.
Oh, he passed. He's just holding it. He's playing safe and conservatively. I respect that.
About to red
his
blast.
Hand's probably. Dude, he kept it 7 too, right? So his hand's probably full of rocks.
Red blast the shit out this Crom. What you mean?
When there's a Remora and Malcolm in play.
100%.
So Crom's at 1 card right now. And Thoughtseize. Okay, imagine the Thoughtseize player decide the Thoughtseize the 1 card in Killstar's hand. That would be hilarious. But he's going to do that. Yeah, okay. Holy shit. You see. Oh my God.
Thoughtseize. Let's go.
Did you see that? That hand is incredible. Like, it doesn't even matter what you take.
I honestly missed it.
Okay, get this. His hand is Mana Crypt, Glinthorn Buccaneer, Rhystic Study, Fierce Guardianship, Ragavan, and other cards.
Yeah, I saw the Ragavan on that reveal just here before the Fierce Guardianship. That is absolutely insane. You have to stop this man right now.
Dude, he was like, okay, Thoughtseize is good. He's like, nope, never mind. We're going to Fierce that after revealing his hand at the table. Wow. He's like, yeah, guys, I have it.
Yeah, just always has it.
If Tyler draws a land, this is a turn 2 win.
Potentially. Yeah, potentially. Given that there's no other interaction.
People are given that Cole does not have a Red Blast. Or Silent. Or I guess he can't have Silence. So just be Red Blast here. Red Blast or Pyroblast.
Killstar is probably changing their attack target to vocals now that we know the sauce.
I mean, I don't think I'm doing that. I'm still swinging Kirk, right? Because like the damage is not going to affect the Glinthorn combo if you hit Tyler. But if you make one player lower than the rest, it actually affects. When you make one of the Glinthorn player's opponent's life total lower than the rest, that's what affects the Glinthorn math.
Oh, 100%.
And not only that, you want to hit the black Kirk player. Like it's going to have better long-term effect, right? Like either you die like right now to Malcolm, or Kirk becomes a problem, right? Like the long-term damage on Malcolm isn't going to matter much.
No
in my
land.
opinion.
We're gonna dive in for a heuristic study.
Or short-term damage. Yep.
Ooh.
Oh boy, these guys are screwed unless they come up with something.
Well, missing a land drop here, so looks like things are gonna
so
be
it's
a little
not turn
tight.
2.
Yeah, it's not turn 2. We still got some time.
Malcolm goes to combat, makes a treasure, and he's gonna have it next turn. Whether that's gonna be protected, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
So do we see? Yeah, Vampiric Tutor and Response Heuristic Study, obviously. You can see that one from a mile away. Like, yeah, there's very few hands in that deck, where you'll go land pass. Like maybe like the Mystic Armor, like maybe was saying that he was being more conservative, but yeah, Vamp Tutor's like the more realistic card, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we getting here? Is it just gonna be good old Crypt? Getting an Oz?
I think you have to get Crypt, right?
Like either you win. I mean, unless he's holding it, right? And he was just like sandbagging it, right? Like he could have mana in his hand.
Oh, well, actually, we could see a Jeweled Lotus here. And then now that the mana's gone, now that the Mystic Armor is gone, because if there is artifacts in hand, you could just accelerate out.
Yeah, and there's another big danger here, right? Where we have Kirk that's mono black, and then we have the blue farm player low on cards, and you gotta ask yourself, do those decks actually stop with the Glinthorn?
Right. Do they have Force of Will?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is probably no. I mean, is that a risk you really want to take? Like, you're either winning here now, or you're probably grabbing the answer, or you're, like you're saying, grabbing Crypt and being greedy, right? And hoping that other people figure it out.
And it looks like they did tutor for that mana Crypt. I can see it in their hand. Yep.
Let's go.
Let's go. Greed Monster for the win.
Or maybe they have interaction, and they just wanted to get Crypt to progress their game plan. What is that?
That is a Talisman of Hierarchy.
Ugh. Paying for Ristic, at least. Dude, Tyler is the luckiest person on the earth when it comes to Magic, I swear.
Has it all.
Have we seen his games? He's had it all. Every single time. And the one game where he had it all and got stopped, they left his combo in play and let him untap again and try to win again, and then he got it in the top 16.
And it looks like we lost one of our players here, so the game is going to halt for just a second until we get ka0s back.
Someone told me that if you press the space bar to like shift your turns in spell table, it actually doesn't kick people. And the only reason it kicks people is because no one's been changing the turn for a long enough period of time. I'm not sure if that's true, but someone's telling me that.
That's pretty interesting. I know that's one thing that I typically forget about, the spacebar being able to pass the turn, which is really beneficial, especially in a tournament setting. So that way nobody really forgets whose turn order it is, and yeah,
especially for us as casters.
100%.
Like I've gotten confused about that multiple times just this tournament. Whose turn is it? Is this an end step? Is this a main phase? Especially when you pop into a game halfway through.
That and like picking out how many cards people have in hand too can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, that's one of the things that whenever you're coming into an online tournament like today, there's going to be some stumbling blocks, right? Things like Praetor's Grasp doesn't resolve exactly the same as it would in person, and you have a little bit harder of a time keeping track of how many cards are in people's hands and exactly what's in people's graveyards, what's in exile, things like that.
Grimmonolith from the Kirk. Doesn't seem like he's going to be helping with anything.
Yeah, I think the big game plan here is how many cards can we get Crom to draw to help us not lose? ka0s is like, hey guys,
we're dead.
Let me show you this trick bind, chat.
Oh god.
Absolutely gorgeous. And those beautiful CDH Nexus tokens behind the Crom.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Timmy.
Shout out to Timmy, the OG, and Scotty, and Jamaican. All of them running that neck of the woods. I don't know what a space bar is.
I don't know what a space bar is.
Aren't those illegal in like 37 states?
So,
all right, chat. Who we voting for? Where are we going?
not Tyler, but he's gonna win.
Aw,
You know-
thanks, chat.
Thunder Farts or Cole could have the Swords to Plowshares.
Very
It's
well.
possible.
Or the Angel's Grace, just to really make him mad.
So there's Swords and Silence. He does not play Angel's Grace, but those are like his two options at the moment. I mean, maybe
Imperial Seal.
Tyler gets a little greedy and like doesn't use his mana right, and we could ephemerate the Malcolm to make it summoning sick.
Ooh.
That would be hot.
Ephemerate. Not Ephemerate. No, Ephemerate only targets your stuff.
Oh, you're right.
Mm.
Good point. Well, it would have been a cool play.
But we could slip it out the back.
Yeah.
We can blow it out the back.
Only.
That's so cool. And this always having more than 2 pirates is so relevant. Like, it doesn't matter if you guys play dudes, I'm still winning this game.
Even then, he has enough mana to like. He has a mana curve sitting there, so he could just tap it to pay for one of the costs for Glenhorn.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't die in combat.
And that's
Vasher
really...
has a challenge for you.
I bet Vasher can't say the Jessica Timna player's name 5 times fast. Okay. Cole. Okay, ready? Cole. Bingo.
Got him.
Got him.
We knew what chat wanted us to say, but we played you. Oh, man. So for those that are just joining in, we are in the final 4, the very last pot of the day for the Chaos 3 tournament. And things are pretty interesting. We've seen a lot of information that we shouldn't have, and we're looking at legit vocals on their turn, fetching, and potentially about to win the game with Glinthorn, Buccaneer, and Malcolm. Classic as it can be.
Big classics.
Getting another red source. That's double red.
So I've been talking about this in Malcolm server a lot, but I'm like, I honestly rank Malcolm very close to level of Timna now in the meta.
It's close.
Like, it's not there yet, but it's close. Like, its combo is so powerful, and it's a pretty decent value engine too. Like, you can't play in as many strategies, obviously, but it is a powerful partner.
Hey, drawing cards and making mana. Those are 2 things that win the game. And unfortunately,
No, drawing cards, making mana / combo piece.
Yeah, right. Looks like we're gonna see
Wait, he had a pyroblast, dude. That was so greedy.
Yes, so greedy.
Oh my gosh, Cole, you're the king of greed, bro.
King of greed.
Oh,
You saw it here first, chat. The greed monster strikes again.
Oh no,
These dirty red players.
dude! All you need to do was not pay for the Ristic, and you would have had red mana.
Yeah, I know. That's so wild. Like, you could have.
Dude, that's so. I don't want to say dumb, but man, that seems like an oversight to me.
Yes. For the final pod, I understand we've been through a lot today, but you gotta take it slow sometimes. You gotta let people get some advantage. Even though they might draw a counterspell off the top, you have to be able to interact. You have to be able to tell them no.
Dude, that's like the win was on board. You guys all saw it, and it's very difficult to interact with. I mean, who knows? Maybe Killstars is still going to save us. It's possible. but it's not looking good, guys.
It's not looking good for our heroes.
Or who knows? Maybe Fonzie has a snuff out. He could have snuff out.
It
Could happen. He could have the removal spell. It's like 1 and 2 Phyrexian mana, right? What's it called? You guys know this. Let me check.
I was looking at chat for a second. What card are we talking about?
Dismember.
Phyrexian 1.
Yeah, he could have the Fonzie could have either Dismember or Snuff Out here.
No, please,
Wait,
please
just
just
Snuff Out of the
play
deck.
Tragic Slip. Show me Tragic Slip one time. That would be so hilarious.
Minus 13.
Yeah. Minus 13,
Wait,
minus 13.
is Talisman's red-white? Wait, is this Talisman red-white?
No, I think it's black.
It's Hierarchy, right?
Yeah, it's
white-black.
It's white-black.
Yeah, it's white-black.
So it looks like we're not going to jam this Glinthorn Buccaneer. We're going to go to combat, go to post-combat main phase, and jam a Bolas' Citadel.
Oh my gosh.
This man is so greedy. Just win the game, Tyler.
Okay, I think what happened here was he saw the Pyroblast and just assumed the Talisman could tap for red.
Yeah, so we're going to get an Enlightened Tutor instead.
I'm pretty sure you just win there, Tyler. I mean, he must know something I don't, or he must have just screwed up and not actually looked at Cole's mana properly.
Reading cards is hard, y'all.
Let's go, farts.
And thank you, all 91 viewers in the chat right now. Y'all are absolutely fantastic. We appreciate you coming out to join us today. And if you wouldn't mind all doing me a huge favor, go ahead and hop in our Discord if you're not in there already. I'll go ahead and post that link in the chat here. And feel free to join. And we'd love to have you in our tournament in the future.
Grabbing Underworld Breach. We are going for it.
Send.
Send it through the Ristic and the Bolas' Citadel. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not like you have a choice, right? You don't get another turn. Most likely.
Looks like we're going to see
Cole
a
wins
gamble
this. It'd be so
fire.
hype.
Got some cards in hand. This gamble could give us the bait that we need.
Whoa, the Enlightened Tutor wasn't end step? Okay.
No, it was in response to the Bolas' Citadel.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Interesting.
it's still Tyler's turn.
So, since he's not playing Nas, like, there's no real, or top, there's no real way to take advantage of the Citadel immediately. It is a value engine. Like, you have to manually draw into A+Bs with it, or find A+Bs with it in this particular list.
Mm-hmm.
What do we? Oh, we're gambling for Final Fortune. That's what it is, right? I guess you could discard the Glint potentially, but even then, that seems like a solid. It's risky.
Even gambling for Dockside Extortionist doesn't feel bad here.
Oh yeah. What, it makes one? Oh wait, it only makes 3, I guess. Not bad though.
Yeah, I mean 3 is definitely enough to extend off of the Bolas' Citadel.
I mean, I think one of the main things here is to get that shuffle.
Yeah, 100%.
On the top of the Citadel. And maybe we're just grabbing interaction at this point. Maybe not. Probably not. I don't think the table really has a way to interact with him.
Discarding Otawara.
Gambling
for the chat thinks we're gambling for Maskwood Nexus. Imperial Seal off the top.
We could. I mean, you just get artificial evolution then,
oh
though,
my
right?
gosh, this man and seeing everything that he needs to get through the game. Imperial Seal is 1,000,000% gonna put what we need on the top, and we're gonna cast it straight off with Bolas' Citadel. Still chilling at 35 life. This game
Go
is...
get Maskwood Nexus. Let's go. Do it. And play Mayhem Devil. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, if you change Mayhem Devil or Reckless Fireweaver into a pirate, it goes infinite with Malcolm. So if you have a Mayhem Devil in play, you change its text to a pirate with like an artificial evolution or a Maskwood Nexus, you can then crack a treasure, Mayhem Devil triggers dealing damage to a player, triggering Malcolm, making yet another treasure, and therefore you can loop that for infinite damage. Reckless 5 years, 2 mana, and it says whenever artifact enters the battlefield, deal damage to each of your opponent. Turn that into a pirate. Artifact comes in, deals 1 damage to each opponent. Malcolm makes 2 more treasures, triggers again, and it just keeps on going until all your opponents are dead.
It's beautiful.
The cool thing about the Mayhem Devil line is that you can do it at instant speed. If you have Mayhem Devil in play, you can instant speed cast Artificial Evolution or Trickery Charm and then win the game on the spot.
This greedy boy showing the Underworld Breach, and in response, we're going to see a dress down from Killstars.
Ooh. Good thing he didn't go for the Glenhorn win, I guess.
Yeah, that would have blown out the Glinthorn combo.
See, Tyler's just like big braining us right here.
Final Fortune on the stack. I'd like to take an extra turn after this one. At the beginning of the next end step, I'd like to lose the game. Is that okay?
Was that from the top of the deck?
That was from hand.
From hand. So that's probably what he's gambled for.
1,000,000% what he gambled for. He literally just needs one more turn. Has Glinthorn Buccaneer in hand.
Dude, he's just playing with these guys at this point.
Stop playing with your food. Quit playing with your food, Tyler.
Just to end it already.
So, hey, yeah, so I have this Underworld Breach. Let's just cast this Imperial Seal a few times.
Yeah, why not? Let's go get some more protection.
Yeah, let's go get some more protection. How many pirates can I pull from the top of my library?
Yeah. You know, I feel like at this point, Tyler can just like afford to be spicy. He can like kill him however he wants.
Oh yeah, just Imperial Seal Niv-Mizzet to the top.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
No, for those of you who don't know, Tyler had a game in this tournament where he went on turn 1 on the play, went land, Dark Ritual, Manvolt, Simeon Spirit Guide into turn 1 Bolas' Citadel, Vampiric Tutor off the top, tutors for Niv-Mizzet Prune on top, cast Niv-Mizzet Prune from the top, cast Warrior Kick from the top, cast Professional Facebreaker from the top, cast DT from the top, getting Tandem Lookout, and then passes the turn. All on turn 1.
Oh, so this will be game here. Imperial Seal for the Brain Freeze. Storm count bigger than a house. I'd like to cast Brain Freeze targeting myself with an Underworld Breach in play. This is definitely 100% seeing a Lotus Petal.
So he just put so many wins on the stack here. Like he has a Breach win now. If that doesn't work, he's going to go to his next turn and he's going to win with the Glenhorn Buccaneer.
Yes, 100,000,000%.
And Tyler's like, hey, you guys just want to concede.
No, Tainted, he is not on the Gargalon combo. I know exactly where you're going with this.
He's trying to gargle on these nuts.
Gargle on these nuts.
Here we go, boys. He just needs to hit. He doesn't even really need. What mana is the Chromox tap for? Is that blue?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't cast Gamble from the grave again.
It taps for Gargalon.
So he needs to hit a 0-mana rock to win here. With the Breach.
My man's pulling out the E10 loop.
You know what's really silly though is if he didn't hit the 0-mana rock, there's a possibility, depending on how many cards he milled, that he won't actually be able to kill the table with the Glenhorn combo.
Oh,
he goes to his next turn.
At this point, he's on the Thassa's plan.
Yeah, I'd assume so. But if he doesn't hit the 0-mana rock, he's going to have to pass turn, goes next turn, and Breach is gone.
Yeah, I don't like the way he's looking at his graveyard like that. We might have whiffed.
Oh, no, we have it, I think. If he has a red card in hand because he can chain evade. Oh, no, he has it. Because he can chain evade for the Breach to his hand and then goes next turn and cast Breach again. He's an open blue with the Chromox.
Mm-hmm.
Or he can chain evade for the Chromox and replay it and print a red card and cast Gamble for LED.
That's what we're going to see here, is we're going to see a sacrifice of our Underworld Breach and a sacrifice of dress down, go into the next turn.
Dude, didn't he Chain of Vapor the Underworld Breach?
I don't need it. I don't need it. Draws
There's enough
card.
cards in here.
Yeah,
Because
draws.
there's no way to really recur Breach in Grixis. It doesn't really work. It doesn't really happen.
Yeah, it doesn't really work like a lot of people want it to. You just don't have access to things like Savine's Reclamation because, you know, you're out of white. But show you this Glenhorn Buccaneer. Now that you guys have tapped all the way out, and I know you have nothing.
They had to have like 30 cards in hand. Or he has to have like he needs 37 cards in his deck.
Oh, yeah, there's easily still 37 cards.
Yep. Yeah, House, I get it. Welp. That's exactly how I'm feeling. Welp. I mean, actually it was spicy though. It was awesome. It was a cool line to get there.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. What a way to end the tournament today. Let's see if anybody has any crazy interaction, like maybe a deadly rollick or anything like that.
Dismember. Spicy as mayonnaise.
If mayonnaise has pepper in it, it's pretty spicy.
Yeah, I mean, I have some jalapeno mayonnaise upstairs. It's pretty spicy. I mean, how could you possibly want more? You saw Glenhorn, you saw Bulls' Citadel, and you saw Breach Lines all in one turn. Pretty spicy, as far as Grixis goes.
I see a lot of win more cards.
Yeah, you think? No Necroshmer.
My guy just explaining the combo here. I guess they're talking
Draws a
it
card
out.
off Crom. Snapback. Ormschan. Wait, what's up with the Breach?
They're just being weird.
What? Breach should not be over there, I'm pretty sure.
No, definitely not. Wandering Archaic off the top.
He hit Breach off of... Oh my gosh, he hit Breach off of a Ragavan?
Yeah, he hit his opponent's Breach, the Thunder
Oh,
Farts,
you're right.
when he enlightened
The Enlightened Tutored Breach. Into a Ragavan. Oh.
Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Dude, Tyler was probably big braining it. He was probably thinking about that whole way through.
Seems good, chat.
What's it like just having it all? Man, I wish I knew.
Never punish.
Actually, I do. I just wish I knew what it was like to have it all the time, just like this man Tyler.
Tyler, I need my Yugi Moto mojo back. I'm reclaiming it. It's been repoed.
Dude, he stole that shit right from you. He stole that shit from you.
Facts.
I don't think he's ever giving it back.
Never punished. I remember this kid growing up, learning Magic the Gathering. Just like Vasher right here in this booth. Y'all have come a long way. Y'all are some pretty good Magic players now. I'm glad to have y'all in the community.
I don't know, man. I still misplay all the time.
You gotta misplay to be good. You gotta misplay to be good.
Yeah, you can't really be a CH player unless you misplay.
Exactly. It's all about how many times can you misplay and still win the game.
Hey, Higher, if you can make it happen, I'm ready. I am so ready to see Big Flips Kinnan make it to the finals.
Big flips. Woo!
He's like, be ready. Period.
There is a Reckless Fireweaver.
Yeah. There's Artificial Evolution in the grave. spicy way, Mana Vault, trigger it, trigger on the stack, Artificial Evolution, spicy way to go. He's also playing that really weird creature, the Amoeboid Changeling or whatnot. It can like tap to like change a creature type of another creature. Pretty interesting.
So now he's
His
explaining.
Masswood Nexus is cool.
Yep, now he's messed with Nexus and the Reckless Fireweaver, being able to change all creature types to pirate. So, and since an artifact since an artifact entered the battlefield, that will trigger the Reckless Fireweaver, and it can start the chain of Malcolm giving treasures due to Reckless Fireweaver dealing damage. And then the treasures will trigger the Fireweaver to deal more damage, causing Malcolm to make more treasures. And we'll continue doing this until everybody is gone.
And Maskwood Nexus is an artifact, silly enough.
Yeah, super silly. Congrats.
Well, that was a cool game. It was turn 3, right? Or turn 4? Turn 3. It was turn 3.
It was turn too long.
Almost turn 2.
Oh, yeah. It was... I think it was his turn 4 due to the Final Fortune.
Sure. Technically, it was a turn 4. All right.
Technically turn 4. But, I mean, Final Fortune being cast on turn 3 definitely allowed a pseudo turn 3 win. And that's on par for the format right now. So, too easy. Just see Dockside. That's all you got to do. Dockside or Bolus of Citadel.
Yawn. Drop nuts.
Yawn.
Dockside. Good Magic card. Let's end it on that.
But yeah, once again, thank you all so much for coming out and joining us today. While we have you, if you wouldn't mind just following us on the channel, and we are going to be working towards getting affiliate here soon, so that way you will be able to subscribe and keep up with us. We just got to get some more views in, so definitely check us out here in the next month or so. You're going to see a lot more activity from this channel, so that way we can get to affiliate and start getting some more support from y'all, so we can provide you with more wonderful content as you saw today. But another big thanks here to my fellow casters, Vasher, Fitz, and Kuma the Bear. I really appreciate y'all coming out and having a wonderful time with me here at the Chaos 3 tournament. Go ahead and chill out a little bit. Where can we find you guys?
You can find me on the Malcolm server and on Nexus and probably almost anywhere else. And I love chatting about CEH and playing games of Magic.
Sweet.
I'm also on most of the Discords. You can find me over at the Monarch server. You can find me in the Red Love Discord. You can just come over to my house and cuddle with me.
Well, again, guys, thank you so much for listening. And I also want to give ka0s and Garrett and all the wonderful judges a great big thank you from the bottom of my heart. You guys did an excellent job. You put so much into this. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks to all of the tournament organizers, judges, and everyone here in the chat. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us. My name has been
chat.
My name has been Jacoby, also known as Caleb. You can find me more so on the Monarch Media Discord. I also like to do a lot of stuff for the ka0s tournaments, like you saw today, hosting the ka0s tournament. And
thank you, Caleb.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Anytime, and we'd love to have you guys around more often. So definitely come tune in to all of the wonderful content we'll be providing in the future. And don't forget to stay royalty.